Chapter 778. Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand. Why are you still eating when His Majesty already said that this thing isn't beneficial to your qi illness? These locusts aren't anything good. In Changle Palace, a purple-clothed palace maid stood by Changle's side and whispered carefully. It seemed that this palace maid should be Changle's intimate person. Otherwise, she wouldn't know that this meteoric success was made with locusts. As she spoke, she glanced at the plate of golden meteoric success in front of Changle. When she thought that it was actually locusts inside, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, she probably would have vomited. Changle's face didn't show any discomfort. The little girl very quietly used her chopsticks to put the meteoric success into her mouth one by one. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow, and her movements were very elegant. When she heard the palace maid's question, Changle lightly opened her red lips and smiled faintly. Imperial Father also heard from the imperial physicians that locusts can't treat illnesses, but I believe in Brother Xiaofan. Brother Xiaofan can treat General Qin's illness, so his medical skills are naturally the best. If he says that this thing is good for my body, then it's definitely good. As soon as she finished speaking, Changle's eyes lit up abruptly, and she picked up a piece of meteoric prosperity before looking at the palace maid and saying, "Moreover, this meteoric prosperity that Big Brother Xiaofan made is really delicious. Quickly come over and try it." Ah! The palace maid named Lear was shocked, and then her face was full of bitterness. She secretly blamed herself for talking too much just now. Now it seemed that she was really asking for trouble. "Your Highness, this is from Li Xiannan to treat your illness. This servant can't eat it." Lear waved her hand and quickly said. Changle's beautiful eyes immediately curved into two small crescent moons. She smiled and said, "It's fine. Brother Xiaofan sent a lot of meteoric success. I can't finish it alone. You can help me eat some." This was really asking for Qingqing's life. Lear knew that she couldn't refuse anymore. She could only walk in front of Changle with a bitter face. She cupped her hands and went to receive the piece of meteoric success from Changle's chopsticks. Changle pursed her lips and smiled. "Why go through so much trouble? Come, Lear, quickly open your mouth." Lear's delicate figure trembled, and she was truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. She had the intention to refuse, but Changle was looking at her with a burning gaze, so she could only obediently open her small mouth. Not long after, a piece of charred and tender meat was sent into her mouth. All right, hurry up and eat. It's really delicious." Changle made a victorious expression, put away her chopsticks, and giggled. Lear was helpless. She could only forcefully endure the nausea in her stomach and started to use her teeth to bite that piece of meat in her mouth. It's rare for His Highness to be so happy. If it's a locust, then so be it. After all, it won't kill anyone. At most, I'll just rinse my mouth a few more times after eating. Lear thought in her heart. To her surprise, when she bit into the meat, there was no disgusting smell. Instead, there was a strong aroma of eggs and meat. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was this the meat of a locust? Why is it so delicious? How is it? Is it delicious? Changle looked at Lear expectantly and asked. "Oh, delicious. Your Highness, this meteoric is really delicious. Li County's men are really amazing. Even the meat of a locust can be so delicious." Lear was a little embarrassed as she licked the minced meat at the corner of her mouth with the tip of her tongue and smiled excitedly at Changle. Since you think it's delicious, then you can eat with me in the future. Anyway, I can't finish this amount by myself." Changle looked extremely happy. Of course, she also had a reason to be happy because there wouldn't be someone watching strangely from the side when she ate locusts in the future. "Your Highness, this isn't too good, right?" Lear was a little hesitant. To be honest, the meteoric she ate just now was indeed very delicious. She liked to eat it very much, but if she ate it with Changle every day, it seemed a little out of line. What's wrong with this? I let you eat with me, so just eat. While Changle was recruiting friends to eat locusts, outside the palace, there was another scene. After De Nio and Heir Nio of the Han family manor found a way to make a fortune by selling locusts, they really couldn't be stopped. Every morning, they woke up earlier than the chickens. The farmlands in the manor became their main battlefield. They could be seen wandering around the farmlands all day long. As the news spread, more and more children found out that the locusts could be sold for money. This group grew stronger day by day. Naturally, the parents of the children also noticed the abnormality of their children. On one hand, they were afraid of the locust god. On the other hand, they were worried about the huge profit brought by something as insignificant as the locusts. These parents suddenly hesitated. There were those who agreed and those who disagreed. Those who agreed naturally encouraged all the children in their family to join the locust-catching army. Some parents even rolled up their sleeves and joined the battle personally. Those who objected captured their own children and forbade them from catching locusts in the fields. However, when they saw that their other children had earned a lot of copper coins from catching locusts, they were envious and tried their best to escape from the cage. In fact, they were not the only ones who were envious. Their parents were also secretly envious. Logically speaking, one caddy of locusts could be sold for 3 copper coins. This was not a low price. If they did nothing but go to the farmlands to catch locusts, if they were lucky, the day's profit would be equal to the day's wages at the docks. Most importantly, catching locusts was not only a job for adult men, but also for the elderly, women, and children. Think about it, if the whole family was involved, then the daily profit would be. Just like that, when they saw other people getting rich, many who were against the idea of catching locusts were shaken. Gradually, they joined the ranks of the locust-catching army. Actually, compared to using locusts to make food, it was Li Zishuan's real purpose to shake people's attitudes towards locusts. Since these deep-rooted beliefs were not easy to change, then he would use subtle benefits to assimilate them. As a result, the number of locusts purchased by the Academy's cafeteria skyrocketed. Initially, Soaring Star was only provided to the students in the special training class. However, after a few days, the head chef realized that there were too many locusts. The students in the special training class could not finish them all. Therefore, after asking for permission from Li Zishuan, Soaring Star was provided to all the students and teachers in the academy. At the time, Li Tai and Sun Zifan were overjoyed. The delicacy of Soaring Star captured the taste buds of many students. What was the most popular dish at the academy now? It had to be none other than Soaring Star. Chapter 779. A few more days passed. Plum Village and the villages around the Han Village also knew that the Yanhuang College cafeteria was buying locusts. Moreover, it was 3 copper coins per caddy. Wasn't that picking up money? Therefore, the army of locusts increased several times. The number of locusts that the college cafeteria received was even more overwhelming. This time, even if all the teachers and students in the college ate to their heart's content, they wouldn't be able to finish it. However, Li Zishuan was already prepared for this situation. On this day, the Zuaxian restaurant in Chang'an City's West City quietly released a new dish called Meteoric Success. Yo! Shopkeeper Lu. There's a new dish again. Meteoric Success, that's a good name. When it was close to noon, a customer came to the Immortal Indulgence Inn, and he inadvertently glanced at a new dish on the menu. When he focused his eyes and saw the words Meteoric Rise written on it, he couldn't help but laugh. Hey! Isn't this old Master Wang? Long time no see. Shopkeeper Lu's face was full of wrinkles. He first greeted him, then replied, "This Meteoric Success is a new dish invented by my Lord Ju. It was originally only available in Yanhuang College, and the students were full of praise for it. My Lord Ju felt that this delicacy should be shared with everyone, so old Master Wang, you're lucky today." That diner was obviously shocked. Wow! It's actually a new dish invented by Lord Ju, and only the college could eat it before. I'm really lucky today. He saw that there were still empty seats in the restaurant. Therefore, he said to Shopkeeper Lu, "Shopkeeper Lu, give me a portion of gnawed chicken, a portion of dongpa meat, and a portion of Meteoric Success and a pot of Gentle Beauty." Obviously, this person was also a rich person. He didn't even ask for the price of Meteoric Success and directly asked for a portion. Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and replied, "All right, old Master Wang, please take a seat. The dishes will be served soon." A moment later, the dishes were served. The golden and tender Meteoric Success looked very appetizing just from its appearance. The moment it was served, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. That diner swallowed his saliva and picked up his chopsticks to eat the Soaring Star. As soon as the crispy and soft, soaring to heaven entered his mouth, His mouth was immediately filled with the aroma of eggs and meat. There was also a tinge of numbness. This customer couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim repeatedly that it was delicious. He simply couldn't stop. Oh, delicious! It was really delicious. There was a salty smell, a fragrant smell of fried oil, a numbing smell, and a meaty smell. Manager Liu, what kind of meat is used to make this soaring to prosperity? Why is it so fragrant? After wolfing down a few pieces, the customer smacked his lips and yelled at Manager Liu. Hey, Manager Liu, you're so kind. Hey, this is our Drunken Immortal Inn's secret recipe. Lord Zhu has instructed us not to spread it out. Old Master Wang, please don't blame us. Shopkeeper Liu chuckled and replied. Although those who had eaten soaring to prosperity would inevitably know that it was made from locust meat, Li Zishuan wanted to hide it for as long as possible. When the day came when he couldn't hide it anymore, they would already be addicted to the delicacy of soaring to prosperity. They wouldn't be able to give up even if they wanted to. That was the result that Li Zishuan wanted. Hee. Manager Liu's words are too serious. Since it's a secret, it's only right that you don't say it. This old man was just asking casually. The most important thing is that this soaring to prosperity is delicious. That's enough, the customer said with a face full of smiles. Manager Liu, give us 2 plates of soaring to prosperity tubes. Give us 2 plates here tube. When the surrounding people heard this customer praising the delicacy of soaring to prosperity, they all began to order as well. Yo! Soaring to prosperity? That's a good name. Manager Liu, give us 2 plates. While they were talking, Liao Shifan walked in with Zhang Jingyang. Liao Shifan smiled and said, "Don't worry." The two of them were old acquaintances of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, so there was no need for formalities. Manager Liu responded and asked the waiter to bring them to their seats. Brother Liao, now that we're on Lord Zhu's boat, we're really soaring to prosperity with a bright future. Your dishes are really good. It suits the occasion. After taking their seats, Zhang Jingyang said with a flushed face. It was obvious that he had been very happy recently. Hee, this is just the beginning. I believe that Lord Zhu's future achievements will definitely be more than this. The money that we invested will definitely be several times or even tens of times the returns. Liao Shifan said with a smile. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity that Feng Zhihua, who went out to sea with the Imperial Court's fleet, hadn't returned yet. Because once the fleet returned, he would be able to invest more money and earn more money. Hee. Brother Liao, you have good taste. Hey, little Xian, what are these things that you put in the yard? They look like eggs, but why do you have so many eggs? Saturday. Yanhuang College's day off. In the afternoon, Cheng Chimo went to Li Zishuan's courtyard in Yunshan and saw that the cement ground in the yard was filled with densely packed spherical things. They looked like eggs, but there was a layer of gray substance on top of them, which looked a little strange. Cheng Chimo squatted on the ground and touched it, then asked loudly. This guy didn't return to Chang'an during the holidays and just stayed in Yunshan. Although he could buy toilet paper now, Cheng Chimo still wasn't used to living in the old house in Chang'an. Old Cheng's family had a courtyard in Yunshan that was gifted by Li Zishuan. There was nothing in it before, but Cheng Chimo didn't get used to living at home last week. After returning to the academy, he began to order people to move furniture in. Now that it was habitable, this guy became Li Zishuan's neighbor and would visit from time to time. Put it down, don't touch it. This is an egg with lime. I took it out to dry today. Chonyo, don't mess around. Li Zishuan walked over and kicked Cheng Chimo's but in a bad mood as he said. To make century eggs, the fresh eggs were placed in a pot or basin filled with lime paste. After the eggs were dipped in lime, they were taken out and mixed with chaff or sawdust. Then they were placed in a jar and sealed. Generally speaking, it would take about 7 days in spring and autumn, and 4 days in summer. When the time was up, they should be taken out to dry in the jar. This time, the century eggs that were being dried in the Li family's courtyard were the ones that had been rolled out last week. Ah! It's really an egg. Oh my God! I didn't believe it when I heard that your family was buying eggs a while ago, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xiao Xian, why did you get so many eggs? You even added lime. Are you trying to hatch chicks? Cheng Chimo stood up, looked at Li Zishuan, and said stupidly. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. Hatch chicks? I'll hatch NMLGB. Where have you seen chicks hatched like this? Chapter 780. Hatching your sister's chickens. I say, can't your brain work a little better? What are you thinking about all day long? Li Zishuan slapped Cheng Chumo's head and said angrily. Cheng Chumo screamed in pain, then retreated far away and said, F***CK. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Xiaoxian, why are you so violent now? Besides, there are so many eggs. If you're not going to use them to hatch chickens, what are you going to use them for? Are you going to eat them? Li Zishuan said lightly, yes, you're right. These eggs are for eating. F***CK. Who are you trying to fool? There are so many eggs. They'll spoil after a few days. How can you finish them with so few people in your family? Cheng Chumo said with a face of disbelief. This idiot. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, these eggs are not ordinary eggs. They can be stored for a long time. As he said that, he picked up a century egg covered with lime and sawdust and said, this egg is now 80% cooked. After a few days, you can peel the eggshell directly, add some vinegar and garlic, and eat it. It's simply a delicacy. Duck eggs were the majority of century eggs made with traditional methods. However, if you use duck eggs to make century eggs, because the eggshell of duck eggs was thicker, it generally took 30 to 40 days. The eggshell of duck eggs was thinner, and the pores on the surface were thicker. Generally, it would completely turn into century eggs in about 10 days. Of course, if you wanted it to taste good, it would need to be stored for a few more days. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Li Zishuan's century eggs in the courtyard could be eaten. After listening to Li Zishuan's description, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but lick his lips, but he still didn't believe it. Cooked? Did you cook the eggs? Even so, the eggs can't be stored for long. What a country bumpkin, Li Zishuan thought unhappily in his heart. I didn't say that the eggs were cooked. You're the one who misunderstood. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. You should be able to taste this delicacy next week. Hee hee, that's great. Next time, I'll definitely come on time. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo didn't care about how these eggs were cooked. Obviously, the food was more important. Xiaoxian, the villagers from Plum Village and Han Village have been clamoring to help with the road repairs these few days. We can't even stop them. I don't know what to do either. If we give them a salary, I'm afraid that the other members of the construction team won't agree because these farmers are definitely not as professional as them. If we don't give them a salary, we'll be letting down the villagers' good intentions. When the time comes, people will definitely say that we're stingy. When evening approached, Yan Xiaoning came over. He found Li Zishuan and said with a conflicted expression, oh, there's such a thing? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, Xiaoning, your concerns are very reasonable. How about this? The farmers' daily wages will be half of the workers' wages in the construction team. What do you think? Li Zishuan had just established the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and raised more than 300,000 strings of coins. Therefore, logically speaking, Li Zishuan wasn't lacking in money. Since his farmers were so supportive, he couldn't let them work for nothing, right? Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, what do I think? What can I think? This money is yours. You can spend it however you want. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Li Zishuan and said in a strange tone, oh right, Xiaoxian. I say, you're really bad. You actually bought so many locusts from Plum Village and Han Village and made them into meteoric success for the students and the diners in Chang'an to eat. You're too mean. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked curiously, Xiaoning, how did you know that meteoric success was made from locusts? Yan Xiaoning curled his lips and said in disdain, I'm not stupid. Today, I saw a lot of children catching locusts in the fields by the roadside. I randomly grabbed one of them and asked. Only then did I know that the locusts they caught were all sent to Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Then, I thought about the meteoric success that you introduced before. I roughly guessed that it was locusts' meat. I really didn't expect that you would do such a wicked thing. Damn it, I was still eating meteoric success a few days ago. At the end of his speech, Yan Xiaoning gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he could beat Li Zishuan, he would probably beat him up right now. After all, no one would be in a good mood if they found out that the delicacy they had been eating was made of locust meat. Li Zixuan touched his nose awkwardly. However, after a moment, he realized why he was embarrassed. Wasn't it just locusts' meat? The living conditions of people in the 21st century were so good. Didn't many people like to eat it? I spent so much effort to promote locusts just so that fewer people would starve to death next year. Hee hee. Then, Xiaoning, tell me honestly, is meteoric success delicious? Will you still eat it in the future? Li Zixuan came back to his senses and looked at Yan Xiaoning with a smirk. Yan Xiaoning heard him and was in a dilemma. He wanted to harden his heart and say that he wouldn't eat it. However, he felt like he was slapping himself in the face if he said that he would eat it. After all, he was just belittling the meteoric success. This meteoric success's taste is just as-oh. I definitely won't eat it in the future. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After struggling for a long time, Yan Xiaoning still couldn't swallow his pride. He could only say that and run away. Hee hee. Even Yan Xiaoning is like this. When other people know the truth in the future, they will definitely put on a delicious shows. Li Zixuan looked at Yan Xiaoning's back and thought with some bad intentions. What? This meteoric success is actually made with locusts' meat? I won't eat it in the future. Yes. Even if I starve to death, I won't eat meteoric success again. This drunken immortal restaurant is too immoral. They actually gave us locusts' meat. I won't eat here in the future. Yes. If I eat meteoric success again, I'll be a dog. This conversation should be the first reaction of most people when they found out that meteoric success was made with locusts' meat. However, it wouldn't be long before they would be like this. Shopkeeper Lu, give me a plate of red braised pork, again. Another plate of meteoric success. Hey. Brother Zhang. Didn't you say a few days ago that you won't eat meteoric success anymore? Oh? Who said that? Did I say that? I definitely didn't say that. You must have heard wrongly. It's delicious. I miss it. The truth was just as Li Zixuan expected. At night, in a corner of the academy's cafeteria, Yan Xiaoning was eating the meteoric success on the table with relish. He sighed softly and said, It's so delicious. Chapter 781. Sure enough. Where are you going? The next morning, Lu Yu saw her son holding a small bamboo basket and was about to go out. She quickly stopped him and asked, Mom, I'm going to catch locusts with Iron Egg and the others. Hugua turned around and smiled at his mother. He was on vacation this time. Seeing that his friends in the village were catching locusts all over the place, and hearing that the locusts could be sold for money at the Yanhuang Academy, he could not sit still after finishing his homework at home. Sure enough, stop. Lu Yu heard that her son was going to catch locusts and quickly stopped him. She walked over and said, Sure enough, you're a student of Yanhuang College now. How can you go to the fields to catch locusts? Aren't you embarrassing your husband by doing this? Besides, we don't lack money now. You'd better not go. Rest well at home or prepare for your future homework. The silly child from before had now become the envy of the entire Han village. It was all because Hu Guai was admitted to Yanhuang College. Lu Yu treasured her son very much. Hu Guai opened his mouth and said, Mom, Iron Egg is also in Yanhuang College. Why can he catch locusts but I can't? Lu Yu was speechless. Sure enough, are you done? We should go. At this moment, Iron Egg's voice came from outside. Hu Guai quickly stretched his neck and said loudly, Coming, Iron Egg bro, I'm coming. He then looked at Lu Yu and said, Mom, I'm leaving with Iron Egg bro now. I'll be back by noon. He didn't wait for Lu Yu's permission and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Lu Yu could only stare at her son's back. Hey! You silly woman, your son didn't dare to go out and hid at home every day. You secretly cried every day. Now that your son is willing to go out and play with others, you don't want to. You're really... Hu Hanyun, who was fetching water from the well in the east corner of the courtyard, said to his wife angrily. Lu Yu glared and retorted, How can it be the same? Our son is a student of Yanhuang College now, a scholar. How can it be the same as before? He has to maintain the dignity of a scholar. When Hu Hanyun heard this, although he was happy in his heart, his mouth said carelessly, Hey! Young master didn't say anything, But you silly woman. Tai Dander is young master's personal disciple. If he can catch locusts, how can our son be more precious than him? Lu Yue was a little flustered and exasperated. She snorted and said, I don't care. Anyway, my son is definitely the best. I can't be bothered with you, old thing. I'm going to the chicken farm on the mountain to pick up eggs. Sigh. It would be even better if I could pick up money. Hu Hanyun was speechless. A few days ago in Plum Village, second Master Lu's chicken farm, 7 chickens had gone missing, but there were 3 strings of money on the ground. Once the news spread, it attracted the envy of many farmers. Everyone said that second Master Lu's family had encountered a group of righteous thieves who stole things and left money behind. 7 chickens, 3 strings of money. No matter how you looked at it, second Master Lu made a profit. So many people hoped that they could meet such thieves. Come back quickly. Don't forget to come back at noon to cook. Hu Hanyun shouted at the top of his voice. Hey. Got it. Lu Yu promised without turning her head. Sigh, I don't know when this child will come back. He said he would come back last month, but he didn't. I don't know if this child is doing well outside. It was said that mothers were closer to their sons, and fathers were closer to their daughters. This saying seemed to be true. Hu Hanyun looked at the empty courtyard and muttered to himself. Sigh. Iron Egg Bro, why do you think Yamacho collected so many grasshoppers? Don't tell me Yamacho also likes to fight grasshoppers? In the fields of the Han village, Hu sure was looking for locusts on the ground while casually chatting with Iron Egg next to him. The small bamboo basket on his body was already filled with locusts. It seemed that he had a good harvest this morning. Hearing Hu Shure's stupid cute words, Iron Egg couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, you are thinking too much. How could Master like to fight grasshoppers? Lon might like it. Hu Shure asked again, then Iron Egg Bro, why do you think Yamacho collected so many grasshoppers? Iron Egg lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly his body shook, and he looked up and said meaningfully, maybe it's to cook. What? Cook? Grasshoppers can be cooked? Hu Shure's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. He asked incredulously. Iron Egg Bro's face became calm. He said lightly, why can't they be cooked? Not only can they be cooked, but you have also eaten them recently. Hu Shure was shocked. Ah, I have eaten them recently? Iron Egg Bro, are you saying that I have eaten grasshopper meat recently? Wretch! Where did I eat it? Iron Egg Bro sighed and shook his head. Sigh, not only did you eat it, but I also ate it. The meteoric rise in the academy was made with these grasshoppers. He just realized it, but what could he do even if he did? He had already eaten what he wanted to eat, and Li Zishuan was his master. He couldn't say anything and could only swallow his bitterness. No way? Meteoric rise is made of grasshoppers? Wretch! But it doesn't look like it at all. Hu Shure's face turned pale. He felt nauseous and said in disbelief. Oh, that only means that my master's technique is brilliant. Meteoric rise is definitely made of grasshoppers. You don't have to doubt it. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain where all the grasshoppers went. Iron Egg Bro straightened his back, but he didn't feel nauseous. His face was calm. Ah, then what should I do? Recently, I am addicted to eating meteoric rise. Iron Egg Bro, you are telling me that this thing is made of grasshoppers. Should I continue to eat it in the future? Who sure enough, he was in a dilemma. A few days later, the weather was cloudy. The military training had been going on for more than half a month. Everything was going according to the established procedures. The students were becoming more and more disciplined, and so were the instructors. Therefore, Li Zishuan rarely paid attention to the academy. Naturally, he couldn't get up in the morning and began to sleep in. Lord Ju, the Imperial Court's fleet is back. They are almost at the pier by the murky river. Chapter 782. What? The fleet is back? Li Zishuan woke up late in the morning. He was washing his face in the yard when he heard Pang Feiji's shout from the front of the yard. He was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Quick, prepare a horse for me. Let's go to the dock now. Li Zishuan excitedly wiped his face and roared at Pang Feiji who was outside. Yes, Lord Ju. Brother, isn't there a show to watch? Lon wants to go too. Lan, who was playing in the backyard, shouted happily at this moment. The little girl was at the age where she was playing around and didn't sleep much. She woke up much earlier than Xiaofan. When she heard that there was a big ship to watch, she immediately became interested. Haha. Okay, Lan, since you want to see it, I'll take you to see it. Xiaofan's laughter came from the backyard. After a while, the two of them rode out of the Yunshan courtyard. Lan naturally rode with Xiaofan. The little girl giggled along the way. Ever since Yanhuang College started, Xiaofan, as her brother, hadn't accompanied her to play for a long time. Today was a rare opportunity for them to go out and watch the show together. Ba River was one of the 8 rivers of Chang'an. It originated in Lantian County and was located to the east of Chang'an City. On both sides of the Ba Bridge, 5 miles of embankments were built. Thousands of willows were planted, and tourists walked shoulder to shoulder. It was a spectacular sight in Chang'an. Every time spring was in full swing and the spring wind blew, the willow catkins would dance in the air and fog would become a major sight on Ba Bridge in Chang'an. Ba River had a dock and a relay station. It was called Ba Pavilion. Many people would come here to welcome guests and bid them farewell. They would also break off willow branches as gifts. Ba River flowed through May Village. There was a relatively large dock in the southeast of May Village. Many merchant ships came here to load and unload their goods. The previous expedition ceremony of the Imperial Court Fleet was held at this dock. After about half an hour, Xiaofan and the rest arrived at the Ba River dock. At this time, the dock was already crowded. Why are there so many people? Xiaofan couldn't help but ask when he saw the huge crowd surrounding the pier. Pang Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This. I don't know who leaked the news, but these commoners most likely have relatives in the fleet. They should be here to welcome their family." Maybe. Xiaofan shook his head. He didn't want to delve deeper into it. He urged his horse to gallop into the crowd. "Mother, why haven't I seen father yet? Didn't you say that daddy is coming back today?" At the edge of the pier, a little girl raised her head to look at the middle-aged woman who was holding her little hand and asked in a crisp voice. The middle-aged woman gently stroked the little girl's ponytail and said softly, "Come back soon, come back soon." Although her voice was calm, her trembling hands showed that her heart was surging with emotions. She was not calm at all. She was just forcefully controlling her emotions to avoid losing her composure in front of her daughter. "Oh, Mother, do you think father has lost weight or gained weight? I haven't seen father for a long time. Yaya misses father so much." That's right. This mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's biological mother and sister. If not for the military training at Yanhuang College today, Meng Wenhao would definitely have come personally. "Your father should have lost weight, right?" Meng Wenhao's mother said hesitantly. Meng Wenhao had already heard about Meng Youyang's recent situation from Xiaofan. However, in order to prevent his family from worrying, he didn't tell them the truth. Therefore, Meng Wenhao's mother didn't know anything about her husband's experience at sea. "Yaya, be good. Your father must have missed you a lot too." Hearing the latter half of her daughter's sentence, Meng Wenhao's mother's eyes stung and she almost cried. Everyone in the world liked to be reunited, but the sadness and joy of separation were the helplessness of the poor. If they wanted to survive, their family had to accept separation. If they were unlucky, this separation would become eternal. But what could they do? Yes. Mother, after father comes back this time, let's not let father leave us again, okay? Yaya can also help the family earn money. Recently, Yaya has made a lot of money from catching locusts, so we can buy a lot of buns. However, Yaya was still young and couldn't understand the sadness behind this family. The little girl blinked her clear eyes and innocently begged. Meng Wenhao's mother felt bad when she heard her daughter's naive words. She hugged her daughter's head to her waist and said softly, "Okay, mother promises Yaya. After your father comes back this time, he will never leave us again." In fact, Yaya's wish was also Meng Wenhao's mother's wish. In the past few months when the fleet went out to sea, she didn't have a good night's sleep. She had never believed in gods and Buddhas, but she even went to Chang'an City's Daxing Shan temple to pray to Bodhisattva several times and donated dozens of copper coins for incense and oil. Dozens of copper coins were nothing to a rich family, but for the current Meng family, dozens of copper coins were not a small amount. They could buy hundreds of pounds of rice. However, in order to pray to the gods and Buddhas to protect her husband's safety, Meng Wenhao's mother felt that it was worth it. How long will it take for the fleet to come back? Li Zixuan held Lan Er's small hand and squeezed forward as he asked. Now that he was a Wu Dao master, he could naturally release his inner strength. Although the dock was crowded with people and it was very crowded, with his strong inner strength, no matter where he went, the people around him would quietly bounce back a little. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about Lan Er being squeezed. Sir, it should be soon. When I reported to you this morning, the fleet was only about 10 miles away. Now, it should be about 6 or 7 miles away. Opening the way in front should have been Pang Feiji's job as a guard. However, Li Zixuan, who spoiled his sister, was afraid that the crowd would squeeze and hurt Lan Er, so he personally opened the way. Therefore, Pang Feiji, the guard, actually hid behind Li Zixuan and enjoyed the treatment of a superior. 6 or 7 miles, based on the speed of the ship on the water, would only take about half an hour. Li Zixuan nodded and continued to pull Lan Er to the front of the crowd. The people of Chang'an City all knew that the fleet was coming back today. As the emperor, Li Er couldn't not know. However, he certainly couldn't be like the people and wait there for a long time. Halfway through the morning court, a small eunuch quietly walked to Li Er's side and whispered a few words. Then, Li Er directly stood up and said to the officials in the court with a smile on his face, "The morning court will end today. Everyone, follow me to Murky Island to welcome the triumphant return of the fleet to the south." Chapter 783. Hey Runbiao, you're here too? With their powerful internal force, Li Zixuan and the other two finally came to the front of the crowd. However, they met an old acquaintance. Who else could it be but Wang Runbiao? Hee, it's Xiaoxian. I just received the news this morning. Fortunately, I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look. Wang Runbiao chuckled and looked at Li Zixuan. Oh right, Runbiao, I forgot to ask you before. Did the fleet find the rubber I told you about in Nanyang? A few days ago, he asked Wang Runbiao to help him inquire about the news. He only cared about Meng Youyang's situation and forgot about his own business. When Wang Runbiao heard this, he was stunned. He then shook his head and said, I don't know about this yet. I only asked people to help inquire about the fleet. I didn't ask about the harvest of my fleet. Li Zixuan was speechless. He thought to himself, this Wang Runbiao's heart is really big. He doesn't even care about his own family's business. His attitude of treating money like dirt is comparable to mine. Well, then we can only wait for the fleet to come back in a while. Li Zixuan said helplessly. Oh, look, the fleet is here. The fleet is here. At this moment, a mast finally appeared on the surface of the Ba River. Then, the figure of a huge turreted ship slowly emerged from the water and was exposed to everyone's vision. It was unknown who discovered this phenomenon, but someone shouted loudly, and the crowd on the pier immediately boiled up. They're finally here. They're finally here. After going out to sea for almost 5 months, the fleet is finally back. God bless, the child's father must be fine. When the people saw more and more ships appear on the Ba River, they began to excitedly talk to each other. Most of them were praying for the safety of their family members. 5 months. This time, some families are happy and some are sad. At this moment, Li Zixuan was holding Lan Er's hand and standing at the front of the crowd. He looked at the densely packed boats on the river and sighed with mixed feelings. Although Wang Runbiao did not mention the details of the ambush on the fleet, Li Zixuan had obtained more detailed information from Li Chengqian. Of course, the source of the information was definitely related to Li Er. Therefore, he was very clear that the fleet's journey south this time was not without casualties. Not to mention the storms and diseases that took away the crew members on the sea route to the Nanyang countries. Just the sneak attack of the pirates that night caused the fleet to lose 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. This meant that a small-scale battle had caused 40 Tang soldiers to be buried in the sea, with no complete corpses left. 40 originally happy and blissful families were torn apart in an instant. At that time, who knew how many tears would be shed? Boo-hoo! As time passed, the 1,500-some merchant ships that had come south to trade 5 months ago appeared before everyone's eyes. The mournful sound of a bugle horn came from the ship in the center of the fleet, and then all the other ships began to drop their anchors, lower their sails, and slowly approach the shore. We're home. We're finally home. On a merchant ship, Meng Yuliang stood on the deck and leaned against the railing. As he looked at the sea of people on the shore, he couldn't help but sigh. On this voyage, he had almost been separated from his family forever. He was far from alone in his thoughts. Whether it was the civilian workers on the merchant ships or the Navy soldiers on the official ships, all of them couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts as they looked at the dock. Homesickness, homesickness. What could be more important than the fact that they would be home soon? Your Highness, we can go ashore. The main ship had already reached the dock, and people had already laid down the planks. Wu Di walked up to Li Xiaogong and clasped his fist. This prince will come right away. A few moments later, Li Xiaogong disembarked from the main ship with his guards. Li Zixuan walked up and cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations on your Highness's triumphant return. Long time no see. Your Highness, how have you been? Li Xiaogong gave a hearty laugh and patted Li Zixuan on the shoulder. This prince is in good health. Looking at the days, the Imperial College should have started school by now. How come you still have time to come here? Before leaving, he had entrusted his son to Li Zixuan. At the time, Li Zixuan was still an official at the Imperial College and had yet to fall out with Kong Yingda. Thus, Li Xiaogong's memories were still stuck at the time when Li Zixuan was still teaching at the Imperial College. He had no idea what was going on at Yanhuang College. Your Highness, this child is no longer at the Imperial College. 3 months ago, I resigned from my position at the Directorate and opened my own academy. Today, Huai Ren is also in my academy. Li Zixuan knew that Li Xiaogong was asking this because he wanted to know more about his son, Li Huairen, so he gave him a simple explanation. What? Xiaoxian, you're no longer at the Imperial College? Did something happen in between? Li Xiaogong had indeed asked this question to find out more about his son, but he hadn't expected to ask such a shocking question. It's a long story. I'll tell your Highness in detail in the future. Li Zixuan knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he said this to Li Xiaogong. His Majesty has arrived. As they were speaking, another group of people arrived on the road to the west of the docks. When they heard the words His Majesty has arrived, they all hastily turned around. When they saw the person in bright yellow at the front of the group, they all bowed and said, "Paying respects to your Majesty." At the same place with the same loud voice, one couldn't help but think of the departure ceremony that Li Er had held when the fleet went out to sea 5 months ago. Li Er followed the path that the crowd made and came to the edge of the docks, not far from Li Xiaogong. He stopped and turned around to look at the densely packed crowd, saying, "Rise!" Only then did the commoners and the soldiers on the ship straighten up. Li Er looked at Li Xiaogong and said, "Xiaogong, it's been hard on you." Li Xiaogong hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. It's my duty to share your Majesty's worries and worries. It's not hard at all." Li Er nodded. Then, he looked at the endless number of ships on the river and asked slowly, "Have all the ships of our great Tang returned?" Li Xiaogong said solemnly, "Your Majesty, of the 1,587 ships that I brought, except for one that was burned at sea, the rest returned safely. Furthermore, the 32 small countries in Nanyang have all sent a fleet of ambassadors to follow me back to pay respects to the Tang Empire and your Majesty." Chapter 784. The Envoy of Zhenla greets the Emperor of Tang. The Envoy of Funan greets the Emperor of Tang. The Envoy of Piao greets the Emperor of Tang. Following Li Xiaogong's words, a group of people with different skin colors and clothes came down from the ship. They greeted Li Er respectfully with all kinds of etiquette. Some of them spoke in their native language, while others spoke in broken Chinese. When Li Xiaogong saw this, he quickly assigned a middle-aged scholar beside him to translate for them. Li Er was very happy after hearing this. As an emperor, there was no one who did not like to achieve great things. It was just that every emperor had different priorities. Haha, good. Where is Cui Er? Cui Shanfu stepped out from the crowd of civil and military officials and cupped his hands. I'm here. Bring the envoys of the various countries to Honglu Temple and treat them well. 3 days later, I will summon the envoys of the various countries at the imperial court meeting. In the Tang dynasty, Honglu Temple was one of the 9 temples. It was in charge of the 4 barbarians' tributes, banquets, gifts, and welcoming. It was also in charge of the inauspicious ceremonies of the country, the ancestral temples of Zhongdu, and the Taoist scriptures and tents. Whenever the emperor of the 4 barbarians or envoys had an audience, They would be treated as guests. They would be given a place to stay, and they would be given invitations, gifts, and banquets. The Department of Precepts would prepare in advance. There were 20 translators who specialized in translation, and each of them knew different languages. Generally speaking, Honglu Temple was equivalent to the modern Ministry of Foreign Affairs with an additional translation function. Cui Shanfu was the minister of Honglu Temple at this time. There was an organization corresponding to Honglu Temple called the Warden's Office. However, there was a substantial difference in the functions of the two. Honglu Temple was in charge of foreign guests, while the Warden's Office mainly dealt with ethnic affairs. Yes, Your Majesty. Cui Shanfu didn't show it on his face, but he was complaining in his heart. This was because there were envoys from 32 countries. It was a rare sight to see such a large number of envoys in 100 years. Just communicating with so many envoys from different countries was difficult, not to mention other things. The pressure on Cui Shanfu's body was suddenly increased. After the envoys of various countries left the dock with Cui Shanfu and headed for Chong'an, Li Er looked at the endless boats on the river and turned around to give an order. Beloved official Xiao, beloved official Yan, the two of you will be in charge of the transportation of goods. The grain and goods on the imperial court ships will be directly transported to Taicang. As for the goods on the civilian merchant ships, you will order people to calculate the income of each family. After they pay the merchant tax, have them start unloading the goods. Be careful to prevent some people from secretly embezzling. When the fleet was heading south, the imperial court had said that all merchant ships heading south with the army had to pay a 5% tax on their trade. This could be understood as a protection fee, but compared to the 20,000 elite navy that the imperial court had mobilized, this protection fee was very cheap. Yes, Your Majesty. When the Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu, and the Minister of Works, Yan Lide, heard Li Er call out their names, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. Li Er nodded. Seeing that everything was done here, he immediately said to the ministers, "Return to the imperial court." A messenger eunuch spread Li Er's order one by one. The civil and military ministers who came with him all agreed. Li Er was about to return to the imperial court with Li Xiaogong and the officials of the imperial court. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan, who was secretly watching from the side. He said, "You also come back to the imperial court with me." Li Zishuan was confused. He didn't know why the goddess of luck suddenly fell on his head and made him unable to resist. Yes, Your Majesty. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. He also wanted to hear about the harvest of the whole country, which had mobilized so many people to go south to trade. Commandery Prince Hajian, can you tell us about the harvest of this trip for our beloved officials? After Li Er led the ministers back to Taiji Palace, he sat up straight and looked at Li Xiaogong with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong was already prepared. He responded, then took out a booklet and began to read slowly. For this voyage, the imperial court has raised a total of 500 official ships. This subject has used more than 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to exchange for a total of 880,000 dan of grain. There are 170,000 caddies of various spices such as Lycopodium officinalis, 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 and various other spices. In addition, there are also 50,000 catties of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. Silence. As Li Xiaogong read them out one by one, the court suddenly fell into a strange silence. 880,000 dawn of grain. Although this amount was a bit large and exceeded everyone's expectations, it could be attributed to the fact that Nanyang was rich in grain and had never seen the beautiful silk and porcelain of the Central Plains. But what the hell was 170,000 dawn of spices? Did you think that spices were weeds or radishes? Oh, at this time, radishes were still not called radishes. They were called fishes. See the Book of Songs, picking fishes and picking fishes, there is no lower body. Cabbages were also not called cabbages. But spices had always been a precious existence in the Great Tang. Most of them were sold in pairs. Depending on the type of spices, the price could range from a few dozen copper coins to a few strings of one tael. When had anyone ever heard of someone possessing more than 10,000 dawn of spices? The 170,000 don of spices that Li Xiaogong mentioned was too frightening. However, Li Xiaogong wasn't lying. Some spices were really rampant in some of the island countries in the South China Sea. They grew everywhere like weeds. The 20,000 Navy soldiers he brought were farmers who cut the weeds many times. As for the 50,000 catties of brass and 300,000 taels of silver, this was even more frightening. The total amount of silver that had been mined in the Great Tang was probably only around 200,000 to 300,000 taels. But Li Xiaogong actually brought back 300,000 taels of silver. What was even more shocking was that he even brought back 50,000 catties of brass. Many of the courtiers started to look at Li Xiaogong with a strange expression. They wanted to ask, "Big brother, did you rob an entire country?" Of course, the courtiers were not surprised. The difference between the cost and the reward was too big. According to Li Xiaogong, he only used 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to trade. But what about the things that he brought back? Just the 880,000 don of grain, according to the current grain price, would be worth more than 30,000 strings of coins. Adding in the 170,000 don of spices, 300,000 taels of silver, and 50,000 catties of brass. Oh my God! Many of the courtiers calculated in their hearts, and in the end, they found it difficult to even breathe. Huge profits. This was more than 10 times the profit. It was more than 100 times the profit. What else in the world could be more profitable than this? Chapter 785. Some people might question whether 500 ships could transport 880,000 dan of grain. Of course they could. There was no doubt about it. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the development of our country's shipbuilding industry reached its peak. During the war to unify the southern part of China, Qin Shi Huang organized a fleet that could transport 500,000 dan of grain. With the technology at that time, they could build ships that could transport 50 to 60 tons of grain. 1 dan was 50 kilograms. In other words, a ship during the Qin and Han dynasties could carry more than 1,000 dan of grain. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the second peak in China's shipbuilding history was the dragon boat that Emperor Yang of Sui rode. It was 5 feet tall and 200 feet long. The upper level had the main hall, the inner hall, and the east and west imperial halls. The middle 2 levels had 120 rooms with a capacity of more than 300 tons. Of course, it was even more impressive during the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty built a divine boat for Korea. It had a capacity of more than 1,500 tons. Some large ships could carry tens of thousands of dan of grain, and had a rudder that was 30 to 50 feet long. Taiji Palace. Although Li Er, who was sitting high above, was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Xiaogong's work report. His eyes were as wide as the others. Fortunately, the courtier's attention was not on him, otherwise, if the remonstrant saw his gaffe, he would definitely be criticized again. Ahem. This trip to the south was really fruitful. Xiaogong and the soldiers have worked tirelessly across thousands of miles and have contributed to the country. They should be rewarded. Li Er recovered from his shock and praised with a face full of emotion. Your Majesty. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zhang walked in front of him. The old man cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said, "Congratulations to Commander Prince Hejian for leading the fleet to the south. But there is still one thing that I don't understand. Where did you get these 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass?" Wei Zhang was not targeting anyone. He was just stating the facts. Grain, spices, and ivory were all fine. But the amount of brass and silver was too huge for him to understand. After all, which country would use these things for trade? It didn't make any sense no matter what. After hearing Wei Zhang's question, the other ministers all cast doubtful glances at Li Xiaogong. However, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. According to the information he had gathered, the 50,000 jin of brass and 300,000 taels of silver that Li Xiaogong had brought back were the war reparations that he had extorted from the Wu nation. If this was revealed, Li Xiaogong would most likely be impeached. Li Er's eyes darkened. Obviously, he also knew the inside story of the Japanese war. But now that Wei Zhang had asked in public, he could only watch Li Xiaogong's performance. As soon as Li Er left with the civil and military officials, the docks by the murky river immediately became lively. There were more than 1,000 large ships, and they definitely could not all dock at the same time to unload their cargo, so they could only come in batches.
At the very front were the 500 official ships of the imperial court.
Wu Di, the captain of Li Xiaogong's personal guard, came to Xiao Yu with a man who looked like a steward.
He respectfully handed over a booklet and clasped his hands.
Minister Xiao, this is the list of all the cargo on the official ship. He is the steward of the cabin, Yao Jing. If Minister Xiao has any questions, please ask me or Steward Yao. We will tell you everything we know. Well, okay. Thank you. Xiao Yu said politely and took the booklet. When he opened it, he was shocked. So much food? I'm afraid the granary of Chang'an City can't hold it all. Hearing this, Yen Lide was very curious. He thought that the official ship of the imperial court had only brought a little silk and porcelain. At most, it could be exchanged for more than 100,000 jin of food. How could the granary of Chang'an City not be able to hold it all? Sherwen, Xiao Yu's courtesy name. Let me see how much food you have. Then, Yen Lide eagerly came over and wanted to see what was on the booklet.
When he saw the number on the booklet, his eyes widened and he exclaimed,
This 880,000 jin? So many jin of food, Taicang can't hold it all. It has to be transported to Hanjiatsang in Luoyang. The Taicang he was talking about was the largest granary in Chang'an City. It was also the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, salaries of officials, military supplies, and government accounts. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the central government, it also had some positive functions. For example, every time there was a famine, Taicang would take out grain to replenish Chongping-tsang and suppress the price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to help the victims. However, Taicang's total storage was not very high. It could only store 500 to 600 jin of grain at most. Moreover, the autumn harvest had just passed, so there was even less space left in Taicang. That was why these two big shots of the imperial court sighed with emotion. As for the Hanjiatsang that Yen Lide mentioned, it was the largest granary in the Tang Empire. At the start of the Sui dynasty, Chang'an was built, but the Guangzhou region was unable to satisfy the needs of the imperial family, officials, and the central army. During the Dai era, to satisfy the grain needs of Chang'an, Emperor Yang built the Grand Canal. Later on, Yang Guang directly moved the capital to Luoyang. After establishing Luoyang, Yang Guang first built Huiluotsang as the national granary, in Luoyang. The entire Huiluotsang city was 1,000 meters from east to west, 335 meters from north to south, and around 700 warehouses with a diameter of 10 meters. Each warehouse could store 4,000 jin of grain, and the entire city could store 3 million jin of grain. As Huiluotsang was built outside of Sui Tang Luoyang City, at the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. Li Mi took Huiluotsang, and Luoyang City fell into a situation where there was no grain. Later on, Huiluotsang became the focus of the war between Li Shimin and Wang Shichong. The warehouses outside the city were occupied, and Wang Shichong lost due to a severe lack of grain. Later on, Li Shimin saw the disadvantages of having a granary outside the city, and he decided to build one within Luoyang City to prevent the same thing from happening. This granary that was carefully designed by Li Shimin was Hanjiatsang. Not only did Hanjiatsang provide grain for Luoyang City, but it also acted as a transportation station between Guangdong and Guangzhou. Later on, it slowly replaced the largest granary at that time, Luokotsang, and became the largest granary in the world, with a total storage of close to 6 million jin. Indeed, first move 150,000 jin of grain to Taicang, and the rest can only be transported to Luoyang along the Grand Canal. Lide, you take care of things here.
I'll go to the palace to ask for a decree to send a portion of the official ships to Luoyang.
Xiao Yu thought about it and decided to ask for Li Er's opinion. Otherwise, with so much grain, there would be no place to store it, and it would only benefit the rats. Chapter 786. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was still going on. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Xiaogong. Due to the special nature of the previous battle, Li Xiaogong had only passed on the specific details to Li Er in the form of a secret report instead of a battle report. In this way, the ministers in the court naturally had no way of knowing the details. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some well-informed people obtained the news through abnormal channels. But even if they knew, they had to pretend that they didn't know at this moment. Otherwise, if they exposed their so-called abnormal channels in front of Li Er, wouldn't that be looking for trouble?
As a minister, if he attracted the suspicion of the emperor, his good days would be numbered.
That's a good question, Minister Wei. Li Xiaogong looked back at Wei Zhang and then bowed to Li Er.
He said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I am guilty."
Seeing that Li Xiaogong didn't answer Wei Zhang's question directly and instead apologized to Li Er, the ministers in the hall were confused. They didn't know what Li Xiaogong was doing. This time, the imperial court had sent a fleet to the south. The harvest from this trip was almost equivalent to the imperial court's annual revenue. It had greatly alleviated the empty state of the national treasury since the Wei River alliance. Li Xiaogong was definitely considered a great contribution. How could he be guilty? Li Er's heart sank. How could he start to apologize without saying anything? He was very worried that Li Xiaogong would make a mistake and worsen the situation. Xiaogong led the army across the sea and brought back so much food and money for the imperial court. What is his crime? Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Er remained calm on the surface.
He slowly opened his mouth and asked the common question in the hearts of the ministers.
Li Xiaogong seemed to have been prepared. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "I attacked the Wei nation's capital Fanio City, without your majesty's permission.
The 50,000 kilograms of brass and 300,000 taels of silver were given to me by the Wei nation's queen.
I am guilty." As soon as Li Xiaogong finished speaking, there was a buzz, and the court immediately exploded. The officials in the hall all stared with wide eyes, indescribably shocked. Some people didn't know whether to laugh or cry in their hearts because when Li Xiaogong had reported his gains from going south, they had secretly wondered if Li Xiaogong had plundered some country. Otherwise, how could he have brought back so much wealth? However, judging from the results that were announced now, their previous guess was actually correct. Li Xiaogong had truly ransacked a country, and the target of his ransacking was none other than the one nation that had previously paid tribute to the Great Tang. How could this be? Therefore, some people could not help but be eager to give Li Xiaogong a try. Wei Zhang, who was standing in front of the officials, raised his eyebrows. He clearly didn't expect the truth to be like this. He took a step forward and said, "His Royal Highness, without your Majesty's permission, attacked the neighboring countries of the Great Tang. This action can easily cause panic in the neighboring countries, which is extremely disadvantageous to the Great Tang at this time.
I think that His Royal Highness should be severely punished."
I think that Left Minister Wei's words are reasonable. Now that the world has just settled down, the imperial court should be recuperating and getting along peacefully with the neighboring countries. His Royal Highness, for 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass, he attacked without authorization and ignored the relationship between the Great Tang and its neighboring countries. He simply has no respect for the imperial court. I think that he should be severely punished. As soon as Wei Zhang finished speaking, Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple hurriedly jumped out. As the leader of the Honglu Temple, who specialized in dealing with the relationship between neighboring countries, he naturally had the right to express his opinion. Of course, as a core disciple of the Shandong aristocratic family, he also wanted to use this opportunity to bring down Li Xiaogong, the only person who could be used in the Li Tang imperial family. If he didn't know how to make good use of such a heaven-sent opportunity, he would really be blind. I second the motion. His Royal Highness must be severely punished.
Severely punish your grandmog.
Li Xiaogong's identity was not only that of the Li Tang imperial family, but also that of a general. Although he usually didn't like Li Xiaogong, at this time, Cheng Jijia wouldn't just watch Li Xiaogong be besieged by Cui Shanfu and the others. The devil incarnate wouldn't talk about rules with you. This old guy came up and directly pushed Cui Shanfu more than 10 steps away and almost fell to the ground. He stood up angrily and was about to argue with Cheng Jijia, but he heard old Cheng directly scold him in his rough voice. Damn it! Xiaogong didn't say why he attacked Neon. How do you know that he went for the silver and brass? Is your father in Neon? Did he tell you in your dreams? Cui Shanfu's expression changed and he felt greatly humiliated because Cheng Jijia was saying that his father was from Neon. As a person of the Celestial Empire, anyone who was said to be a descendant of the short and wretched people of Neon would be angry. Cheng Jijia, you've gone too far and disgraced the refined. At this time, Cui Shanfu was obviously blinded by anger and directly called Cheng Jijia by his name. Bah! You slandered Xiaogong without any evidence. Isn't this a disgrace to the refined? This old guy actually spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in Cui Shanfu's direction and continued to scold him. However, he also knew that it was not a good idea to continue scolding like this. If this continued for a long time, it would be counterproductive.
Therefore, after scolding Cui Shanfu, he cupped his hands and said to Li Er, "Your Majesty, Xiaogong is not a person who is greedy for money and doesn't know the severity of the matter.
This old official thinks that there must be something hidden. Your Majesty, this official also thinks that this matter is not simple. Why don't we let Xiaogong finish speaking before making a conclusion?" The taciturn gourd Li Jing in the imperial court also made a rare sound today. In this way, no one in the entire Tang military was still indifferent. This official agrees. The general's camp all agreed in unison. The civil officials' camp was in an uproar and did not reach a unified opinion. This was because the heads of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji and Feng Xianling, had not expressed their opinions yet. In fact, the opinions of these two big shots were quite simple. For Zhang Sun Wuji, because of the relationship with Empress Zhang Sun, the Zhang Sun family was a proper relative of the emperor. In terms of position, Zhang Sun Wuji naturally sided with the royal family and protected Li Xiaogong. As for Feng Xianling, he felt that a mere one nation was not enough to change the attitude of the surrounding countries toward the Tang Empire. Moreover, the Tang Empire's current number one enemy was the Turks. The other small countries could not make any waves at all. Cui Shanfu's words were a little exaggerated. How could he agree? Silence. Li Er coughed softly and the noisy imperial court immediately quieted down. Then he stared at Li Xiaogong and asked in a deep voice, "Xiaogong, why did you lead troops to attack one nation? You better explain the reason to Zhen now. Don't hide anything." Chapter 787. Hearing Li Er's words, Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Half a month ago, I led the fleet back to the southeast coast. One night, I ordered the fleet to dock on a nameless deserted island to replenish fresh water and fruits and vegetables. Who would have thought that we would be ambushed by a group of bandits? There were about 100 of them. They knew that they were no match for the army, so they wanted to steal a few merchant ships and escape while the night was dark and the guards were lax. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by a civilian on the ship. I had reached an agreement with the Queen of one nation. One nation would compensate the Tang army for the losses in the sneak attack. They would pay 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver. They would also capture the bandit leader and send him to Chang'an. But that night, when I left the One Nation palace, I was attacked by a large number of assassins. If my friend and I hadn't been good at martial arts, I'm afraid we would have been buried in a foreign land." Hearing this, all the officials in the hall changed their expressions. Li Xiaogong was a commandery prince of the Tang Empire. If he died in one nation, the imperial court would lose face. And at that time, the Tang Empire and one nation would definitely have a war to the death. Because Li Xiaogong was not an idle prince, but a commandery prince who had made great contributions to the founding of the Tang Empire. How dare the one nation? How dare they assassinate the commandery prince of the Tang Empire? It's a pity that I wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, I would have caught the queen and thrown her into a brothel. Chang Yaojin was so angry that he was shouting and cursing. The ministers looked askance at him. They wanted to say that he was insulting the refined, but they were afraid that this old man would go crazy and not recognize his relatives. After all, Cui Shanfu next to him was an example. Li Xiaogong almost choked at this moment. He secretly thought that Chang Yaojin had a strong taste. He had seen the queen of one nation. She was in her 70s or 80s, but Chang Yaojin still wanted to catch her and make her into a brothel girl. It was really. This subject's life and death are insignificant, but behind this subject are 20,000 Navy soldiers, tens of thousands of civilians, thousands of ships, and millions of dan of grain. Moreover, this subject represents the face of the Great Tang. If this subject were to die in the Wa, the consequences would be unthinkable. Later, after a detailed investigation, I found out that the assassin that night was the Suo family, the number one family in Japan. The patriarch of this clan intends to seize the fleet of my Great Tang and its countless goods, so he wants to kill this subject. After I found out the whole story, I told the Queen of one nation about the result. However, the Queen of one nation wanted to protect the Suo family, so I led the army into the city and wiped out the Suo family. This subject could die, but the dignity of the Great Tang could not be trampled on. Those who offend my Great Tang must pay the price. After destroying the Suo family, the Japanese queen knew that she was in the wrong.
She took the initiative to increase the compensation from the original 10,000 caddies of brass and 100,000 taels of silver to 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. This was the whole story of the whole thing.
I hope your majesty can judge clearly.
After Li Xiaogong finished speaking, the imperial court fell silent as the officials digested this matter. After a few seconds, Wei Zhang turned to Li Xiaogong and said, "The Wen nation dared to assassinate the commandery prince.
Of course they deserved it. No punishment is too much.
However, at the very beginning, your majesty brazenly led the army to attack the Wen nation because of a few bandits.
Wasn't that inappropriate?
After all, there should be a more reliable solution." Li Xiaogong proudly raised his head and said, "Left Prime Minister Wei's words are wrong.
That was not a matter of a few bandits.
It was a matter of the people of the Great Tang dying at sea because of the Wen nation. Before the fleet left, His Majesty entrusted me with the task of protecting the people of the Great Tang.
If there were any enemies, I had to do my best to destroy them.
That night, the Wen nation ambushed the fleet and killed 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. As the commander-in-chief of the army, I had to give them an explanation.
Otherwise, how could I, Li Xiaogong, continue to lead this army?
How could I have the face to come back and see His Majesty again?"
Li Xiaogong's words were very good. He directly brought out Li Er.
What he meant was that although he was a little impulsive when he attacked our country, everything was still done according to Li Er's instructions before he left.
What else do you have to say?
The facts prove that if a person wanted to criticize you, he could find a way to criticize you. At this moment, Cui Shanfu seemed to come back to his senses and said, "Your Highness has your reasons, but I don't know if your Highness has thought about how the other small countries around the Great Tang will view your actions?
Will they think that the Great Tang is bloodthirsty and insecure? Will they unite and fight against the Great Tang together?"
This old thing was doing it for the sake of doing it. Now, he didn't even care about his face anymore.
Bah! Alarmist words to scare people. Who do you think you are? Can you represent the small countries around the Great Tang?
Chang Yaojin looked at Cui Shanfu with disgust and said, "The Wen nation has gone too far. If Xiaogong doesn't teach them a lesson, won't the Great Tang lose its prestige? This battle was well fought. If it were me, old Cheng, I would have fought even more ruthlessly and killed all the Wen nation people. They were the ones who were unrighteous first.
Why should we talk about morality with them?
Jijia is right.
Who do the Wen nation think they are?
How dare they ride on the head of the Great Tang? Xiaogong, this battle was well fought." Yu Qigong also stood up at this moment and supported him. "The two Grand Dukes are wrong. Harmony is the most important thing between countries. How can you use weapons just because of a disagreement? This will only push the Great Tang into a state of militarism." Seeing this, Kong Yingda couldn't help but speak up. As an old Confucian scholar, how could he hope for his country to become a bloodthirsty dynasty that only knew how to kill? "Your Majesty, this subject has something to say." Seeing that the court was about to turn into a market, Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er. He didn't have much to do today, but he couldn't stand the attitude of some people in the court towards the diplomacy of the Great Tang.
"Speak."
Li Er's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to Li Zishuan helping him out of this situation. "Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject wants to say that the question now is not whether we should attack the Wen nation or not, but what can we do even if we attack them? The Wen nation started it first. If we don't fight back, the surrounding countries will think that the Great Tang is easy to bully.
It's just a trifling Wen nation, so what if we attack them?
Are we going to punish the generals of the Great Tang for a trifling Wen nation? As for Minister Cui Sijing's worry that the other countries will panic because of this subject believes that there is nothing to worry about. The peace and stability of the Great Tang is not obtained by blindly making concessions, but through the blood and fists of soldiers. The Tang must have pride, and the Tang are not afraid of war. Even if the entire world attacks the Great Tang will be able to break through. What is there to fear from a trifling Wen nation?
Chapter 788.
Good. Well said. In Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan's passionate words caused the eyes of all the generals to light up. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, didn't show any change on his face, but if one was close enough, one would be able to hear that his breathing had quickened.
Chang Yaojin had never liked to hide his emotions.
Old Qing shouted, "Okay." Then, the old man still felt uncomfortable. He laughed loudly and walked over. He patted Li Zixuan's shoulder hard and said, "Li Zixuan, I'm not going anywhere." "Brat, you've said exactly what we old generals are thinking. The peace of our great Tang isn't begged for, but fought for. If the Japanese aren't convinced, then we'll beat them until they are. If the other small countries aren't convinced, then we'll continue to King beat them. What's there to be afraid of? In the imperial court, your mouth is full of filth."
How rude.
Many civil officials frowned in the face of old Cheng's foul language, but no one reprimanded him. They all knew what kind of character this devil incarnate had. However, there were also those who weren't afraid of death, and that was Cui Shanfu. This old man had completely forgotten the pain after his wounds healed. He couldn't help but reprimand him.
Rude.
"I, old Cheng, am clearly courageous. Unlike some people who, after 2 years of peace, shrink back and be afraid of this and that. They're really a disgrace to our great Tang." Chang Yaojin immediately snorted disdainfully at Cui Shanfu. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, secretly applauded. Chang Yaojin's words were precisely the reason why he had changed his usual style and forcefully stood out today. Now that the world had settled down, some people couldn't wait to put away their weapons and live a peaceful and comfortable life.
How could that be?
The current Great Tang was still quite a distance away from the prosperous dynasty in Li Zixuan's mind that could dominate the world.
Who's shrinking back?
This old man is just speaking the truth. Li Zixuan is just a brat who only knows how to talk big. When the time comes for the world to attack the Great Tang, what will we use to fight against the other countries? At that time, there would be wars every year, and the treasury would be empty. The common people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The slightest carelessness could lead to the downfall of the country. How can such an important matter of the country be decided by a little boy in his teens? When Cui Shanfu saw that Chang Yaojin was just talking and not doing anything, he couldn't help but become bolder. The more he talked, the more excited he became. In the end, he was moved by his feelings for the country and the people.
"Chief Cui, your words are too much."
Before Chang Yaojin could say anything, Li Xiaogong spoke up. To be honest, Chang Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Li Zixuan, and the others stood up for him and supported him, which was within his expectations. However, Li Zixuan also stood up for him, which surprised him a little. This was because in his impression, Li Zixuan had always been unwilling to participate in these court battles.
Otherwise, this child would not be a third-rank official now.
However, in reality, his daily authority was limited to the Yanhuang College's Yamacho. Regardless of where a hero comes from, Li Zhanshi is full of abilities.
So what if he's young?
A curved plow, a paper machine, a compass, a celestial lamp, and a glass mirror. These are all things that benefit the country and the people. Even if it was a 30 or 40-year-old scholar, would he be able to do better than Li Zhanshi? This time, if the fleet didn't have the help of Li Zhanshi's compass and sea chart, the casualties of the army and the people going south would definitely be more than 20 to 30%. How can such a young hero not even have the right to speak in the court in your mouth? Even if Li Zixuan didn't come out to help today, Li Xiaogong would still speak up for him. This was because if it wasn't for Li Zixuan's help, this southern trade trip definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly.
Xiaogong well said. So what if he's young?
Cui Shanfu, when you were Xiao Xian's age, who knows what you were doing? You still have the nerve to talk about Xiao Xian's age? Chang Yaojin looked at Cui Shanfu and said with contempt.
You.
Cui Shanfu's face turned red. He pointed at Chang Yaojin and trembled for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Li Zixuan knew that at this time, he also had to go on stage. Otherwise, how could he always let others stand in front of him? Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands at Cui Shanfu. Minister Cui just said that this kid was just talking big. When the time comes to attack the Tang Empire, I can't do anything.
Heh, how ridiculous.
This kid here swears to the heavens that when the time comes, this kid is not only willing to use all of his family's wealth as military supplies, but this kid's 7 feet tall body is also willing to jump on the battlefield, lay down his head, and shed his blood. The yellow sand wears golden armor after 100 battles, and Lu Lan won't return until it's broken. This kid dares to say, dares to do, and dares to take responsibility for his actions. As for the empty national treasury and the suffering of the people, it's not like there's no solution. Not to mention that this southern trade trip brought a huge amount of income to the imperial court that was comparable to the annual tax revenue of the national treasury, There's also Yanhuang College. There are hundreds of engineering students there, and what I'm teaching them is all knowledge that can make the country prosperous and the people strong. Once they complete their studies and leave the mountain, there will be hundreds of Li Zishuan who are good at creating wealth, and the number will only increase in the future. The lives of the people will also get better and better. In comparison, this kid can't stand some people who are afraid before the battle. Things haven't even happened yet, but they're already afraid of this and that, cowering in fear. You must know that nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their mind to it. As long as you set your mind to it, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. The Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. If there's a day when all the important officials in the court are afraid to fight, then the country won't be far from being destroyed. If you want to be everlasting, then you must always maintain the will to forge ahead and do things that ordinary people think are impossible. You shouldn't be afraid of everything like you are now, until you achieve nothing in the end. Li Zishuan's words could be said to be frequent golden sentences, such as, gold wears golden armor in 100 battles, and Lulan will not be returned until it is broken, from Wang Chongling's 7 Military Lessons, 4th. Nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their mind to it, Song Chen Yuanjing's Lin Guangji, Volume 9. These sentences had never appeared before, and every one of them sounded so classic. Perhaps Li Zishuan himself didn't pay attention to this, and he just said it casually. However, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other civil officials couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan in a new light. They secretly thought that this kid had never shown his talent in writing before, but today, he suddenly said so many good sentences. Could it be that he improvised? However, there was a problem. For someone like Li Zishuan who kept saying words like, destroy the country, he couldn't be said to be a coward. If it was a narrow-minded emperor, he might have been killed because of this. Good. It's rare for Li Zhanshe to have such insight at such a young age. Although this old man doesn't dare to agree with all of your previous views, this old man definitely agrees with the latter part of your words. To everyone's surprise, the old troll actually supported Li Zishuan. Chapter 789. Yellow sand wears golden armor after 100 battles. Lu Lan won't return until it is broken. Wei Zhang suddenly spoke up for Li Zishuan in the imperial court, which was indeed unexpected. However, Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not pay attention to this. He muttered Li Zishuan's poem twice, and if one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were actually shining. After a while, just as the officials in the imperial court were still discussing and whispering to each other, Li Er finally spoke. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. The Battle of Fainio capital was started by the One Nation. First, they attacked the Tang Empire's merchant ships. Then they assassinated the Tang Emperor. They should be punished. Xiao Gong's actions were all for the sake of the Tang Empire's people. Even if he had overstepped the bounds, a general is outside and does not obey military orders. We cannot punish a meritorious official because of this. The journey to the south was full of dangers. Xiao Gong alone shouldered the heavy responsibility and brought back a large amount of food, spices, and money for the imperial court at a very low cost. He really deserves great credit for his hard work. I have decided to reward Xiao Gong with 200 households, 10 pairs of elephant tusks, 50 tiger skins, 100 rolls of silk, 5,000 taels of silver, and 2 million taels of money. After such a long discussion, Li Er finally made the final decision. The noisy crowd in the imperial court suddenly quieted down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Cheng Yaojin and the others said happily, Your Majesty is wise. Cui Shanfu was so angry that he frowned, but at this time, he did not dare to say anything. He did not want to anger Li Er again. He heard Li Er continue. The compensation for the soldiers who died in the battle will be increased by 1 level. The Ministry of Civil Affairs will send a special person to compensate the civilian who died in the battle. Among them, the civilian who survived, Meng Yuliang, loudly warned at the critical moment and prevented the merchant ship from falling into the hands of the bandits. Moreover, this person is extremely loyal and brave. At the moment of life and death, he forcefully changed the direction of the burning ship and saved the main fleet. I have decided to confer him the title of Grade 8 Xuanjie Commandant. He will be rewarded 100,000 taels of silver and 100 rolls of silk. Feng Zhihua, a merchant on the same ship, is a man who values friendship and righteousness. In the face of danger, he is not flustered. The title of righteous merchant shall be bestowed upon him. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was secretly happy for Meng Wenhao's father. This man who was like a pillar of the family had finally used his own life to support his family. It was really not easy. Although the rank of an 8th grade official was small, it was still an official position. In the future, their family would not be easily bullied by others. This was just a reward for 2 nameless soldiers, and the rewards were insignificant. Naturally, the ministers in the court would not object. Some of them even felt that Li Er should not have brought this kind of small matter to the court. It seemed like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Lantian County's Li Zishuan, who created the compass, presented the sea map, and helped the fleet return safely. Although he didn't personally participate in the voyage, his contributions in the rear cannot be erased. Moreover, it was you who suggested that the fleet go south to trade. Now that the fleet has brought back such a large amount of goods and money for my Great Tang, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. In addition, you invented the paper machine, leveled the price of paper, presided over the compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary, and enlightened tens of thousands of people. Your contributions to the present generation will benefit the future generations. We have decided to reward you with these contributions. You will be conferred the title of Marquis of Yong'en, with a fief of Lantian and 600 household. Regarding Li Zishuan's official position, Li Er had been deliberately suppressing it. Previously, Li Zishuan had made many contributions, but Li Er did not reward Li Zishuan. He felt that Li Zishuan was still too young, and if he were to reward him too much, it would be overpraising him. But later on, Li Er felt that Li Zishuan's abilities and views were becoming less and less like those of a teenage brat. Thus, Li Er decided to stop suppressing it and directly promote Li Zishuan from County's Marquis to Li Zishuan. Of course, this one step was truly one step. At least within the next 10 years, Li Zishuan's noble rank would not be able to rise any further. Otherwise, he would quickly reach a point where he could not rise any further. Li Er wanted to leave this talent to Li Chengqian. This subject thanks your majesty for the great favor. When the ministers heard Li Er's reward, they were all stunned. Li Zishuan took advantage of the moment when others were stunned to go forward and thank him. Logically speaking, he did not care if his marquis title could be promoted in the next few years. His original dream was to become a marquis in the Great Tang. Now that his dream had come true, he naturally had to cherish this opportunity. As for the title of Duke above Marquis, he did not even think about it. To him, one Marquis was enough. Your Majesty, this. Almost at the same time, Wei Zhang also opened his mouth. It seemed that he wanted to object, but seeing Li Zishuan accept the reward so quickly, he could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. His expression was very ugly. Li Er indifferently glanced at Wei Zhang, but did not ask for details. He waved his hand and said, "The matter of the reward ends here. Officials, if there is anything, please submit a memorial. If there is nothing, the court is dismissed." The officials looked at each other. After the establishment of the Great Tang, marquis titles were extremely rare. But now, Li Er had so casually rewarded a founding marquis. No matter how they looked at it, this was very imprudent. But once the domineering Li Er made up his mind, there was no room for discussion. They could only secretly glare at each other. Zhang Sun Wuji pursed his lips, seemingly itching to make a move. But after thinking for a long time, he did not say anything. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin was beaming with joy, as if he was the one being rewarded by Li Er. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one objected, Li Er was just about to announce that the court was dismissed when he saw a person walk in. Who else could it be but Xiao Yu? Beloved official Xiao, why have you returned? Could it be that the matter at the docks was resolved so quickly? Li Er asked curiously when he saw Xiao Yu hurrying over. How could 880,000 dan of grain be transported in such a short time? Xiao Yu bitterly smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, now that the autumn harvest has just passed, Chang'en's granary can only hold a few 100,000 dan of grain at most. So, this old official has returned to ask Your Majesty if we should transport the excess grain to Luoyang along the canal. Only then did Li Er come to a realization. Actually, he could not be blamed for not thinking things through. He did not expect Li Xiaogong to bring back so much grain. Otherwise, he would not have asked Xiao Yu to make an extra trip. Let's do as beloved official Xiao says.
use the fleet to transport the excess grain to Luoyang's Hanjia granary. If there was a locust plague next year, he could transfer grain from Chang'an and Luoyang at the same time. That was what Li Er thought.
This official obeys your majesty.
Xiao Yu replied and cupped his hands before leaving.
Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said loudly, "Since there is nothing else, the court is dismissed."
Just like that, the morning court finally came to an end after many twists and turns. Li Zishuan returned with a full load. Chapter 790.
Haha.
Not bad, not bad.
You're already a marquis at such a young age. You're even more promising than I was back then.
After the morning court session, Chang Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. Uncle Cheng, you must be joking. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. I was born in an era of peace. If I was born in your era, I definitely wouldn't have been as successful as you. Li Zishuan's half-true and half-false words made Cheng Yaojin burst with joy.
Haha.
That's true. Back then, the world was in turmoil. The 18 rebellious princes all had their own armies. The people had no way to make a living. I fought left and right, and finally, I was able to become His Majesty's subordinate and conquer the world together. Chang Yaojin stroked his beard as he spoke, looking as if he was reminiscing. What a scene of a hero in his twilight years, reminiscing about the past. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, old Cheng is really good at pretending. There's no end to it. I'd better slip away quickly and go home to hug my wife. Uncle Cheng, your generation really didn't have it easy. Ahem, I still have something to do at home. I'll take my leave first. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. After waiting for so long, he finally got a marquis. He was eager to go home and share this good news with his wife and parents. He didn't want to talk nonsense with old Cheng here. Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and said, "Heh, then you go first. Xiao Xian, you've been made a marquis. You should go back and celebrate. Of course, this old man will definitely go and eat your celebratory wine. Oh right, second brother Qin still doesn't know that you've become a marquis, right? Since it's my day off tomorrow, I'll go to the academy in the afternoon and tell him the good news. I'll also give those kids another round of special training." At the mention of special training, the old demon's eyes immediately lit up, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Zishuan couldn't help but mourn for the students of Yanhuang College in his heart. The old demon is here. Your good days are coming to an end. A new round of brutality was about to begin. Cough, cough. Uncle Cheng, you've really put a lot of thought into this. The students will definitely be grateful to you. I'll go back first. Li Zishuan said some polite words and then ran away. As for whether the students would be grateful to old Cheng, even if he used his butt to think, he knew that they definitely wouldn't. Old master, old madam, young madam, this is great news. Young master has been conferred the title of marquis. At the first courtyard of Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan still hadn't returned home, but Sanbao had already rushed into the courtyard while shouting loudly. If it were any other day, he would definitely be reprimanded for being so rash and noisy. But today, there was too much information in his words. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li, who had heard the news, couldn't help but be stunned. What? Sanbao, you said that Xian'er has been conferred the title of marquis? Li Jingma's old face was flushed red with excitement. He looked at Sanbao and asked with a trembling voice. Of course, he hoped that Sanbao was telling the truth, but he was afraid that he had misheard and rejoiced for nothing. Madame Li and Han Yushi also looked at Sanbao with hopeful expressions. Yes, it's true. Old master. Young master has really been conferred the title of Marquis Yong, and personally conferred by His Majesty, with 600 households. It's all over Chang'an now. Everyone is saying that young master is the youngest marquis since the establishment of the Tang Empire. Sanbao wasn't nervous at all as this was the first time he had become the center of attention. Or perhaps his excitement had diluted the nervousness in his heart, and he spoke loudly with excitement. It's true, it's actually true. Madam, Xian'er has become a marquis. Xian'er is promising. Li Jingma was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. He held his wife's hands and said excitedly. He used to be a businessman. Although he didn't lack in food and drink, the status of businessmen was low since ancient times. Even his descendants couldn't enter the imperial court as officials. He had only hoped that his son would be able to live a safe and healthy life. He had never thought that his son would one day become an official. However, ever since Li Zixuan returned from Longhu Mountain, he had given him too many surprises. First, he was conferred the title of Marquis, then he was promoted to third-grade Crown Prince Zhang Shi, and now, he had become a Marquis. All of this sounded like a dream, but reality told him that it was all real. How could Li Jingma not be excited?
That's great, my Xianer is promising. He has become a Marquis.
The excitement in Madame Li's heart was no less than Li Jingma's. She was old and a little sentimental. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes. Han Yushi stood at the side and looked at her parents-in-law silently. Her eyes were filled with joy. She was happy for her husband and for the whole family. Sister Yushi, what is a marquis? Is it delicious? Why are father and mother so happy? Lan the little cutie, came out of nowhere. She tugged at Han Yushi's sleeve, looked up, and blinked her bright eyes as she asked. Although Han Yushi had been married to Li Zixuan for a long time, Lan still called Han Yushi Sister Yushi and not sister-in-law. It wasn't that no one corrected her, but the little girl didn't listen to them. Ah? Lan don't talk nonsense. A marquis isn't for eating. It's a very, very big official. In the future, Lan you will be the marquis younger sister. No one will dare to bully you. Hearing this little cutie's innocent words, Han Yushi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She saw Li Jingma glaring at her, as if he wanted to scold her. She quickly squatted down, stroked Lan's little head, and explained gently. Oh, so it's brother who got promoted. When brother comes back, I'll ask him for the wedding money. Lan suddenly understood. She shook her little head and said excitedly, Oh, why is it so lively today? Father, mother, wife, why are all of you here? And little sister, who are you looking for to ask for the wedding money? At this moment, Li Zixuan had already stepped through the door. When he saw the whole family in the backyard, he said with a smile, Of course it's for you, brother. When Lan saw that Li Zixuan had returned, she quickly ran to his side and shook his arm. She said with a smile, Brother, you've been promoted. Hurry up and give me the wedding money. Li Zixuan lowered his head and looked at his little sister's bright smiling face. He couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Why was this the same as the children in the modern world who shouted, Congratulations, get rich, give me the red packet? He didn't know where the little girl learned this from. Chapter 791. The whole family had a happy and harmonious lunch. Li Zixuan's laziness relapsed and he didn't even want to go to the academy. He just lay down at home and waited for the imperial edict to officially confer him the title of Marquis from the palace. Around 1 in the afternoon, Li Zixuan did not receive an imperial edict from the imperial palace, but a person did. Oh, Your Highness, you're here. That's right, the person who came was Li Xiaogong, the commandery prince of Hejian. When Li Zixuan received the servant's report and went downstairs to the living room, Li Xiaogong was already sitting on the tiger-skin sofa and looking at the furnishings in the room curiously. Ha! Little Xian, this courtyard of yours is rather interesting. Seeing Li Zixuan come, Li Xiaogong nodded and said with a smile. Li Zixuan ordered the servant to serve tea and sat down next to him. He said casually, Your Highness, this is just my unintentional work. It's not presentable. Li Xiaogong shook his head and didn't say anything. He looked at the other places in the room and said, Haha, you're being modest in front of me now? This is not like you. Although the style of this courtyard is novel, it has its own rules and regulations. It's not something that can be built casually. Obviously, you've spent a lot of effort on it. And the furniture in the room is unique and comfortable. You still know how to enjoy life. Li Zixuan wasn't angry at all after being criticized by Li Xiaogong. Instead, he said with a smile, Haha, if your highness likes it, why don't I give you a courtyard like this? Li Xiaogong was very tempted, but he still shook his head after thinking about it. He said, I won't accept a reward for nothing. I won't take your house for nothing. Speaking of this, he picked up the teacup brought by the servant girl and took 2 sips of tea. He continued, When I just came here, I passed by Yanhuang College and saw the buildings in the distance. The style is quite similar to your courtyard. This queen entered the academy and saw that the students were all wearing the same clothes and were training.
Although he couldn't tell what these training items were, this group of weak scholars was actually able to do such neat movements. It was really beyond this king's expectations. Handing Huairen to you before I set out to sea was the right choice. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Although Li Xiaogong usually yelled at Li Huairen, his concern for his son was not vague at all. He had just returned from the sea and couldn't wait to come to Yanhuang College to see Li Huairen's situation. Perhaps this was deep fatherly love. Your Highness is too kind, Li Zishuan said politely. Li Xiaogong waved his hand and said, There's no need to say any more. This prince should indeed thank you for this matter. Compared to before, Huairen is much more sensible. In the future, he will continue to stay at Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to refuse. The two chatted for a while, and the topic turned to the sneak attack at sea. Speaking of that sea battle, this prince is somewhat sorry. You entrusted Meng Yuliang to this prince, but who would have thought that he would almost die at sea that night? This prince was thoughtless. Li Xiaogong said apologetically. Your Highness, what are you saying? The weather is unpredictable, and people are uncertain. Some things, no matter how prepared you are, will always be unexpected. Fortunately, Meng Yuliang is fine. This is the best outcome. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face that child Meng Wenhao. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. Oh right. Dare I ask your Highness, just what was the identity of the mysterious expert who saved Meng Yuliang that night? According to previous intelligence, Li Zishuan only knew that Meng Yuliang had been saved by a mysterious expert at the critical moment, but he had no idea who that expert was, which was why he asked this question. Li Xiaogong suddenly fell silent. After a long silence he said, This prince cannot reveal that person's identity. If fate wills it, you should be able to meet him in a few days. What this prince can tell you is that this person is extremely skilled in martial arts and is one of the top experts in the world. When this prince entered Fainio capital alone, he was by my side. The identity of the dragon-bearded guest was hard to say. After all, he was the man who had fought for the world with Li Er. Although he had taken the initiative to withdraw in the end, he had still violated some taboos, which was why Li Xiaogong was being so vague. Hearing him say this, Li Zishuan became even more curious. At the same time, he pondered in his heart. In the world today, how many people could be called top experts? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Since your Highness does not wish to reveal it, this child will quietly wait at home for that person to come as a guest. Li Xiaogong chuckled. After chatting a little longer with Li Zishuan, he got up and bid farewell. But not long after he left, the villa welcomed another guest. It was Wang Runbiao. Hey! Today's guests really come in waves. Li Zishuan quietly said to himself. Little Xian, congratulations. Congratulations on being made a marquis. The moment Wang Renbiao entered the room, he cupped his hands in congratulations. To tell the truth, Li Zishuan's meteoric rise had surprised both him and his father. Half a year ago, this young man had just returned to Chang'an from the mountains, but half a year later, he had become the Marquis of the Great Tang. The fickleness of the world truly made one sigh with emotion. Haha, thank you very much. Renbiao, come in and have a seat. Seeing Wang Renbiao, Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that he was looking for him for something. It was about rubber, so he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Little Xian, I came to find you because you asked me to send someone to help you find rubber. Sure enough, Wang Renbiao sat down and went straight to the point. Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and asked excitedly, How is it? Did you find it? Wang Renbiao smiled and said, This thing is really difficult to find. The steward of the Wang family's fleet led people to search for at least a dozen island countries. Finally, on a long island in the South China Sea, they found a forest with tree trunks that could flow white sap. But the trees there were much thicker than what you described before. Basically, one person couldn't hold it. Later, the steward of the Wang family's fleet released all the sap from the trees in the forest and transported it back to the ship. Now it's all at the dock. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He realized that today was really his lucky day. Good things were happening one after another. That's great, that's great. I didn't expect you to really find rubber. Renbiao, you've helped me a lot this time. Let's go and have a look now. Li Zishuan stood up and said eagerly.
Chapter 792. According to modern historians, rubber was originally produced in the Brazilian Amazon rainforest. Later, when Columbus returned from America, he brought rubber back to Europe. Later, with the beginning of the British colonial era, they introduced rubber trees to Southeast Asia and opened plantations there to produce rubber. Therefore, according to modern history books, it was impossible for rubber trees to appear in Southeast Asia during the Tang dynasty. However, the reason why Li Zixuan asked the Wang family's fleet to help him find rubber trees was because he was betting. He was betting that there were wild rubber trees in Southeast Asia a long time ago. Southeast Asia's unique climate conditions were too suitable for rubber trees to grow. This could be seen from a set of data. Although rubber trees originated from Brazil, in modern times, Southeast Asia accounted for more than 90% of the world's natural rubber production, while Brazil accounted for less than 1%. The reason for this pattern, in addition to specific historical conditions, was also inseparable from Southeast Asia's unique climate conditions. Therefore, Li Zixuan guessed that there were wild rubber trees in Southeast Asia before the Tang dynasty or even longer. Later they went extinct for some reason. When the British colonists introduced rubber from Brazil to Southeast Asia, the world thought that rubber originated from Brazil. He had to admit that the reason why he had this kind of wishful thinking was because he was desperate. After all, the Tang dynasty did not have a fleet that could cross the Pacific Ocean and reach America. But fortunately, his wishful thinking turned out to be true. The Wang family's fleet really found wild rubber in Southeast Asia. How could this not make him ecstatic? At this time, he did not care about waiting at home for the imperial edict. He directly urged Wang Ranbiao to follow him to the dock. Therefore the tragic Wang Ranbiao, who had just entered the house, did not even warm up on the stool. No, he did not even warm up on the sofa before he was called out again. Here, the rubber is still in the wooden bucket. It's still on the ship. Xiaoxian. Wait a moment. I'll get someone to find a small boat and bring you to the big ship to take a look. When they arrived at the dock, Wang Ranbiao pointed to a few large ships on the river with the Wang family's flag and said, Thank you for your trouble. Li Zixuan clasped his hands and thanked him. Wang Ranbiao smiled and turned to leave. Li Zixuan observed the scene at the docks. Compared to the morning, there were a lot fewer people and ships. The 500 search ships of the imperial court were all gone. It seemed like Xiao Yu and Yen Lide had already made arrangements. Most of the official ships were probably already on their way to Luoyang. Although the official ships had been arranged, the task of the two big shots of the imperial court was not over yet. They still needed to arrange for officials on the spot to levy taxes on the merchant ships that had participated in the southern sea trade. This job was not easy. The two old fellows were setting up tables on the pier to serve as a temporary office. There wasn't even a canopy above their heads. Compared to some people in the future, these two old fellows' outfits were really shabby. However, they were the real public servants of the people and deserved everyone's respect. Uncle Yen, Elder Xiao. The two of you are still busy. Li Zixuan walked over and greeted the two out of respect for the revolutionaries of the older generation who were really doing practical things. Yo! Little Xian, you're here? I heard that you were conferred the title of Marquis by His Majesty in the morning court. Congratulations! Hearing this, Yen Lide raised his head and said with a smile. He knew that his son, Yen Xiaoning, seemed to have a girlfriend in the academy. Although the other party wasn't a daughter of a prestigious family, she was the daughter of the current generation's Mo family. This identity was nothing to other families, but to the Yen family, which was a family of engineers, it was a big deal. In general, Yen Lide approved of this marriage. He knew that his son was obsessed with construction machinery all day long and was like a blockhead. He didn't expect that his son would actually find a partner now. This made Yen Lide happy and grateful to Li Zixuan. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled at Li Zixuan as a greeting. Thank you, Uncle Yen. The title of Marquis is just His Majesty's favor. Li Zixuan replied with a smile. Then he used his hand to fan his face and said to Yen Lide and Xiao Yu, It's such a hot day. Why don't the two of you get someone to set up a shed? If something bad happens to the sun, it will be a great loss to the Tang Empire. Sigh, we don't have the time. Yen Lide sighed. He pointed to the endless boats on the river and said, That's not the case. The official boats of the imperial court are fine. Most of them have turned around and headed to Luoyang. However, there are more than 1,000 civilian boats. It's very troublesome to calculate the value of the goods on their boats. Almost all the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are here today. Even so, it's unlikely that all the boats will be able to unload before dark. When Li Zixuan heard this, he also felt that the amount of work Yan Lide and Xiao Yu were facing was too large. The old officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs were using more traditional calculation methods, and the speed of their calculations was simply too slow. Although Li Er had issued a decree a few months ago to promote the new type of mathematics throughout the country, in the face of a new knowledge, it would always take some time to accept and digest it. Some people were older, and their ability to accept new knowledge was worse, so the speed at which they absorbed it was slower. We can't go on like this. Uncle Yan, Elder Xiao, I'll get someone to set up a few sheds for you. I'll also send some ice and cold water over. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you get a heat stroke. Li Zixuan said as he wiped his sweat. Yan Lide and Xiao Yu didn't have the time to do this, but he did. Seeing two old men over 50 silently contributing to the country under the scorching sun, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. But it was precisely because of people like them that the Great Tang would gradually grow stronger until it was invincible. The two old men smiled and didn't refuse Li Zixuan's good intentions. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were busy calculating the accounts seemed to have heard this conversation. At this moment, they couldn't help but write even more cheerfully. Marquis Yong. And this old man heard that you have a group of students who are rather proficient in calculation. Why don't you call them over to help you? Xiao Yu raised his head and smiled at Li Zixuan. Ever since the imperial court had introduced the new type of mathematics, he had privately studied the mathematics textbook that Li Zixuan had compiled. Even someone as picky as him had to admit that the new type of mathematics had an incomparable advantage in calculating speed. That was why he had said this now. Li Zixuan froze for a moment, then bitterly smiled and said, Elder Xiao, it's not that this little one isn't willing to cooperate, but that group of students of mine is still undergoing military training at the academy. They can't leave. Chapter 793. If it was in the past, Li Zixuan wouldn't have minded his students coming over to help Xiao Yu settle the score. On the contrary, he would have been more than happy to do so because it could give his students some social experience. After all, Yanhuang Academy cultivated practical talents. But now, Chang Yaojin was probably brutally training the students, but he went to call the students away. How could this be? It's an emergency, so it won't take up too much of their time. Presumably, missing half a day of training won't have much of an impact on the students, right? Regarding the military training at Yanhuang College, the ministers in the imperial court more or less knew a little about it. Some of them even went to watch it live. Xiao Yu had also been there. It was undeniable that when they saw a group of weak scholars marching in an orderly formation on the field and shouting loud slogans, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Starting from the Western Zhou dynasty, the official courses were divided into national studies and local studies. There were also primary school and university levels. The university level used the 6 arts as the standard curriculum. Etiquette, music, archery, driving, calligraphy, and mathematics were the 6 basic skills that students needed to master. Archery and driving were the most primitive forms of military training in ancient times. The teachers were usually directly appointed by military officers. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the importance of military training for students gradually decreased, and the military training in schools began to decline. As Confucianism was regarded as orthodox, the 6 arts became the 6 classics of Confucianism. The content of military education disappeared, and the function of military training weakened into a ritual program. During the Sui dynasty, martial arts and literature began to greatly reduce military equipment. The focus of national education changed from martial arts to literature, and the imperial examination gradually began to become mainstream. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the national policy of emphasizing martial arts in wartime and literature in peacetime was established. At this time, the method of selecting scholars was still biased towards the imperial examination. The school became an accessory to the imperial examination, and military training was abolished. In addition, Confucianism began to germinate, and gradually the educational concept of emphasizing reading over practice and meditation over activities gradually formed. During the Empress Wu Zetian, the civil and military examinations were separated. The civil and military examinations were not tested on martial arts. In order to obtain fame, the students had no time to study military courses, and military training was gradually abandoned. Therefore, even though he was shocked, Xiaoyu still disapproved of Yanhuang College's military training. However, the college was run by Li Zixuan. As an outsider, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he didn't raise any objections from beginning to end. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Of course, missing half a day of military training wouldn't affect the students much. However, today's timing was a little special. Old Cheng had just gone to the academy in the afternoon.
He could imagine that the group of brats in class 1 of the academy were probably in so much pain under old Cheng's evil claws that they wished they were dead.
If he went to pull the students over, old Cheng would definitely go crazy. Elder Xiao, missing half a day of military training is of course not a big deal. However, today is a little special. Lu Guogong is conducting special training for the students.
If I were to disturb them at this time, I'm afraid it would be very inconvenient.
When Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. Outrageous! Is Cheng Jijia's special training more important than collecting business taxes for the imperial court? Go and get the students to come over. If Cheng Jijia isn't convinced, he can come and reason with me. Li Zixuan suddenly felt helpless. Since he had already said this, he had to be a living bodhisattva today and rescue the students who were in deep trouble. Ahem, Elder Xiao. Please wait a moment. I'll send someone to the courtyard to inform the students to come over. Yanhuang College. As Li Zixuan expected, ever since Chang Yaojin, the big devil, came to the academy in the afternoon, the students' training suddenly increased by more than 50%. Today's weather was so hot, but the students of each class could still be seen running tirelessly on the field. Large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. The camouflage uniforms on their bodies looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. A gentle twist could probably wring out water. Chang Yaojin held a bamboo stick and followed behind the students of Class 1 as if he was herding sheep. Huff huff. I'm so tired. You say, Hi Duke Lu, don't you know how to rest at home if you have nothing better to do? Why did you come to the academy to join in the fun? Sigh, if only father could cancel the rest period. Yes, just temporarily.
Let us endure this period of military training first.
The little fatty was sweating profusely on the field. As he ran, the fat on his body jiggled.
Therefore, according to the theory of physics, if he ran the same distance, he would need to do more work and consume more energy. In addition, his foundation was weak to begin with. Naturally, he would be more tired than others.
At this time, Li Tai wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Old Devil Cheng was really too abnormal. When he came in the afternoon, he made them run as if their lives depended on it. Those who couldn't run were directly thrown into the small dark room to fend for themselves. He was simply too cruel.
General Cheng, General Cheng.
At this time, there was a shout from the back of the team. Turn right.
Enter the field.
Chang Yaojin looked back and saw Mo Zhong running in his direction.
He led the students from the track into the field and then shouted again, Stop!
The students of Class 1 immediately stopped in their tracks. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm in the middle of military training? Chang Yaojin turned around and glanced at Mo Zhong as he said with some dissatisfaction. General Cheng, Yamacho asked someone to send a message. He wants a class of students who are proficient in arithmetic to temporarily stop their military training and go to the pier outside Plum Village to wait for orders. Mo Zhong felt a little guilty when old Devil Cheng looked at him like this. However, he still relayed Li Zixuan's order. When Chang Yaojin heard this, he began to look at Mo Zhong strangely. If he didn't know him well, he would have suspected that Mo Zhong was a spy sent by a student to deliberately spread false information. Why does Xiaoxian want students who are proficient in arithmetic? Mo Zhong cupped his fists and said, I don't know.
I only heard that it was the order of the Minister of Civil Affairs, Elder Xiao.
That old fox Xiaoyu? Chang Yaojin frowned and didn't say anything.
The eyes of the students on the field suddenly lit up.
Their chance had come. As long as it wasn't military training, they were willing to do anything.
Moreover, they had to know arithmetic and he was the Minister of Civil Affairs.
This meant that this job must be related to accounting. In this case they had to go. Quickly agree, quickly agree. Accounting makes me happy. This king wants to go and settle accounts.
Li Tai stood upright and looked at Chang Yaojin's back from the corner of his eyes as he madly muttered in his heart. As if he had heard his thoughts, Chang Yaojin paused for a moment and said, "Then let them go first. I'll go and train the students of Class 2 in the afternoon." The students of Class 1 were ecstatic when they heard this. However, they were afraid that extreme joy would lead to sorrow, so they didn't shout out loud. At this moment, they were extremely grateful to Xiao Yu, the Minister of Civil Affairs. Chapter 794. On the Pier. Li Zixuan was talking to Yan Lide and the others when Wang Ranbiao came back. He first greeted the two leaders of the imperial court, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Little Xian, I've already prepared the small boat. I'll take you to the big ship to see the goods." Okay. Li Zixuan nodded and was about to leave with Wang Ranbiao when Xiao Yu suddenly said, "Marquis Yong'an, do you have goods on the Wang family ship?"
Li Zixuan didn't know what Xiao Yu meant.
He turned around and answered, "Yes, before the imperial court's fleet went south, I asked Ranbiao to help me bring back some specialties from Nanyang." Xiao Yu twirled his beard and laughed. "Haha,
that's great. You can ask your students to help you settle the accounts. I'll let your goods reach the shore earlier. Take it as repayment." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to open the back door for him. This was good too. He didn't have to wait for half a day at the pier.
Haha.
Thank you, Elder Xiao.
Li Zixuan thanked Xiao Yu, then followed Wang Ranbiao onto the boat and went to the Wang family's main fleet.
"Xiao Xian, come and take a look. Is this the rubber you need?"
The boat followed the Ba River and rode for more than a mile before reaching the Wang family's fleet. From this, one could see how many ships were waiting to dock. If Xiao Yu didn't open the back door for Li Zixuan, they would have to wait for an entire afternoon. After boarding a large ship, Wang Ranbiao said to Li Zixuan behind him. Li Zixuan responded, his heart full of anticipation. Many modern industrial products required rubber, and he really needed it. A person who seemed to be in charge of the ship led the two of them into the cabin. They saw that the huge cabin was filled with rows and rows of wooden barrels. "Young Master Marquis, this is the rubber we brought back from Nanyang. Please take a look." The guide bowed and smiled at Wang Ranbiao and Li Zixuan. At this time, Li Zixuan couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with others. He took a big stride and arrived in front of a wooden barrel. He deftly opened the lid and saw that it was filled with a white glue-like liquid. When he sniffed it carefully, he could smell a faint fragrance. What else could this be but natural rubber? Oh no, it should be called natural latex. In Li Zixuan's previous life, when he was in university, one of his university classmates opened a factory that produced latex pillows and mattresses. The rich second generation generally liked to show off. When he was in his second year of university, that guy invited everyone in his class to visit his factory. That was the first time Li Zixuan saw what natural latex looked like. It was also from that visit that Li Zixuan learned that natural latex didn't have a pungent smell. Instead, it had a faint fragrance. Some people bought natural latex pillows from the internet, but when they bought them, they would come back with a pungent smell. This meant that you bought a fake product. It was synthetic rubber, not natural. "Little Xian, how is it? Is this the rubber you need?" Wang Ranbiao asked worriedly when he saw Li Zixuan staring at the wooden barrel for a long time without saying anything. Yes, this is rubber. This is the rubber I need." Li Zixuan recovered from his chaotic thoughts. His voice was unusually excited. "Ranbiao, it's all thanks to you this time. How much rubber did you bring back in total?" From his voice, Wang Ranbiao could hear a trace of expectation. This made Wang Ranbiao a little surprised. One must know that this young man in front of him held a high position at such a young age. Moreover, he had a huge family fortune. It was really hard to understand that he had something to look forward to. Wang Ranbiao looked at the manager beside him, indicating that he should answer this question. The middle-aged manager didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, "Replying to Marquis, we found the rubber on the island." The island was full of rubber trees. We filled 20 boats, but we didn't finish loading them. However, in order to not fall behind the team, we only brought back 20 boats of rubber. Each boat was loaded with about 50,000 pounds of rubber. If each boat was 50,000 pounds, 20 boats would be 1 million pounds. Li Zixuan's breathing suddenly became hurried. 1 million pounds, that was more than 500 tons. I'm rich. I'm rich. There were only 3 words in Li Zixuan's mind right now, and that was to strike it rich. Such a huge amount of rubber was enough for him to do a lot of things. That's great. Renbiao, I won't beat around the bush, but I'll remember this kindness. I'll have someone send the money to your house now. Get someone to row these boats upstream for another 3 li. That's the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. Just move the rubber there. According to the original agreement, if the Wang family's fleet found rubber in Nanyang, Li Zixuan would have to pay 400 strings of cash for each boat of rubber. Of course, the 400 strings of cash was a price of friendship. Because a boat of spices from Nanyang would definitely cost more than 400 strings of cash. The main reason was that Wang Ranbiao was looking for Li Zixuan to buy a large number of compasses to ensure the safety of the Wang family's fleet. It could also be said that it was an exchange of interests. Haha, Xiaoxian, you're too kind. Wang Ranbiao replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After this incident, the relationship between the Wang family and Li Zixuan was even stronger. This was more valuable than anything else. After all, this young man in front of him had become a founding marquis before the age of 15. His future achievements were simply immeasurable. After exiting the cabin, Wang Ranbiao ordered the steward on the boat to start sailing. They bypassed the boats in front of them and headed straight for the dock. Such a blatant act of cutting in line would, of course, anger some people. However, after seeing that it was the merchant ship of the Wang family of Taiyuan, most people shut their mouths. The reputation of the Wang family of Taiyuan was not just for show. There were also people who weren't afraid of the Wang family of Taiyuan. However, after seeing Li Zixuan at the bow of the boat, they all hesitated. After a while, 20 fleets full of rubber arrived at the front and began to dock. Xiaoyu was a man of his word. He had already sent officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to wait at the dock to calculate the total value of the goods on board. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan had now been promoted to a marquis, or perhaps it was because Li Zixuan had sent people to set up sheds for the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs at the dock, and even sent ice cubes and iced water. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods were so enthusiastic that Li Zixuan was a little uncomfortable. However, facing the buckets of white gelatinous liquid on board, the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods couldn't help but feel troubled. How should they value this stuff? How much should they charge? Chapter 795. Marquis, what is this thing? How much should we tax it according to the market price? The middle-aged official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs looked at the white latex in the wooden bucket in the cabin. He reached in and touched it, then put his hand next to his nose and sniffed it. In the end, he still couldn't recognize what it was, so he walked behind Li Zixuan and asked with an awkward expression. Oh, I call this thing rubber. As for the market price, I really don't know. After all, this thing has never appeared in Chang'an City. Li Zixuan didn't make things difficult for the official and answered truthfully. According to the rules, we have to collect tax based on 10% of the total value of the goods. What should we do now? The middle-aged official suddenly frowned and said. Li Zixuan glanced in the direction of Yanlide and Xiaoyu, then smiled and said, If you can't make up your mind, go and ask Elder Xiao. However, I can give you a reference price. I bought this rubber from the Wang family's fleet. It's 400 strings of coins per ship. All right, you can go and ask. He didn't mind paying more or less tax, but it was obvious that he was following the rules. If he paid more or less, what would the people behind him do? Yes, this official understands. Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. The middle-aged official cupped his hands to Li Zixuan, then turned and left. Not long after he turned back. Marquis, Elder Xiao said that the tax will be based on the price you bought the rubber from the Wang family. In fact, Xiaoyu knew very well that since Li Zixuan valued rubber so much, it meant that its value was definitely extraordinary. At least, it was definitely worth more than 400 strings of coins per ship. But so what if he understood? Only Li Zixuan could make use of this thing's value. The others didn't even know how to use it, so it was difficult to appraise its actual value. It was better to be straightforward and do Li Zixuan a favor at the same time. All right, send someone up to take a look. There are a total of 20 ships worth 8,000 strings of coins, which is the tax of 800 strings of coins. If there's no problem, I'll write you a note later. You can take this note directly to Yun Shan to get the money. Li Zixuan smiled without batting an eyelid, then said to the middle-aged official. In his heart, he was thinking that Elder Xiao was quite considerate. At least he didn't help just now. Yes, Marquis. Please wait here for a moment. This official sends someone to check the ships. The middle-aged official responded and went to arrange it. It didn't take long for the inspection to be completed. Li Zixuan wrote him a note for 800 strings of coins and asked him to go to Yunshan Villa to get the money. He wouldn't carry so much money with him. He wasn't crazy. The fleet full of rubber left the dock and sailed upstream along the Ba River. As soon as Li Zixuan got off the ship, he saw a group of students in camouflage uniforms coming from the north. Who else could it be other than Li Tai and Cheng Chumo? Yamacho! Yamacho! What orders do you have for us to come here? The group of students also saw Li Zixuan. They immediately rushed over and asked. Li Tai didn't say anything. The little fatty was so hot that he was panting. Besides, he also knew why Li Zixuan called them over. Didn't they see so many officials at the dock burying their heads in writing? Anyway, for him, escaping from Chang Yaojin's evil clutches was the best thing to do. Meng Wenhao looked at the densely packed ships on the river. His face was full of excitement, but there was also a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. At this time, Li Zixuan looked at the students and smiled. The fleet that was previously organized by the imperial court to go south has returned today. His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Civil Affairs to collect tax from all the ships. Because the amount of money involved is huge, it's more troublesome to calculate. Elder Xiao wants you to come over and help collect the tax as soon as possible so that these ships can dock and unload as soon as possible. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, the students suddenly became excited. Many of them were familiar with accounting because a few months ago, when Yanhuang Academy was being built, they also went to help for a while. Most of them were at the construction site to help Yan Shaoning calculate the materials, consumption, and so on. When Meng Wenhao heard Li Zixuan say that these ships were the fleet that went south, his body finally couldn't help but tremble. This was because he knew that his father was in one of the ships on the river. After so long, it was the first time that he and his father were so close to each other. He really wanted to find his father right now, but where could he find him with so many ships? Moreover, he still hadn't completed the task that Li Zixuan gave them. Mother! Quick look! Isn't that my brother? Not far away, among the group of people who were welcoming their relatives and friends, a little girl suddenly accused the group of students in camouflage clothing behind them and said to the middle-aged woman beside her, Yaya, don't talk nonsense. Your brother is still studying at the academy. The middle-aged woman didn't believe her. She patted her daughter's little head and said, this pair of mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's mother and Yaya. Mother, that's really my brother. Yaya didn't lie to you. Unexpectedly, after being reprimanded, Yaya still pulled Meng Wenhao's mother and said. Meng Wenhao's mother turned around suspiciously. When she looked in the direction of her daughter's finger, she was suddenly stunned. On the other side, Li Zixuan brought more than 40 students from Class 1 to Xiao Yu's place. Xiao Yu personally assigned them tasks. Li Zixuan seemed to have noticed Meng Wenhao's abnormal mood. He walked over and patted the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, your father has profited from this disaster. Your family's good days are coming soon. After the Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark. Meng Wenhao obviously didn't know that his father had been promoted to an official, but this didn't stop him from being grateful to Li Zixuan. Thank you, Yamacho. He clasped his fists at Li Zixuan excitedly. The waiting time was always long. At around 5 in the afternoon, it was the Feng Jihua's fleet's turn to dock. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp. He took the initiative to follow the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to welcome them. After a while, he saw the man on the ship whose blood was thicker than water. Father. Because the weather was too hot, Meng Yuliang was shirtless at the moment. In this way, the dozens of scars on his body were exposed. When Meng Wenhao saw them, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but sour. Why are you here? And Yaya Yulan, why are you all here? It was Meng Wenhao's mother and daughter. At this moment, when they saw the Feng Jihua's fleet docking, they also followed. The family that had been separated for nearly 5 months was now reunited at the murky harbor. Chapter 796. Not far from the dock of the Ba River, there was a tea shed. It was specially designed for merchants to rest and quench their thirst.
A few hundred steps to the east, one could see some restaurants, shops, grocery stores and so on. It was like a small market dedicated to the dock of the Ba River. Husband, the injuries on your body. In the shabby tea shed, Meng Wenhao's family of 4 was sitting around a tea table. When Meng Wenhao's mother saw her husband gulping down 2 bowls of herbal tea, a trace of heartache flashed through her eyes. She paused for a moment before asking. In fact, according to Feng Jihua's original intention, Meng Yuliang could take his wife and children directly home for a reunion. But Meng Yuliang refused because the goods on Feng Jihua's ship had not been unloaded. He felt that he could not leave yet. However, he did not want his family to suffer with him. So he led his wife and children to the tea shed next to him to rest for a while. After that, he planned to go back alone and continue to work. At this time, hearing his wife's words of deep concern, Meng Yuliang hurriedly interrupted. Those are just some minor injuries. It doesn't get in the way. When going out, how could there not be any bumps and bruises? Don't make a fuss and scare the children. He did not intend to tell his family about the encounter with the pirates at sea. Even if it was dangerous at the time, now that he had returned safely, what was the point of mentioning it? Mentioning it would only make his family worry. There was no benefit at all. But he did not know that Meng Wenhao, who was sitting quietly on the side, already knew the complete story. Father, after you come back this time, don't go out to sea again, okay? The sea is stormy and there are many bad people. It is easy to encounter danger. Although it is said that wealth comes from danger, your son can now support himself and the family. Don't take the risk of going out to sea again, okay? When Meng Wenhao saw that his father was deliberately covering up the scars on his body, he instantly understood what his father was planning. Considering his mother and sister's tolerance, he didn't expose his father's lie on the spot. However, what he said hinted at something. Meng Yuliang heard this and looked at his son with some uncertainty. What did he mean by, the sea is stormy and there are many bad people? Did his son know about the pirate attack that night? That was impossible. Logically speaking, his son was just a commoner. How could he receive news from the sea? All right, I promise you. Looking deeply at Meng Wenhao, Meng Yuliang replied with a firm expression. He had just escaped death not long ago, so he knew better than anyone else the dangers of the sea. To be honest, after experiencing this life and death crisis, he didn't want to go out to sea again. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but he was afraid that no one would take care of his wife and children after he died. Oh, great. That's great. Daddy finally doesn't have to be away from home for so long in the future. Otherwise, Yaya will think badly of you. Of course, Yaya couldn't understand the code between her brother and her father, but she could understand that her father would never go out to sea again. Just this point alone was enough to make the little girl happy for a long time. Haha, is that so? Yaya misses Daddy that much? Hearing his daughter's innocent words, Meng Yuliang laughed in a carefree mood. Yes. Yaya missed Daddy a lot when Daddy wasn't around. Yaya nodded and said crisply. Haha, Daddy also misses Yaya. Yaya, wait for me. Daddy will bring you delicious food this time. I'll give it to you when we get home tonight. It was said that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life. This point was really not wrong. Meng Yuliang wanted his son to succeed, but he doted on his daughter endlessly. He stroked Yaya's little head and laughed heartily. After all, the little girl was still young. Hearing that her father brought her delicious food, her 2 little eyes suddenly curved into a small crescent moon. She sweetly said, "Thank you, Daddy." Meng Yuliang smiled, then stood up and prepared to go back to the dock to work. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the docks. The few of them followed the sound and saw 4 people dressed in green, round-necked, narrow-sleeved robes. They seemed to be the eunuchs of the palace. Where is Meng Yuliang? Where is Meng Yuliang? Come quickly to receive the decree. Faintly, Meng Yuliang seemed to hear the leader of the eunuchs calling out his name. He wondered if he had misheard, or if there just happened to be someone with the same name and surname as him on the docks. Otherwise, how could a nobody like him enter the eyes of the nobles in the palace? Father, they seem to be calling you. Obviously, Meng Wenhao also noticed the situation there. He pulled Meng Yuliang's sleeve and said. At this moment, the words that Li Zishuan had said to him half an hour ago suddenly echoed in his mind. Your father has profited from a disaster this time. Your family's good days are about to come. After a while,
When Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark. Profited from this disaster? Good days? Eunuchs in the palace? Connecting all the signs together, Meng Wenhao's heart suddenly had a bold idea. Oh no, it should be a bold guess. How is this possible? I guess they are not calling me father. Meng Yuliang heard his son say so. He was shocked and doubtful, and stuttered. Father, it's you. Look, that's the Yamacho's people coming here. I think they are calling you over. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp and saw Emozhong rushing over. He could not help but confirm the guess in his heart. Master Meng, the angels are coming. Quickly go and receive the edict. Just as they were talking, Emozhong had already run over and said in a hurried tone. Meng Yuliang trembled and quickly waved his hand. I am not a master. You can just call me Yuliang. But when he heard the second half of Emozhong's sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Those eunuchs were really here to find him? And they were going to give him an imperial edict? A peasant like him was going to receive an imperial edict one day? Why did it feel like a dream? Father, don't worry, it must be a good thing. Go quickly. Don't be late and let the angels wait impatiently. Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly went forward to push him and urged him. Oh. Good. Father will go right away. Meng Yuliang returned to his senses and hurriedly followed Emozhong towards the docks to receive the imperial edict that had descended from the heavens. Chapter 797. Oh, Marquis. Why are you still here? Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao had just walked to the dock when they heard the eunuch shouting at Li Zishuan. Marquis? When Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao heard how the eunuch addressed Li Zishuan, they couldn't help but be surprised. They secretly wondered when Li Zishuan became Marquis. One of them had just returned after drifting on the sea for several months, while the other had received closed military training in the academy. They had no way to know about the news from the outside world, so they didn't know that Li Zishuan had been conferred the title of Marquis today. His Majesty conferred Yamacho the title of Marquis of Yong'an in the morning court. This news had already spread by noon. Although the father and son of the Meng family spoke softly, Emozhong was a martial arts expert in the Qi transformation realm, so he naturally heard it clearly. Therefore, he explained to the two in a low voice. Yamacho has been conferred the title of Marquis? That's really great. Meng Wenhao was sincerely happy. Although Li Zishuan was strict with his students, he was always full of kindness behind his sternness. The other students of Yanhuang College might not know this, but the group of students who used to study in the mathematics school all wanted Li Zishuan to be well. At this time, Li Zishuan asked, "What does this little eunuch mean? If I'm not here, where should I go?" The little eunuch hurriedly trotted to Li Zishuan's side with a flattering face and said, "Marquis, Steward Zhao left the palace with us to deliver the decree. He's probably looking for you all over the Yunshan mountain right now. Quickly go back and receive the decree." Li Zishuan suddenly realized that the official decree to confer him the title of Marquis of Yong and hadn't been issued yet. Therefore, he bid farewell to Yen Lide and Xiao Yu, and told Li Tai and the rest to work hard and not be lazy. Only then did he get on his horse and gallop towards the Yunshan mountain. The crowd at the dock all knew that Li Zishuan had been conferred the title of Marquis after hearing the explanations of some insiders. Heartfelt congratulations immediately filled the air. Li Xiannan has been conferred the title of Marquis. This is really great. Yes, Li Xian. Oh no, it should be Marquis. Marquis of Yong, and so kind and considerate of the common people should be conferred the title of Marquis and have a long life. Yes. With Marquis Yong the Marquis? Who knows? Maybe it will be our family's turn. Look, compared to our village's Marquis, as compared to heaven and earth. Yes. It's just that I don't know how big Marquis Yong'an's fief is. It would be great if my family could become one of his farmers. What this person said was exactly what the others were hoping for. Li Zishuan was already famous for treating the people of his fief well. The Marquis of the Han village and Marquis of Plum village were now rich and had become the model villages of the villages near Chong and City. They were often talked about with great interest, and of course were also the targets of envy. Hey, I know this. Marquis Yong'an's fief is in Lontian County, and there are 600 households living there. Our Lu village is definitely in there. Haha. In the future, the farmers of the Lu village will also be able to live good lives.
600 households?
His Majesty is truly generous to Marquis Yong'an. One must know that Duke of Lu Chengyaojin only had 700 households living in his fief. Duke of Yi Qinqiong also had 700 households living in his fief. Duke of Wei Lijing only had 400 households living in his fief. And Li Zishuan, as a marquis, actually had 600 households living in his fief. Among the marquises of the Great Tang Empire, Li Zishuan's fief was definitely at the forefront. One must know that it was 600 households living there. What did 600 households mean? It meant that in the future, Li Zishuan would truly be sitting on thousands of acres of fertile land and become a super landlord. In the future, even if he didn't do anything, he would still be able to live a life of extravagance.
Why is it in Lantian County and not in Xinfeng County? There is no hope for our stone village now. Instantly, there were sounds of regret from the surroundings. Meng Yuliang, listen to the imperial edict.
After seeing Li Zishuan leave, the little eunuch looked at the father and son of the Meng family standing at the side and then shouted with a sharp voice.
Meng Yuliang's father was so excited that he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao knew the rules and knew that he didn't need to kneel down to receive the imperial edict.
He quickly pulled his father and the two of them faced the direction of the imperial palace and bowed. Meng Yuliang said in a trembling voice, Meng Yuliang respectfully listens to the imperial edict.
The surrounding people turned their attention back to the two of them. They looked at Meng Yuliang and his father with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't understand why Li Er would give an imperial edict to a commoner. The Emperor of the Great Tang Empire decrees. Meng Yuliang, the crew member of the southbound fleet, loudly warned at the critical moment when the fleet was attacked and prevented the merchant ship from falling into the hands of the bandits. Moreover, your loyalty and bravery are unparalleled.
At the moment of life and death, you forcefully changed the direction of the burning ship and saved the main fleet.
I have decided to confer you the title of Xuanjie Commandant of the 8th rank and reward you with 100,000 yuan and 100 bolts of silk and satin. Imperial Edict. As the little eunuch's voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar.
The man in front of them, who looked incomparably humble, was actually conferred the title of Xuanjie Commandant of the 8th rank by the emperor.
This made countless people envious and jealous. The person involved, Meng Yuliang, was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be conferred the title of an official. Official for the previous Meng Yuliang was so far away. He only hoped that his son would study hard and in the future, he would be able to enter the imperial court as an official. He never thought that he would be one step ahead of his son to become an official. How is this possible? He is just a peasant who doesn't know how to read and write. Meng Yuliang's mother, who was worried about her husband, came to observe. At this moment, after hearing the imperial edict, on one hand, she was shocked that her husband was conferred the title of an official. On the other hand, she was frightened and sad because the imperial edict mentioned the bandits and the words of life and death. Meng Yuliang's mother instantly understood how those scars on Meng Yuliang's body came about. Almost subconsciously, the image of a fierce battle in the sea appeared in her mind. Her husband was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The tears in her eyes suddenly burst out. Mother! Why are you crying? Yaya felt a chill on her arm. She raised her head and saw that her mother was actually crying silently. The little girl immediately felt grief from the bottom of her heart and asked in a hoarse voice. Mother is fine, mother is fine. On the other side, Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly shouted, Father, father, quickly go and receive the imperial edict. Oh! Meng Yuliang suddenly came back to his senses.
He put his hand on his body and rubbed it hard as if he wanted to shed a layer of skin. Then he went to the side of the little eunuch and respectfully clasped his fist and said, Meng Yuliang receives the imperial edict, thank you.
The little eunuch squinted his eyes and handed the imperial edict to Meng Yuliang. According to reason at this time, he should offer the wedding money. But Meng Yuliang's mind was full of confusion at this moment. How could he think of this? Fortunately, Feng Zhihua heard the news and rushed over. Happy event, very happy event. This little eunuch has worked hard all the way. Just take it as the tea money. I hope little eunuch will accept it. Chapter 798. Seeing the Meng family at a loss, Feng Zhihua could only take out a small pouch with a few golden beans and hand it to the little eunuch. The little eunuch squinted his eyes and looked at Feng Zhihua.
Then, he quietly stuffed the pouch into his sleeve and said with a fake smile, It is indeed worthy of celebration.
Lieutenant Meng,
Don't forget to report to the Ministry of Personnel later. Only then did Meng Yuliang come back to his senses. He wanted to personally present the wedding money, but this time he only brought a total of 12 copper coins. Moreover, the little eunuch had already received the wedding money from Feng Zhihua. If he were to present the wedding money again, it would be very inappropriate. Therefore, he put on a smiling face and stepped forward. Thank you for your reminder. I will go to the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow to report. The little eunuch faintly said. Then, he took out an imperial edict and shouted with a sharp voice. Where is Feng Zhihua? Feng Zhihua, who was standing next to Meng Yuliang, suddenly opened his eyes wide and murmured in disbelief. This eunuch, this one is Feng Zhihua.
Are you calling me?
The little eunuch looked at Feng Zhihua in surprise. He didn't expect that the person who just gave him a red packet was the main character of the Second Imperial Edict. However, he still had a good impression of Feng Zhihua, who was very discerning.
And that's right. It's you.
Come forward and listen to the edict. The little eunuch said in a feminine voice.
Ah?
Listen to the edict? Listen to the edict?
Oh, okay.
Feng Zhihua, listen to the Imperial Edict. Some people can maintain a very clear mind when they are bystanders. However, once something happens to them, their mind will immediately become chaotic. Feng Zhihua belongs to this kind of people. Now, his heart is still in a mess. He even stuttered when he spoke. The Tang Emperor decrees. Southbound merchant Feng Zhihua, who values friendship and righteousness, when the pirates attacked the fleet, he didn't panic in the face of danger. He joined hands with the crew to turn the tide and prevent the main fleet from suffering a huge loss. He is awarded the title of Righteous Merchant. He will live with the country for generations to show his appreciation.
Wow!
As soon as the little eunuch's voice fell, the surrounding people suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Feng Zhihua was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Feng Zhihua accepts the decree. Thank your majesty for your kindness. Since ancient times, the status of merchants had always been low, and they were often exploited by local officials. Moreover, after being exploited, they had to swallow their anger, and no one would seek justice for them. This was because the hierarchy of agriculture, industry, and commerce firmly nailed the merchants to the ground, and they would never be able to move. But now that he had the title of Righteous Merchant, at the very least, when he walked around the local government, he would encounter fewer difficulties. To Feng Zhihua, this title was as valuable as gold. More importantly, the Imperial Edict had stated that this title of Righteous Merchant would last for as long as the Great Tang existed. This meant that as long as the Great Tang existed, Feng Zhihua would always enjoy the treatment of a righteous merchant. Even if he died, this title would be passed on to his descendants. This benefit was simply too good. It could be said that Feng Zhihua had now become the object of envy of all merchants in the world. At this moment, Feng Zhihua trembled as he stepped forward to receive the Imperial Edict. Of course, it was inevitable that he stuffed a gold bean into the little eunuch's hands. But to Feng Zhihua, money was a small matter. This Imperial Edict was priceless. All right, the edict has been passed. We should return to the palace. The little eunuch brushed his sleeves, turned around with a smile, and left with his entourage. He was rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he was not going to pass on the Imperial Edict to Li Zixuan. Otherwise, how could he get so much money? It was not that Li Zixuan was stingy, but he did not dare to accept the money given by Li Zixuan. Take care, eunuch. Meng Yuliang and the others hurriedly bowed to the back of the little eunuch. After the little eunuch left, this place suddenly became a sea of joy. Boss Feng, thank you for just now. I will return the money to you later. Meng Yuliang said. Feng Zhihua was obviously very happy. His old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He waved his hands and said, "Ha ha. You don't need to return it? How much money can it be? It's not a problem. Yuliang, now that you have an official position, this is the most joyous thing. I didn't expect that you would be an official one step ahead of your family's Wenhao. This is really beyond my expectations." In the end, without waiting for Meng Yuliang to object, he continued with a smile and said, "Oh, let's quickly finish unloading the goods. After unloading, this old man will treat all of you to wine to celebrate for you, Yuliang, and of course for me." How can this be? How can I let Boss Feng spend money? Feng Zhihua pretended to be angry and said, "Hey, why can't this be? Yuliang, now that you have an official position, you don't want to have any dealings with this old man?" Meng Yuliang hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no, 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 Boss Feng, what are you talking about? How can I, Meng Yuliang, be a villain who only cares about profits and forgets righteousness? I definitely don't mean that. You misunderstood." Feng Zhihua laughed and said, "Since you don't mean that, then you, sister-in-law, your son, and your daughter can go together later. You are not allowed to refuse." "Butler Zhao, how have you been recently? The previous incident was my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone berserk during cultivation and caused your realm to drop." At the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan had already received the imperial edict and was chatting with Zhao Song, whom he hadn't seen for a few months. "Sigh, Marquis Yong'an, please don't say that. The matter of compressing my chi for cultivation was purely voluntary. You have already explained the risks involved. If something happened in the end, it can't be blamed on you. A while ago, I heard that His Majesty blamed you because of this. I felt very apologetic in my heart and have been wanting to visit you to apologize. As for the drop in realm, so be it. We can just cultivate again." Zhao Song was drinking tea. When he heard Li Zixuan say this, he hurriedly put down his teacup and said. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly. He thought to himself that Zhao Song was an open-minded and straightforward person. One had to know that the realm of martial arts was the lifeblood of many martial artists. A drop in realm was equivalent to taking away one's life. If this happened to others, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't resent it. Hee. With Butler Zhao's state of mind, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the great Grandmaster realm. Let's not blame this and that. If Butler Zhao is free in the future, I will treat you to wine. More haste, less speed. In order to break through to the great Grandmaster realm, not only did one need to make a breakthrough in strength, one also needed to make a breakthrough in one's state of mind. Li Zixuan felt that the current Zhao Song looked more mature and reserved than before. In such a state, the chances of him breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm were undoubtedly higher. "Thank you for your auspicious words." Zhao Song pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Chapter 799. We haven't seen each other for a few months, but I feel that Duke Yong'an's martial arts have improved again. In the Yunshan residence, Zhao Song could not help but squint his eyes at the mention of the realm of martial arts. He took a good look at Li Zixuan and was immediately surprised. He could vaguely feel that the sword will on Li Zixuan's body was sharper than before. This was hard for him to accept. The young man in front of him had just broken through to the guru realm. "Oh, really? I've been thinking about a new sword technique recently, and I haven't been practicing it deliberately." Li Zixuan hadn't paid much attention to his own realm. He just combined it with the Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship to improve the 9 strategies beyond the swords in his free time. To him, improving his martial arts realm wasn't the most important thing. He didn't want to improve his realm too quickly and cause his foundation to be unstable. Zhao Song was speechless. He hadn't practiced much, but his martial arts had improved so quickly. How could he, who had been practicing hard every day, endure this? He wanted to ask what kind of sword technique it was that it had such magical power, but he thought that it was taboo to inquire about other people's martial arts, so he didn't say anything. Duke Yong'an is really talented. No wonder he was valued by spiritual master Lingshu and accepted into the sect. Zhao Song sighed and then got up to leave. "It's getting late. We have to go back to the palace. If we have time in the future, we'll talk about old times with Duke Yong'an." Li Zixuan got up and said, "Take care, Butler Zhao." "Hey, Wen Hao, I heard that your father was promoted to an official. Congratulations." With the help of Class 1 of Yanhuang College's students, the ships at the dock were finally unloaded before dark. Meng Wenhao didn't go to the banquet with his family because he had to rush back to the academy before dark. In the Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, and the others all congratulated Meng Wenhao. Although they were busy with the accounts in the afternoon, they had also noticed the movement over there. It was just that they didn't have time to care about it at that time. "Thank you." In the face of these congratulatory words from his classmates, Meng Wenhao politely responded with a forced smile. However, in his heart, he was bitterly laughing. Was this really worth congratulating? Meng Wenhao felt that this was not worth congratulating. He even felt that if he could, he would rather not have the Xianjie chaplain as long as his father was safe and sound.
Haha. Tomorrow is Friday. It's finally the holidays again. Wenhao, you've become a rich man now. You have to treat us to a meal when the time comes. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily. This time, Li Er not only rewarded the Meng family with a Xianjie commandant, but also a lot of money. That was why he said that Meng Wenhao was now a rich man. That's how it should be. In the past, Wenhao has received a lot of care from all of you. It's time to treat all of you to a drink. Although Meng Wenhao's mind wasn't here, he still replied. The sharp-eyed Li Tai noticed the change in Meng Wenhao's emotions, but he didn't say anything. Hey! Speaking of which, this is the 3rd week, right? The 1-month military training period is about to end. We can finally relax. Now, I finally understand how blissful it is to sit in the classroom and listen to lectures. Sun Zifen, the little fatty, said with a face full of emotion. Calling him a little fatty now wasn't very appropriate. After such a long period of military training, his physique was now at an average level. He couldn't be considered fat at all. At most, he was a little sturdy. As for Li Tai, he had also lost a lot of fat. However, Li Tai was much fatter than Sun Zifen before, so he still looked a little fat now. However, it was much better than his previous round appearance. Sigh, Sun Zifen, I say, let's think about how we're going to spend tomorrow. This afternoon, because we helped the Ministry of Civil Affairs settle the score, we escaped a calamity. However, we can't escape the calamity forever. I heard that this afternoon, the people of Class 2 were badly scolded by Lu Guogong. Now, they're all lying on the sports field. Wang Meng, who was sitting at the next table, glanced at Sun Zifen, who was in a happy mood, and said mercilessly, that's true. When Sun Zifen heard this, he immediately lost his spirit like a frosted eggplant.
He muttered in a melancholy mood. When we left in the afternoon, I felt that Lu Guogong was not in a good mood.
We are bound to be unlucky tomorrow. I say, Chon Yo, can you ask your father not to come tomorrow? It's not so bad for the academy. We can have a break every 5 days, but the ministers only have 1 break every 10 days. It's not easy. Your father should be resting at home while the imperial court is on holiday. Yes, Zifen is right. Chon Yo, you have to persuade Lu Guogong. Li Tai also voiced his agreement. Cheng Chumo said with a bitter face. Do you think I don't want to persuade him? But my father is so stubborn. How can I persuade him? In fact, Cheng Chumo knew that the reason why his father came to the academy as a military training instructor, other than helping Li Zishuan train the students, was to help him improve his state through military training. But now that more than half of the military training was over, his martial arts state was like Mount Tai, not moving at all. So compared to Li Tai and the rest, he was the one who was under a lot of pressure. That's right. This prince can still take leave. Today, Lu Guogong wanted to scold us, but because of the fleet from the imperial court, it was all for naught. Tomorrow, he will definitely reprimand us even harder, so tomorrow won't be easy. This prince must take leave tomorrow. Li Tai's mind suddenly flashed. He remembered that before school started, Li Zishuan had asked him for help twice. In return, he had given him 3 days of leave. But it had been so long that he had forgotten. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled proudly. Hee, tomorrow you guys go and accept the training. I'm not feeling well, so I'll ask for a few days of leave from the Yamacho. Sun Zifen stared and carefully looked at Li Tai, then said in disbelief, I say, Qing Ke, aren't you overthinking it? Looking at you now, who would believe that you're sick? Even if you're pretending to be sick, you should at least pretend. If you go to the Yamacho, you'll definitely be seen through by the Yamacho. It'll be a miracle if you can take leave. Cheng Chumo echoed, Zifen is right. Qing Ke, you should save it. Xiaoxian will definitely not allow you to take leave. He might even punish you for lying. Li Tai smiled mysteriously and said, Hee, Zifen, do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on whether the Yamacho will agree to my request for leave. Sun Zifen said without thinking, Okay. Let's bet. Qing Ke, just tell me how you want to bet and what you want to bet on. The world was ignorant. They always thought that they were the smartest, so there was gambling in the world. Chapter 800. Neither of us is short of money, so gambling is boring. How about this? If I can really apply for leave from Yamacho tomorrow, you help me wash footwear for a month. If I can't apply for leave, then I'll help you wash footwear for a month.
How about that?
In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Li Tai's eyes rolled twice, and then he looked at Sun Zifen and said, the so-called footwear was the socks worn by ancient people, also known as footbags. It first appeared in the form of laced socks during the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. During the Qin, Han, Three Kingdoms and Wei and Jin dynasties, the form of socks also changed a lot. The form was more and more similar to modern socks. Of course, until the Tang dynasty, the word socks had not officially appeared. According to reliable records, the word socks first appeared in the ancient and modern Chinese annotations, written by Ma Huan of the Liang dynasty. F***CK. Qing K, you win. But who's afraid of who? I'll take this bet. Sun Zifen's appetite suddenly became bad when he thought about washing someone's smelly socks on a hot day. But how could he be afraid at such a critical time? Moreover, in his opinion, Li Zishuan would never agree to Li Tai's request for leave. So he looked at Li Tai and agreed decisively. Okay. Then it's a deal. The little fatty was suddenly happy. He thought to himself, hee, there's really someone who isn't afraid of death. For the next month, I won't have to wash footwear at all. It's a deal. Sun Zifen also said loudly. He didn't think he would lose. Husband, what are you busy with? After receiving the imperial edict in the afternoon, you've been hiding in the house and didn't come out for dinner. Mother even asked about you. At night, Yunshan Villa. Han Yushi walked into the bedroom on the third floor with a wooden food box in her left hand and a candle in her right hand. She put the food box next to Li Zishuan, who was hunched over the desk, and then turned to change the candle on the candlestick that was about to burn out. She asked Li Zishuan softly while changing the candle. Oh, nothing. Your husband is still pondering over some things. If it were someone else who asked this question at this time, Li Zishuan, who was in deep thought, might not pay attention to them at all. However, Han Yushi was different. He had always doted on his wife very much. It was not an exaggeration to call him a wife-doting maniac. He lowered his head and drew something while answering Yushi's question. What are you thinking about? After changing the candles, Han Yushi curiously walked behind Li Zishuan. She glanced at the white paper in front of him that was filled with various symbols and asked, Hey, wife, come and sit. Li Zishuan stopped writing when he heard this. He laughed and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. Then he explained, I'm not sure. Wife, you also know that we bought over 1 million caddies of rubber latex from the Wang family this time. Your husband is thinking of a way to refine the latex. Otherwise, wouldn't the nearly 10,000 strings of coins be wasted? Han Yushi glanced at Li Zishuan. She did not believe that her husband worked so hard just to not spend a few thousand strings of coins in vain. By the way, husband, I still don't know the use of this rubber that looks like soy milk. The ancients also drank soy milk. The inventor of soy milk was Lu En, the king of Huainan in the Western Han dynasty. It was said that Lu En was a filial son. When his mother was ill, Lu En would make soy milk with soaked soybeans every day for his mother to drink. Mother Lu's illness quickly recovered. Since then, soy milk gradually became popular among the people. Hey, this rubber has too many uses. Let me tell you, although this rubber latex looks like soy milk, once it is refined, it will become something soft and elastic. The simplest use is to use it on wheels. The outer wheels made of rubber are much faster than wooden ones. Of course, this is only the simplest use. Your husband still has some complicated tools that must use rubber. Oh, by the way, rubber can also be used to make a very interesting thing. In the future, your husband may be able to discuss it with my wife. Li Zishuan was still serious when he said the first few words, but in the end, his tone suddenly became extremely wretched, and his hands began to become dishonest. He was grabbing at a certain part of Han Yushi's body. Ah, husband, you can slowly think about it. I won't disturb you anymore. The weather was hot now, and Han Yushi was wearing thin clothes. How could she withstand such teasing? She was so scared that she quickly stood up and retreated far away in an instant. She wasn't the least bit interested in the interesting thing that Li Zishuan had mentioned. Although they had been married for so long and had experienced a lot of things in bed, Han Yushi still couldn't help but be shy when it came to it. Moreover, she didn't want Li Zishuan to be obsessed with these things and neglect the proper business. Therefore,
Except for the first few days after they got married, she had always been extremely restrained in this aspect.
Li Zishuan touched his nose gloomily when he grabbed nothing.
However, the fragrance of Han Yushi's body inevitably came from his hand, which made his heart restless again. But when he saw his wife retreating far away as if she was guarding against a pervert, walking to the bedside and beginning to embroider, he knew that now was not the time to do that kind of thing.
Thus, he dispelled the evil thoughts and began to work honestly. After about an hour, Li Zishuan finally stopped writing. He raised his head and stretched lazily. He looked at the food box that Han Yushi had just brought over. He shook his head and did not touch the food.
In front of a beautiful woman, who was a feast for the eyes, why would he need any food?
This guy chuckled, then rubbed his hands and walked toward Han Yushi, who was sitting by the bed and doing needlework.
Ah,
husband, don't. Let me finish the rest of the embroidery first. Someone's bear hug completely disrupted the rhythm of the needlework in Han Yushi's hands. Han Yushi exclaimed and quickly said. This was not an excuse on purpose, but this embroidery really only had a little work left.
Oh, okay.
Wife, you do it. I'll hug you and not move.
It won't affect you.
Li Zishuan responded in a muffled voice. Then, he wrapped his arms around Han Yushi's waist from behind and buried his head in her neck. Feeling the hot breath on her neck, Han Yushi suddenly blushed. She thought to herself, how can I do it with peace of mind when you are like this? After sighing helplessly, Han Yushi forced herself to calm down and began to do the unfinished work.
Ah,
wife, this won't do. The light at night is too dim. Needlework hurts the eyes. Let's not do it. Let's sleep. After a while, Li Zishuan felt that it was still difficult to do embroidery with the weak candlelight in the room, so he spoke up. At the same time, he wondered if he should find a way to install electric lights in the courtyard. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient. Chapter 801. Once a person's dream was achieved, it was easy to become lazy, and this laziness would continue until a new goal appeared. Li Zishuan was like this. When he first came to this dynasty, he dreamed of becoming a marquis and then waiting for death to come. Life was short, and he still had a wealthy family and a beautiful wife. He had to enjoy it as soon as possible. So the next day, Li Zishuan slept very late and didn't wake up. Of course, part of the reason was because he had slept rather late last night. In any case, his habit of getting up early for the past half a month was suddenly interrupted.
However, this made someone suffer. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang.
Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building, 10th floor of the Central Twin Towers. Li Tai did not go to the cafeteria after finishing his morning run as usual. Instead, he went straight to Li Zishuan's office and banged on the door with all his might. However, there was still no movement after banging on it for more than 10 times. Li Tai's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling.
Qing Ke.
Are you looking for Xiaofan? At this moment, someone suddenly walked out from the staircase. It was Yan Xiaoning, who had just come to work and heard the commotion. Li Tai was quite familiar with Yan Xiaoning in the past.
He quickly said, "That's right, brother Xiaoning.
Do you know where Xiaoxian, Yamacho is?" In the past, Xiaoxian would have already arrived at this time. However, you still haven't opened the door after banging on it for so long. This means that he didn't come today. Yan Xiaoning thought for a moment and replied. Li Tai panicked when he heard this. Then, brother Xiaoning, do you know where Yamacho is now?
Yan Xiaoning said helplessly. How would I know?
Qing Ke, if you have something urgent to look for him, you can ask Mo Zhong.
He should know.
As soon as Yan Xiaoning finished speaking, Li Tai disappeared in an instant. He was so fast that even Yan Xiaoning was a little surprised. Seems like this military training is still useful. Yan Xiaoning muttered softly as he looked at Li Tai's back, which was obviously much thinner than before, and his vigorous steps.
Mo Zhong, where's Yamacho?
Li Tai ran to the gate of the academy, found Mo Zhong, and asked. When Mo Zhong saw that the person asking the question was Li Tai, he hurriedly replied, Yamacho hasn't come today. He must have something to do, or he's still at home. Li Tai widened his eyes. How could he do that? If he couldn't get leave soon, he would have to continue the military training with Sun Zifan and the others. Then he would lose the bet. According to the agreement, he had to wash Sun Zifan's footwear for a month. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Hey. Your Highness, what are you trying to do? You cannot go out. This is the Academy's rule. Li Tai was anxious and wanted to go out to find Li Zishuan. Mo Zhong would not let him go and quickly stopped him. Out of the way. I really have something urgent to talk to Yamacho about. Fortunately, this was the Academy. If someone dared to stop him in any other place, Li Tai would definitely be angry. Even so, the little fatty's tone was impatient. Mo Zhong knew that this young master in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was still thinking of a countermeasure. When he saw that Li Tai was about to explode, he hurriedly said, "How about this? Your Highness, please calm down first. I will help you find Yamacho. You cannot go out. The Academy's rules cannot be broken. When I find Yamacho, you can talk to him face to face if you have something to say." Li Tai thought about it and felt that it was feasible. He waved his hand impatiently and said, Okay. Go and come back quickly. I will wait here." After saying that, Li Tai did not even go to the cafeteria. He went straight to the guard booth at the Academy's entrance and sat in Mo Zhong's seat. Mo Yun was shocked and did not dare to sit with Li Tai. He quickly came out to stand guard. Mo Zhong, on the other hand, ran in the direction of the Cloud Mountain Resort. About half an hour later, the little fatty was anxiously waiting because there was only a little more than 15 minutes left before the morning military training. At this time, he finally saw Mo Zhong and Li Zishuan coming back. "Qing Ke, I heard that you have something urgent to talk to me about. What is it? Do you have to say it now?" Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked expressionlessly. In fact, he was very unhappy. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up by a shout downstairs while holding their wife in their dreams. After waking up, he heard Mo Zhong say that Li Tai had something urgent to talk to him about. Li Zishuan snorted and thought, what kind of business could this little fatty have? So he came over very reluctantly. "Yamacho, let's talk as we walk." Li Tai quickly walked out of the guard booth and said. The two walked on the cement road of the Academy. Li Tai continued, "Yamacho, I want to ask for a 3-day leave from you. You promised me that you would allow me to take a 3-day leave during the military training period. Plus the 2 days of rest during the weekend, I can take a total of 5 days off." Damn, this little fatty woke me up early in the morning just to ask for a leave? Li Zishuan's face suddenly looked like he had been hit by a dog. After thinking about it, he decided to tease this little fatty. "Ah? When did I promise you?" I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Li Zishuan pretended to be surprised and then threw a set of 3 consecutive denials at Li Tai. Li Tai was waiting for Li Zishuan to agree so that he could announce the victory of the bet to Sun Zifan. In the end, he was stunned by Li Zishuan's 3 consecutive denials. But after being stunned, he panicked. He immediately became anxious when he thought of the consequences of losing the bet. "Hey! Xiaoxian, as a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you can't go back on your words. You allowed me to take a 3-day leave when I helped compile the geography textbook and asked my father to give you a plaque for the Academy. Did you forget? You can't go back on your words." Li Zishuan found it funny when he saw Li Tai so anxious that his face was flushed red, looking like he was about to fight to the death with someone. However, he pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, I remember now, it seems like there was such a thing." But, when Li Tai heard that Li Zishuan remembered, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, when he heard the damn turn of events, his heart immediately jumped to his throat. "But what? You can take a leave if you want, but not today. Lu Guogong wanted to come over yesterday to give you extra training, but because of the fleet, he made a wasted trip. So the students of Class 1 can't be absent today." Although Li Zishuan didn't know about the bet, he could guess that Li Tai wanted to take a leave at this critical moment to avoid being tortured by Demon King Cheng, so he immediately refused. Li Tai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was King done for. Chapter 802. "Yamacho, when you promised me 3 days of leave, you didn't say when I could ask for leave and when I couldn't. Now there are so many additional conditions. You're going back on your word." Li Tai said unwillingly on the cement road in the Academy. Li Zishuan spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. "Qing Ke, when I made the promise to you, how could I have expected this situation?
Anyway, no means no. Even if I agree, Lu Guogong won't agree. If you really want to ask for leave, then delay it for a few days. I can't delay it. I have to ask for leave today. Li Tai couldn't accept the suggestion of delaying it for a few days. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Yamacho, is there really no room for negotiation? No. Qing Ke, do you have to go this far? Lu Guogong will at most increase your training load by 40%. Look at how scared you are. It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Seeing Li Tai's unrelenting attitude, Li Zixuan glanced at the little fatty and said with a strange expression. At the same time, a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. Logically speaking, Li Tai wouldn't force himself to do it even though he knew it was impossible. Li Tai wanted to say that if he didn't ask for leave today, he would have to wash Sun Zifen's feet for a month. However, he swallowed the words back down because he felt that if Li Zixuan knew the truth, then it would be even more impossible for him to ask for leave. After interacting with Li Zixuan for so long, he knew that Li Zixuan liked to trick him the most. I'm not feeling well today. I have to ask for leave. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Li Tai finally made up an excuse. However, he forgot that this excuse was the worst excuse for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and looked Li Tai up and down. Li Tai suddenly felt uncomfortable being looked at. Li Zixuan saw this and knew that things weren't as simple as he thought. Qing Ke, you're not feeling well? Where are you? It just so happens that I know a little about medicine. Come, let me take your pulse. To be honest, how could this guy know how to take a pulse? He was just bluffing. However, Li Tai was really bluffed. After all, Li Zixuan's medical skills were well known. No, Hee, Qing Ke, are you hiding something from me? Li Zixuan's eyes were fixed on Li Tai as he indifferently said. I'm not Yamacho, don't talk nonsense. Li Tai felt guilty under Li Zixuan's penetrating gaze. In a moment of desperation, the little fatty actually used Li Zixuan's 3 consecutive denials and threw them back at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was speechless when he heard this. Speaking of the 3 consecutive denials, the I'm not, don't talk nonsense emoji from his previous life subconsciously appeared in his mind. It was really funny. At first, he wanted to tease the little fatty, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being teased in the end. Thinking of this, he suddenly became angry out of humiliation. All right, don't talk nonsense with me, there's no room for discussion. It's almost time. Why aren't you going to military training? If you're late, you'll be punished again. Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan with a tragic expression. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, can't you make an exception? I can use those 3 days of leave in exchange for today's day. Is that okay? Li Zixuan hesitated when the little fatty said this. But why was this kid willing to put in so much effort? Was there something fishy about this? Then tell me first, are you hiding something from me? Otherwise, there's no need to talk about any conditions. Li Tai didn't know what to do in the face of this blatant threat. He thought about it and told him about his bet with Sun Zifen. It's like this, Yamacho. If you don't agree to my request for leave, I'll have to wash that kid's feet for a month. When Li Zixuan heard this, 10,000 alpacas ran through his heart. These 2 little bastards really knew how to play. One was the son of the emperor, and the other was the son of the top scholar. No matter who lost the bet, they would have to wash each other's smelly socks. If this spread out, Li Er and Sun Fujia's old faces would not look good. However, even though Sun Fujia was unhappy, she didn't dare to blame Li Tai and Li Er. She only pulled the hatred onto Sun Zifen. In this way, that little idiot would be in trouble. I say, did you and Sun Zifen eat too much and have nothing to do, so you're messing around every day? Was it because I didn't let you go to military training yesterday afternoon that caused you to be so energetic and have the leisure to gamble? Li Zixuan reprimanded with a straight face. Li Tai looked at the time, then he ignored Li Zixuan's reprimand and said anxiously, Yes, Yamacho, we know that we were wrong. The problem now is that you have to quickly agree to my request for leave. Didn't you just say that as long as I tell you the truth, you'll allow me to take leave? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, When did I say that? I only said that if you don't tell me the truth, then there's nothing to talk about. This was really a trap in the city. Li Tai didn't pay attention and fell into the trap. Little fatty said anxiously. Then what do you mean? Do you agree or not? Li Zishuan sighed and said unhurriedly. After hearing what Qin Ke said, I can't agree even more. Because if I agree, wouldn't it be unfair to Sun Zifan? If this was in a gambling house, your actions would be considered cheating. You were the one who wanted me to tell you the truth, but after I told you, you said this. I think you did it on purpose. Li Tai breathed heavily, obviously flustered and exasperated. At this time, he didn't care about his tone of voice. Li Zishuan didn't get angry because of this. He thought for a while and said, Qin Ke, I'm not targeting you on purpose. What I said is the truth. Now, there are only two paths in front of you. 1. Lose the bet and obediently go to military training. You'll also obediently wash Sun Zifan's socks. Oh no, wash his feet. 2. I can agree to your request for leave today. In addition to exchanging 3 days of leave for 1 day today, you have to carry 20 buckets of water on Saturday. You're not allowed to spend money to hire people or ask your subordinates to help. You have to carry these 20 buckets of water to the student dormitory's water tower. If you don't do this, Sun Zifan will definitely feel bad. Time is of the essence. Which path do you prefer? F*CK. I like your grandpa. I don't like any of the paths. You're F*King cheating me. Li Tai's face was full of grief and indignation. If he won, he really wanted to fight Li Zishuan to the death. How could he bully people like this? I choose the second path. Seeing that the students who had finished breakfast were walking to the field, Li Tai gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 803. Qin Ke, how was it? Did Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence? On the sports field of Yanhuang College, in Class 1's camp, Sun Zifan was a little guilty at first, but after waiting for Li Tai for a long time and not seeing him, he suddenly felt that this bet was as stable as a dog. At this moment, seeing Li Tai's drooping face, this guy secretly thought that he had a chance. He immediately went forward and pretended to be concerned, but anyone could see the smugness in his eyes. In fact, this amusing idiot's thinking was wrong. The reason why Li Tai's drooping face and looking unhappy was entirely because he had paid an extremely painful price to win this bet. Not only did he sacrifice 2 days of vacation that originally belonged to him, but he also had to carry 20 buckets of water. This really cost the little fatty his life. 20 buckets. Li Tai felt that he would have to carry them for a day. At this moment, when he heard Sun Zifan ask him, Li Tai raised his head and quickly restrained the dejected look on his face, revealing a victorious smile. Hee, of course. You brat. Just wait to wash my feet for a month. At the end of his words, Li Tai's tone became a little vicious. In his opinion, the whole thing was caused by Sun Zifan. Li Zishuan deliberately asked for a sky-high price and deliberately cheated people. Although it was infuriating, Sun Zifan, the initiator, still had a reason to be very angry. Ah? How is that possible? Sun Zifan, who was originally winning, heard such an unexpected answer and suddenly felt a little incredulous. How could Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence for no reason? Besides, if it's really like what you said, then why are you here now? Li Tai smiled and said condescendingly with the attitude of a victor. Oh, believe it or not, it's up to you. I just came here to tell you the result. Now that I'm done, I can start my vacation. See you later. Haha. With that said, he waved his hand. Under the stunned gazes of Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, Li Chengqian, Yuqi Baolin, and the others, he walked out of the sports field. His footsteps became faster and faster. He had no choice but to hurry. The little fatty was afraid that if he met Chang Yaojin, he wouldn't be able to leave. Although this holiday was approved by Li Zishuan, if Chang Yaojin really went crazy, he would not recognize anyone. Holy *T. He really left? Sun Zifan's arms were trembling. Firstly, he was shocked. Secondly, he was scared. Once he thought about washing Li Tai's smelly socks. How could he not be scared? At this moment, he felt like crying. Haha. Zifan, don't be sad. Anyway, it's only for a month. Cheng Chumo walked over, patted Sun Zifan's shoulder, and said gloatingly. This idiot had completely forgotten that he had the same attitude as Sun Zifan yesterday. It was just that Li Tai didn't choose to bet with him. Sun Zifan said angrily, Get lost. Chonyo, You're really a B***tch. Xiaoxian, where did Prince Wei go? I heard from the Crown Prince that he asked for leave from you. During the morning break, Chang Yaojin found Li Zixuan, who was wandering around the sports field with his head lowered and thinking about something, and asked. Li Zixuan raised his head. He was already prepared for old Cheng's question. Yes, Qing Ke asked for leave from me. I heard that Her Majesty had something to do with him, so I asked him to go back first. This guy was now used to scamming people. He didn't even blink when he lied, but Chang Yaojin really believed him. Oh, if that's the case, then go ahead and ask for leave. It's just that Prince Wei will regret it in the future if he doesn't have such a substantial training like today, right? Chang Yaojin smacked his lips and sighed with regret. Faced with such a narcissistic Chang Yaojin, Li Zixuan was speechless. Would he regret missing training? He was sure that to Li Tai, it was impossible for him to regret. He would never regret it in this lifetime. Guyi Lane. It was close to noon, and the pedestrians on the road had all gone home for lunch. There was a tanned, lean, middle-aged man with an exquisite package in his hand. There seemed to be a stack of neatly stacked clothes in the package. After turning 2 alleys, the man finally entered a dilapidated small courtyard. Master, you're back. How was it? Those officials from the Ministry of Personnel didn't make things difficult for you, right? In the courtyard, a woman saw the man enter and quickly stood up to welcome him. As the middle-aged man walked into the house, he replied, No, I'm just going to make a report. I'm not here to ask for help. Why would they make things difficult for me? These 2 people were Meng Wenhao's parents. That's good, that's good. Meng Wenhao's mother sighed with relief. Then, she saw the bright yellow package placed on the table by Meng Wenhao's father. She was curious and asked, Master, is this the official uniform given to you by the imperial court? Meng Yuliang's mind didn't seem to be here. He faintly said, I just got it from the Ministry of Personnel. If you want to take a look, open it and take a look. Meng Yuliang's mother was a little excited. After all, she had lived for more than half of her life and had never seen or touched an official's uniform at close range. Therefore, she carefully opened the package and saw a dark cyan round-collar official's uniform lying inside. She was about to pick it up and carefully examine it when Meng Yuliang suddenly stood up and only heard him say, Mother of my child, take a look first. I'm going to Changgui's house. Meng Wenhao's mother was stunned and said, Master, it's already noon. Why are you going to Changgui's house? Meng Yuliang stopped and let out a long sigh. Alas! Changgui went to sea with me, but now he didn't even bring back his body. I'm his brother. No matter what, I have to send him on his way. Mother of my child, go and get me 3 strings of money. Changgui's orphan and widow are quite pitiful. We have to show our sincerity. Meng Yuliang's mother immediately fell silent. Last night, under her persistent questioning, Meng Yuliang had told her the details of that terrifying night at sea. Until now, she still had a lingering fear in her heart. Moreover, she was also deeply rejoicing because many of the crew members who sacrificed themselves that night were from Guyi Lane. Many of them were acquainted with her family. For her husband to be able to come back alive, it really was a miracle. Okay, Master. Wait a moment. I'll go and get you the money now. If it were in the past, Meng Wenhao's mother would never be willing to give away 3 strings of money. However, after experiencing this disaster, she understood that her family's safety was the greatest wealth. Moreover, to some extent, the sacrifice of those crew members also bought time for Meng Yuliang. She felt guilty and grateful in her heart. Chapter 804. Young Master, you're finally here. The Odd Interest Pavilion's new workshop in Plum Village finally welcomed its new owner today. Speaking of which, Li Zixuan really wasn't qualified to be the boss at all. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't asked about the expansion of the workshop at all. He had given full authority to Uncle Fu. Moreover, after the new factory was built, he hadn't come to visit at all. Therefore, when Uncle Fu saw Li Zixuan suddenly show up in the afternoon, he was both resentful and surprised. Li Zixuan looked slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he understood the meaning behind Faubert's words. Ahem, Faubert, long time no see. How have you been lately? Faubert looked at Li Zixuan and sighed helplessly. He knew that Li Zixuan had been busy recently, so he did not blame him too much. Moreover, Li Zixuan had always been very respectful to the elders in the workshop.
Therefore, Faubert had always treated Li Zixuan as his junior. Young master, thank you for your concern. I'm still in good health and can help you manage the workshop for another 2 years. Faubert led Li Zixuan into the workshop and answered Li Zixuan's question at the same time. After hearing this, Li Zixuan frowned. He suddenly remembered that Faubert was getting on in years. Even if he was healthy, he could only work in the workshop for another 2 or 3 years. Who would take over at that time? Who would be the one to carry this burden? Successor, I have to look out for a successor for Faubert from now on. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. Curious Pavilion's new workshop occupied a large area of about 100 mu, which was dozens of times larger than the workshop in Chang'an. According to the different functions and types of products produced, the workshop was divided into 10 areas. The production area had a large factory building similar to the ones in modern times. The office area had an office building, and the living area had a dormitory. It could be said that this new workshop covered all the elements and could be considered the most comprehensive workshop in the entire Tang dynasty. Oh, by the way, young master, why did you ask people to bring in so many barrels of white pulp yesterday? Our warehouse is about to be filled with those things. Faubert had planned to take Li Zixuan to the office area to rest for a while. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered the thousands of barrels of white pulp that the Wang family's fleet had delivered yesterday, so he turned his head and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "That stuff is called rubber, and it's very precious. So much rubber, it should be worth more than our workshop. Don't worry, didn't I come here today to teach you how to use it?" Faubert heard this and felt a little incredulous. He had heard from other sources that Li Zixuan had bought the rubber for a total of 8,000 strings of coins. Even if the rubber could bring 10 times the profit to the workshop, it was only 80,000 strings of coins. How could it be more valuable than the entire workshop? That's great! This old man wants to see what this stuff that looks like soy milk can be used for. Seeing how confident Li Zixuan was, Faubert still wanted to take a look even though he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Hee. Then let's go to the workshop next door. Faubert, get someone to bring a barrel of rubber over. Oh, and bring a big pot of white vinegar as well. Li Zixuan pointed to the large factory building next to them and said to Faubert. Okay. Although Faubert was puzzled as to why Li Zixuan wanted vinegar, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to do as they were told. After a while, all the items were ready. Faubert even brought a few old craftsmen from the workshop to observe from the side. Song Xiaosi, Pang Feiji, pour this barrel of rubber into the stone trough. Li Zixuan pointed to the rectangular stone trough in front of him and ordered Song Xiaosi and Pang Feiji behind him. This stone trough was originally used for annealing when the blacksmith was forging. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zixuan couldn't find a more suitable container. Yes, young master. Song Xiaosi responded and quickly lifted the barrel full of rubber with Pang Feiji. The white rubber latex immediately poured into the trough. This stuff looked as thin as soy milk. It was no wonder that Faubert couldn't think of a use for it. Pour the whole pot of vinegar in. Li Zixuan weighed the pot of white vinegar in his hand and ordered. A very important process for the extraction of rubber latex was the solidification process. In the modern rubber latex solidification process, the most commonly used solidifying agents were formic acid and acetic acid. Formic acid and acetic acid could increase the hydrogen ion content in the latex, thus lowering the pH value of the latex, compressing the electric double layer, and thinning the hydration film. When it reached the isoelectric point of the protein, the electromotive potential would be zero, and there would be no repulsion between the rubber particles. They would gather together and solidify into a block. In the 21st century, most foreign countries used formic acid as the solidifying agent, while domestic companies mainly used acetic acid as the solidifying agent. Depending on the specific acid used, the properties of the rubber would be different. Li Zixuan had learned all of this from his rich classmate's family's factory in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have known all of this? In the Tang dynasty, formic acid definitely didn't exist, but acetic acid did. This was because the so-called acetic acid had a very common name, and that was acetic acid. Vinegar contained a large amount of acetic acid. This was all thanks to the wisdom of our ancestors, who invented vinegar. Otherwise, Li Zixuan would still be making vinegar. The two of you, go get 2 hoe handles and wash them with hot water. Then, bring them over and stir them vigorously. Li Zixuan quickly ordered. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji obeyed and left. After a while, the two of them each carried a smooth hoe handle and walked in. Under Li Zixuan's demonstration, they began to use the sticks to stir in the stone trough. Hey, master. It's solidified. It's solidified. It was like soy milk just now, but now it's turned into tofu. After stirring for about half an hour, Pang Feiji suddenly shouted in surprise. It's really turned into tofu. Come and see. Song Xiaoxi was also very excited.
Without needing him to say anything, Faubert and the rest of the craftsmen had already rushed over.
Seeing that the rubberized latex had turned into tofu, Faubert could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Hey! This is really strange. Isn't it just pouring a pot of vinegar into it? How did all the rubber solidify? Yeah, this is too strange. It's like a magic trick. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be really hard to believe. The rest of the craftsmen were also very shocked. They had never learned about chemical reactions, so they could only categorize it as a magic trick. Chapter 805. Song Xiaoxi, Pang Feiji, take out the solidified rubber. Li Zixuan saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. Everything was within his expectations. Take it out? Master, how do we take it out? Pang Feiji looked at the tofu in the stone trough and asked. To him, the solidified rubber latex was as fragile as tofu. Wash your hands and take it with your bare hands. Li Zixuan was speechless. After the rubber latex solidified, although it looked like tofu, it was actually much tougher than tofu. This was because the solidified rubber was sticky. Instead of saying that it was like tofu, it was more like a dough with a certain degree of toughness. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji moved the rubber from the stone trough into the buckets that they had prepared beforehand.
Both of you, follow me with the rubber.
Li Zixuan looked at the rubber that was about to take shape. He was very happy. Although he knew the theory behind the solidification of rubber, it was only on a theoretical level. It was his first time doing it in practice. After a while, under Faubert's lead, everyone arrived at the paper-making workshop area.
Faubert, where is the paper-making machine?
It was difficult to find something in such a big paper-making factory. Li Zixuan asked Faubert directly. Paper-making machine? Faubert was even more confused. What did the extraction of rubber have to do with the paper-making machine? Yes, it's the new paper-making machine that we made before. Li Zixuan nodded. Seeing that Li Zixuan was not in the mood to explain, Faubert could only bring him to a big factory.
Master, the paper-making machine is here.
Needless to say, Li Zixuan also saw it.
He said to Song Xiaoxi behind him, Xiaoxi, you two pour the rubber in.
At this moment, the two of them believed Li Zixuan's words without a doubt. They poured the rubber into the paper-making machine's pulp inlet. Li Zixuan stepped forward and raised the roller of the paper-making machine slightly. Then, he asked the servant next to him to pull the donkey and start the paper-making machine. The paper-making machine's paper outlet was a thin, white film-like object that was slightly thicker than paper. This was the plasticity of rubber. It could be rolled flat like dough, and during the rolling process, most of the water in the rubber could be squeezed out. Xiaoxi, find someone to cut these rubber pieces into sections. Then, just like drying paper, put them outside to dry. At this point, the process had basically come to an end.
In the modern rubber production and refining process, it was generally only at this step before it could be compressed and packaged and sold all over the world.
Yes, boss. After staying in the workshop for so long, Song Xiaoxi was very familiar with the paper-making process.
He responded and called for the servant next to him to cut the rubber.
Master, that's it? But I still can't see the use of this rubber. Seeing this, Uncle Fu asked the question in his heart. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, It's not over yet. This is only the first step. Through the steps just now, Faubert, you must have seen that the rubber is very plastic. Its most important characteristic is that it can change its shape at will. After the rubber is completely dried, we can proceed to the second step. Molding.
By then, Faubert, you will know the magical use of this rubber.
Faubert nodded thoughtfully. Li Zixuan did not disturb him. He left with Pang Feiji and looked around the new workshop. As they were about to go back, they met two people. They were two girls. Yamacho, you're here?
Sir.
Different names represented different identities of the owners of the voices. They were Emo Lingwei and Little Fishy. Ink Girl, little fishy. Why are the two of you together? Looking at the two beauties, one big and one small, Li Zishuan did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt some lingering fear. Beauties were beautiful, but beauties with the characteristics of witches were not very good. Yamacho, your memory is really bad. Didn't little Ningzi tell you that? I've been polishing the glass to make an astronomical telescope.
Emo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said sarcastically.
Li Zishuan suddenly realized that Yan Xiaoning had indeed told him. But now, the two girls were obviously gossiping and chatting under a big tree. They did not look like they were doing research at all. Ink Girl, how's the progress on your side?
Not very good.
Yamacho, your craftsmen are not good at all.
It's not as good as me polishing it myself.
Emo Lingwei pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Fine, she was getting someone to work for her for free, and she was being despised. Li Zishuan choked and said helplessly, Okay, then you polish it yourself.
I'll wait for your good news at the academy.
Then he looked at Li Yu and asked, Little Fishy, what about you? Little Fishy was not as presumptuous as Emo Lingwei. Although she had a demonic nature in her bones, she only released it to outsiders. In front of Li Zishuan, she had always been more obedient. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan had given her the capital to settle down in Chang'an City, or perhaps it was because Li Zishuan was Meng Wenhao's mentor. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, the little girl smiled sweetly and then replied, Sir, it's Steward Ma who wants to move the editorial department of Datong Daily here. He has been busy preparing lessons in the academy recently, so he sent me here to inspect it first. A few days ago, I met Sister Wire here. She told me the principle of the telescope. I feel that what she and Brother Xiaoning are doing now is very meaningful. After chatting for a while, I feel that we hit it off quite well, so we became good sisters.
Oh!
Li Zishuan whispered in his heart, Of course the witch and the witch hit it off. He actually knew about Ma Zhou's intention to move the editorial department to the new workshop, and he also agreed. Firstly, the office environment here would definitely be better. Secondly, it was close to the academy, so it would be convenient for Ma Zhou to take care of the work on both sides at the same time. By the way, sir, I want to write in detail what Sister Wire is doing now in the newspaper. Although it looks boring, if it is displayed in the newspaper, it can promote Sir's work and attract more people to join it. Li Zishuan heard this and thought in his heart, Isn't this similar to modern academic papers? To be honest, he really wanted to set up a top academic journal similar to the In Nature and Science in his previous life to gather the best academic results of mankind. But was this really appropriate? Once he did this, it would easily cause technology leakage. This was what Li Zishuan was very unwilling to see. The modern scientific knowledge he brought could only take root and sprout in the Tang Empire. It could never be spread to foreign countries and become a weapon for foreign countries to deal with the Han people. Chapter 806. Little you, if you really want to write about this in the newspaper, you can't write about the principles of the telescope that Ink Girl just explained to you. You can only write about it roughly. After you finish writing, I have to look through it. You can only publish it after I give my approval. Do you understand? In the workshop, Li Zishuan said to Li Yu with a serious face.
In the modern era, there were many academic journals in every country.
There were all kinds of academic papers in them. They showed the latest discoveries in various fields to the researchers. But there was one thing that had to be admitted. If these academic papers were published, it would be easy for others to imitate your latest discoveries. However, in the modern era there were patent protection laws. Even if others learned your technology, they could not steal it. They had to pay patent fees to you. For example, in the 21st century in China, every mobile phone manufacturer had to pay patent fees of hundreds of billions to the United States because of 3G or 4G communication agreements. But this was the Tang dynasty. In this era, 70% to 80% of the countries had not developed their knowledge. Who are you going to talk to about intellectual property protection? Isn't this playing the lute to a cow? Even if Tang dynasty passed the patent law, the rest of the world would not recognize it. If he published academic journals now, the ambassadors of the other countries might bring the advanced scientific knowledge back to their countries. This was something that Li Zishuan could not tolerate. If patent laws were to be passed around the world, it would have to be in an era of peace. Right now, the only thing Li Zishuan could do was to monopolize the academic field. When the Great Tang became extremely powerful, only then would he consider the issue of academic journals and intellectual property rights.
Yamacho, why is that?
Although Li Yu was smart, she did not think of all these.
So she raised her head and asked.
Li Zixuan looked at the little girl and did not explain further. He only said calmly, I just want Tang Dynasty to have fewer strong enemies. In this world, other than stealing money, books and tombs, there is another type of thief that specializes in stealing knowledge.
Little you. Just do as I say.
After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left the workshop, leaving the two little girls in deep thought. Qing Ke, why are you still here? You haven't returned to the residence?
Or did he come here again after returning to the residence?
In the evening, with the sound of gongs and drums, the students of Yanhuang College were finally dismissed from school. At the same time, they also ushered in the long-awaited weekend holiday. Sun Zifan, who had been drilled by Chang Yaojin for an entire day, returned to the dormitory, exhausted. He wanted to change his clothes before going home, but he didn't expect to see Li Tai in the dormitory. He immediately exclaimed. Li Tai was half lying on the bed with his head resting on his arm.
He was facing the sky, facing the bedboard above him and replied, I'm sorry.
I just came back from the prince's mansion an hour ago. I brought back the clothes that I wanted to change into, but as for the underwear, I left them here. I'm just waiting for you to come over and help me wash them.
Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the dorm. Haha.
Zifan, you can be considered to have a good time now. Qingchue's underwear, Tiskase. No, I have to go quickly.
Wait for me to leave before you wash them.
Cheng Chumo had a gloating expression on his face. He quickly took off his camouflage uniform and changed his clothes, wanting to escape as soon as possible. Although Li Chengqian and the others weren't as cheap as Cheng Chumo, they also sped up their movements. Sun Zifan's face suddenly turned green and white. Qing Ke, can we change the conditions? After hesitating for a long time, Sun Zifan looked at Li Tai and said with a sad face. No. Don't you know that if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat? Zifan, don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Li Tai replied without thinking. In order to win this bet, he had paid a painful price. At the end of the day, how could he let Sun Zifan go? Damn. Qing Ke, we don't have to be so ruthless, right? During the military training, I helped you many times, didn't I? You should at least consider our old friendship. Sun Zifan said unwillingly. You can consider our old friendship, but you can't consider it on this matter. Zifan, just give up and help me wash my underwear. Li Tai said resolutely. Is there really no room for compromise?
There really isn't.
Zifan, quickly help me wash today's underwear.
Li Tai said with a satisfied face as he lay on the bed with his legs crossed.
This situation was exactly the same as when he pleaded with Li Zixuan in the morning. However, the person pleading was Sun Zifan, and the person being begged was himself. Li Tai felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. However, when he thought of carrying 20 buckets of water tomorrow, a thick haze appeared in his heart. Damn. You win. So be it. I'm a man of my word. Once I've said it, I'll keep my word. Sun Zifan roared in grief and indignation. Then, he bent down to pick up Li Tai's underwear from under the bed. Suddenly, a stinky smell hit him in the face. Oh my god, Qing Ke, with your underwear in our dormitory, the 5 poisons will be avoided, demons and devils will bow their heads, and we will still be alive, unparalleled in the world. Fortunately, I brought back soap operas from home last time. Sun Zifan quickly covered his nose, took 3 steps back, and said in a muffled voice. This guy was really funny. He actually said the stinky socks in such a literary way. The rest of the people in the dormitory who were originally disgusted by Li Tai's expired socks burst into laughter when they heard Sun Zifan's words. Haha. Then Zifan, you don't have to wash them. In the future, hang Qingchue's underwear at the dormitory door. It can also prevent mosquitoes. Cheng Chumo laughed loudly. If that's really the case, won't we be unable to enter the dormitory in the future? Yuchi Baolin took Cheng Chumo's word seriously and said with a face full of horror. Li Tai immediately blushed and said, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zifan, go wash them quickly. Big brother, Chou Nyo, Baolin, Huayu, aren't you guys going home? Haha. I'm going back now. I hope you two have fun, he. Cheng Chumo waved his hand and laughed vulgarly. Then, He dragged Qin Huayu and Yuqi Baolin out. Qin Ke, aren't you going back to Chang'an today? Li Chengqian, who was left behind, stood by Li Tai's bed and asked. I'm not going back. Big brother, you go first. Li Tai stood up and answered. He still had to fetch water tomorrow. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to run back and forth? All right then, you rest well. I'll go first. Li Chengqian didn't think too much. He nodded and left. Chapter 807. Here, Qin Ke, your footwear is done. After they left, Li Tai lay on the bed alone, humming an unknown tune and shaking his legs, as happy as a lord. After a quarter of an hour, Sun Zifan came out of the bathroom with a pair of white footwear in his hands. He handed the footwear to Li Tai and said in a muffled voice. Oh, it's done so quickly? Li Tai rolled like a carp and sat up. If it was in the past, with the little fatty's super fat body, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. And not bad, not bad. It's quite clean. Zifan, help me dry the footwear again. Li Tai went forward and carefully looked at the footwear in Sun Zifan's hands, then shamelessly asked for a yard after getting an inch. Get lost. Qin Ke, don't go too far. We didn't agree to dry the clothes in the beginning. If you want to dry them yourself. I'm going out to eat. Sun Zifan wasn't a punching bag that was easy to bully, so he immediately said angrily. Li Tai sighed helplessly. He could only get up and dry the footwear on the clothes rack in the bathroom. Cough cough. This clothes rack wasn't the modern clothes rack invented by Li Zishuan. When he was designing Yanhuang College, how could he have so much free time to think about everything? This clothes rack was a local product of the Tang dynasty. In fact, clothes racks were a type of furniture that existed even earlier than tables, chairs, and beds. There were already clothes racks as early as the Zhou dynasty. During the Zhou dynasty, etiquette was implemented. The aristocrats attached great importance to clothes. In order to meet this need, racks specially used to hang clothes appeared early on. Each dynasty had different forms of clothes racks, and their names were also different. During the spring and autumn period, a horizontal wooden pole used to hang clothes was called chong, also known as mu shi. Hey, Zifan, you still have the appetite to eat? Hee hee. Li Tai was drying the footwear in the bathroom while turning his head to look at Sun Zifan with a smirk. This sentence was quite self-deprecating, but there were only the two of them in the dorm. Anyway, Li Tai didn't care at all. Damn, Qin Ke, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. You have the nerve to say this kind of thing? Sun Zifan scolded with a look of disdain, then replied, I was lectured by Lu Guogong today. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. I'd rather die of disgust than starve. Li Tai walked out from inside and said with a smile, Ha ha. If that's the case, I'll take you to eat. Let me tell you, the food at the small restaurant of the Hu family at the foot of the mountain is delicious. Let's go there and try it. My treat. Sun Zifan looked at Li Tai suspiciously and curled his lips. Han family manor? What kind of delicious restaurant could there be? Qin Ke, don't tell me you're trying to save money and trick me into going there? Li Tai sneered. Nonsense. Save money? Do you think I, Li Tai, am such a stingy person? It's up to you. Go or not. Fatty wasn't lying this time. Ever since Yanhuang College started, more and more people came here. Some came to visit their children, some came to inspect the environment of the college, and some came purely because of its reputation. Many small restaurants appeared in Plum Village and Han Village, and some even started to sell accommodation. Compared to the restaurants and inns in Chang'an, the small restaurants and inns here could only be described as cheap. Hey, Qin Ke, I'll go. I'll go. Wait, I'll go wash my hands first. Sun Zifan finally realized that Li Tai wasn't lying. He quickly followed behind and shouted, Hee hee Xiaoxian. Early the next morning, Cheng Chimo actually appeared in front of Li Zishuan's house. Li Zishuan had already woken up and was eating breakfast with a bowl in his hand. Seeing this idiot smiling foolishly so early in the morning, he said in annoyance, What's wrong? Chon Yo, did you get caught in the door early in the morning or something? Why are you smiling foolishly? Cheng Chimo almost vomited blood when he heard that. Han Yushi, who was sitting beside Li Zishuan, rolled her eyes at her husband and quickly got up to greet him. Brother Chon Yo, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want to get someone to bring you a bowl and chopsticks?
Hee hee. Of course, of course. Sister-in-law is the best. Little Xian marrying you is truly a blessing that he cultivated in his previous life. Hearing Han Yushi's words, Cheng Chimo didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately agreed and even flattered Han Yushi. After saying that, he sat opposite Li Zishuan without hesitation. Han Yushi smiled and asked someone to bring Cheng Chimo a bowl and chopsticks. Hee hee. Sister Lan'er, long time no see. Do you want brother Cho Nyo to bring you out to play today? Lan'er was sitting beside Cheng Chimo. He was a little embarrassed by the little girl's gaze that was obviously saying, "Are you here to freeload?" Hence, he deliberately changed the topic and joked. "Oh, I don't want to. Brother Cho Nyo, your face is so dark now. It's too embarrassing to go out with you. Lan'er wants to go with you." He didn't expect Lan'er to be so obsessed with appearances. Her words instantly hurt Cheng Chimo. This military training had caused all the students in the academy to be tanned. He wasn't the only one. Did he have to be so affected by Lan'er? Sister Lan'er, it's not right of you to say that. Previously, Brother Cho Nyo brought you out to eat a lot of delicious food. What porridge is this? Why is the color so strange? Why does it smell so good? Cheng Chimo bantered with Lan'er for a while. At this moment, the servants brought him a bowl and chopsticks. The bowl was filled with a bowl of porridge that was slightly dark. There were also a few black things on top of it. He didn't know what they were. He sniffed hard and suddenly sighed. "This is century egg and lean meat porridge." Li Zishuan replied as he stuffed a mouthful of porridge into his mouth. "Century egg and lean meat porridge? Century egg? Is it the century egg that I saw the last time I came to your house?" Cheng Chimo felt that the name, century egg, was a little familiar. He thought seriously and suddenly shouted, "Yes, that's right. It's the century egg that you saw the last time. Speaking of which, you came at the right time. The century egg that I pickled last time is just ready to eat today. You came just in time." Li Zishuan glanced at him and said lightly, "Hee hee, this means that I'm lucky. Let me have a taste." Cheng Chimo laughed proudly. Then, he picked up the small bowl and stuffed the porridge into his mouth. "Oh, it's hot. It's really hot. But this century egg and lean meat porridge is really delicious. I didn't know that porridge could be cooked this way. It's really an eye-opener for me." Chapter 808. Of course, there was porridge in the Tang dynasty, but the porridge people ate at that time was still plain porridge. Li Zishuan added century eggs and lean meat into the porridge and made it into a salty porridge. It was really a new trick. "Oh, Xiaoxian, your century egg and lean meat porridge is really tender and delicious. There's also an indescribable fragrance in it. I guess it's the smell of century eggs. Tiskaske, eating a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge every morning makes me as happy as a god." It was the first time Cheng Chimo had eaten such delicious salty porridge, and he ate 4 big bowls. After the meal, he rubbed his round belly, leaned back in the chair, and sighed with satisfaction. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. "Eating a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge every morning makes me as happy as a god? Why does it sound more and more like, smoking a cigarette after the deed makes me as happy as a god?" "Ahem, I misunderstood. Haha, but ugly ox, you just ate 4 bowls. Doesn't that mean you'll be happy for 4 days? Then you don't have to eat for the next 3 days." Li Zishuan joked with a smile. Cheng Chimo choked on his words, but his skin had always been thicker than the city walls, and he was born to be a bully. How could he be defeated by a sentence? "Haha, Xiaoxian, that's not how you calculate things. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge can make me happy for the whole day. I ate 4 bowls, so I'll be 4 times happier for the whole day." Cheng Chimo laughed shamelessly. Li Zishuan was amused by this guy, and said, "Ugly ox, why are you talking nonsense now? Since you like it so much, you can bring a basket of century eggs back later. See if Uncle Cheng likes them." Now that the first batch of century eggs was made, he had to promote it as soon as possible. The best way was to promote it from the people in the circle, and at the same time, do them a favor. That's good. Xiaoxian, you have to give me more later. My dad will definitely like it. Sigh, I wonder how long these century eggs can be stored? The weather is so hot now. Cheng Chimo finally used his brain this time. After being happy for a while, He suddenly thought of a question and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "You don't have to worry about that. As long as you don't peel off the lime sawdust on the outside of the egg and put it in a ventilated and cool place, it can be stored for at least 3 months. The taste and texture will not change, and it can be maintained for at most 5 months." Hee hee. That's good. I was worried that it would spoil before I finished it. Chung Chumo scratched his head and pretended to be relieved. Then he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Hey! Something's not right. Little Xian, even if you give me century eggs, no one in my family knows how to make them." Li Zixuan said helplessly, "What's so difficult about that? You can just cut up the century egg and cook it with the lean meat. Then you can add some salt. Wouldn't it become century egg and lean meat porridge? Oh, there's another way to eat the century egg, which is to directly mix it with cold sauce. You can ask your cook to cut each century egg into 4 pieces, sprinkle some salt on it, pour some vinegar, and mash some garlic into it. Then you can eat it directly. Do you remember?" Chung Chumo frowned and said after a while, I roughly remember. I'll ask my cook to try it when I return to Chang'an." He was still living in the villa in Yunshan. He still had to bring the century eggs that Li Zixuan gave him back to Chang'an and ask his cook to process them. Li Zixuan shook his head and chatted with Chung Chumo for a while. Seeing that this guy had the intention to leave, he asked someone to fetch a basket of century eggs for Chung Chumo. Chung Chumo took it and left directly. Creak, creak, creak. Huff, huff. The morning of Yanhuang College on the weekend was quiet and peaceful. Only the sounds of insects, fish, and birds in the forest could be heard, as well as the squeaking of the shoulder pole and someone's panting. Li Tai was carrying 2 buckets of well water that had just been fetched from the well in the east of the college. He was staggering on the cement path with difficulty. The clothes on his back were completely soaked in sweat. He must have started fetching water a long time ago. Huff, huff. Damn, why did the college dig the well so far away from the dormitory? Isn't this a trap? Li Tai put the buckets on the ground to rest. The little fatty put his hands on his waist and panted heavily. He looked at the dormitory that was far away in front of him, which was estimated to be hundreds of feet away. He sighed and complained in a low voice. After more than half a month of military training, his body was stronger than before, but when had he ever done such physical work? His shoulders couldn't withstand such grinding. Not to mention 20 buckets of water. Even 6 buckets of water would cause the skin on his shoulders to break. Sigh. This can't go on. After a while, there will be more and more people in the college. If they see me fetching water, won't it be embarrassing? Li Tai wiped his sweat and muttered to himself. He had specially woken up early today to start fetching water while there were still fewer people in the college. He wanted to finish his work early, but he didn't expect that he would have to waste so much energy every time he fetched 2 buckets of water. He felt that his body was about to be hollowed out. Sigh. Isn't this Qing K? I was wondering why you weren't in the dormitory so early in the morning. So you came here to fetch water. Did the sun rise from the west today? Our Prince Wei is actually fetching water for the college? Most of the time, what you didn't want would come to you. Just as Li Tai was sighing to himself, Sun Zifan suddenly walked over from the side. After seeing Li Tai and the 2 buckets of water at his feet, Sun Zifan was shocked at first. Then, he laughed evilly and walked up to them. Zifan, don't go overboard. It's so early in the morning. Why aren't you sleeping in? What are you doing here? Li Tai's heart thumped wildly when he heard someone speak. However, when he saw that the person who spoke was Sun Zifan, he was slightly relieved, but his expression was still unnatural. Ha! Qing K, why aren't you sleeping in the morning? Why are you fetching water here? Sun Zifan crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood to the side with an inexplicable smile. Li Tai didn't know how to explain. If he told the truth, he would definitely be laughed at by Sun Zifan. If that was the case, wouldn't he be happy for nothing yesterday? Ha! I got it. Sun Zifan glanced at Li Tai's expression and suddenly shouted, scaring Li Tai. Sun Zifan continued, It must be Yamacho. Yamacho must have asked you to fetch water. Otherwise, who in Yanhuang College would dare to ask you to fetch water? What do you think? Am I right, Qing K? This little joker's analysis at the critical moment was very reasonable. He had actually guessed it right. Li Tai's heart skipped a beat. His expression changed for a while, and finally he could only admit, So what? It's none of your business. Sun Zifan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed gloatingly. Haha.
Qing Ke, you also have a day like this? What do you think? How many buckets of water did Yamacho ask you to fetch? Do you want me to help you? Chapter 809.
I don't need it. Li Tai roared angrily as he looked at Sun Zifan, who was laughing maniacally in front of him. Then, he bent down, picked up 2 buckets filled with well water, and staggered toward the dormitory with great difficulty.
Sun Zifan was not annoyed.
He looked at Li Tai's back with a grin and then walked toward the canteen. Considering that many students were from other places, the academy's canteen still provided food on weekends. However, there was a time limit. If one was late, there might not be any food left. This was also the reason why Sun Zifan woke up so early today. Give me a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a serving of meteoric success. Sun Zifan said to the waiter at the window when he arrived at the canteen. Hey, young man, other than the plain porridge, there is also the century egg and lean meat porridge.
Which one do you want?
The waiter did not immediately go to get the food for Sun Zifan.
Instead, he asked with a smile. Century egg and lean meat porridge? What kind of egg is century egg?
Why haven't I heard of it before? Sun Zifan asked curiously after he heard the waiter's words clearly. Century egg, it's... The waiter could not answer the question of what kind of egg century egg was. He stuttered for a long time, which made Sun Zifan a little impatient.
Okay, give me a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. I want to try what it is today.
Sun Zifan waved his hand and said loudly.
Oh, okay.
The waiter laughed and went to prepare the food for Sun Zifan. After a while, Sun Zifan took the food and found a seat to sit down. Looking at the dark porridge in front of him, he frowned slightly. This was because the porridge did not look as good as the plain porridge.
It smells pretty good.
Sun Zifan lowered his head and sniffed.
He was a little surprised.
Then, he picked up a small spoon and began to eat the porridge. As soon as the fresh, tender and thick porridge entered his mouth, the unique fragrance of century egg spread in Sun Zifan's mouth and filled every taste bud on the tip of his tongue.
Wonderful. 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 Porridge can be so delicious. This century egg and lean meat porridge is amazing.
Sun Zifan stuffed 3 or 4 mouthfuls of congee with pork and century egg into his mouth, and then kept shouting that it was delicious. At this time, many students had also entered the cafeteria. Under the promotion of the waiter, they tasted the first bowl of congee with pork and century egg in their lives.
Wow! This porridge tastes so special.
It's completely different from what I've eaten before.
Oh, fragrant. It's really fragrant.
Is this the fragrance of the century egg?
That should be the case. But what exactly is this century egg? Why haven't I heard of it before?
In this way, after Chung Chumo, the students who stayed in the academy for the weekend were the first to taste the century egg. Most of the students were full of praise, but there were a few who were not used to the taste of the century egg. Ugh, why is there a fishy smell in this century egg and lean meat porridge?
The smell is too strong. I can't stand it. No, I'd better eat plain porridge.
It was normal for some people to not be used to the century egg for the first time. Fortunately, the chef of the academy was more skillful. The fishy smell in the century egg and lean meat porridge had been suppressed by a lot. Therefore, more than 90% of the students had a very good impression of this new porridge. In a few hours, the century egg would be officially unveiled in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. By then, more and more people in Chang'an City would be able to enjoy the century egg. Huff, 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 the 8th bucket. On the other side, Li Tai's progress in carrying water had finally reached the 8th bucket. However, at this time, after he poured the well water in the bucket into the water tower, he suddenly collapsed on the ground and was too lazy to even move a finger. He had exhausted all his strength. It was all thanks to so many days of military training. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to persevere until now. Thinking of his previous round appearance, it would probably be difficult for him to carry 1 bucket of water.
I can't carry any more.
Huff, huff, huff. The little fatty's whole body was soaked. Some of it was splashed on him by the well water in the bucket, but most of it was from his sweat.
What did it mean to be drenched in sweat?
Li Tai's current situation was the best explanation for this idiom, and it was even worse.
Qing Ke, How many buckets is this?
Teske, the breakfast in the canteen today is really delicious.
While Li Tai was sitting on the ground, panting heavily, he saw Sun Zifan, this little slut, walking towards him. Sun Zifan's words didn't make any sense. Yes, that's right. In Li Tai's eyes, Sun Zifan had been labeled as a little bastard. Hoo-hoo. Li Tai just glanced at Sun Zifan weakly and did not bicker with him because he was too tired to even move his mouth. Compared to the previous encounter, Li Tai did not have the mentality of being seen by others this time. At this point, his mind was only thinking about how to carry 20 buckets of water.
As for what others saw, so what? If it was embarrassing, then so be it.
TSK, Yamacho is really something. They actually let you carry so much water. Ching K, as your good brother, how can I just stand by and watch? I'll help you carry it. Seeing that Li Tai ignored his ridicule, Sun Zifan's eyes rolled, and then he changed into a righteous look, squatted beside Li Tai and said. Li Tai still did not speak. He glanced at Sun Zifan with doubt and confusion in his eyes, but more than that, there was disbelief.
It was as if he was saying, "How can you be so kind?
I don't believe you." Sun Zifan instantly understood the meaning in Li Tai's eyes. He smiled, licked his face and said, Hee, Ching K, you see, as a friend, I'm already so kind, then shouldn't you also express something? When Li Tai heard this, his face showed a look of understanding. His eyes suddenly became clear, and he probably already knew what Sun Zifan was going to say next. Yes, that's right. You see, I help you carry water. How about you? How about you exempt me from the punishment of washing your feet for this month? Who doesn't know that every time you come to the academy, you bring a lot of clothes back home and let the servants wash them for you on the weekends? If you agree to this condition, not only will you not lose anything, but it will also be greatly beneficial for you. What do you think? At this moment, Sun Zifan finally revealed the foxtail that he had been hiding for a long time. He analyzed with extravagant words. Li Tai did not immediately refuse. After all, today was different from the past. Only after experiencing it, did he know how tiring it was to carry water. The little fatty narrowed his eyes. After a long silence, he finally said weakly, Okay. You help me carry 10 buckets of water, and the previous bet is written off. Haha, deal. Chapter 8:10. Hey, that's not right. Yamacho seems to have said that no one else is allowed to help. Below the dormitory of Yanhuang Academy, after resting for so long, Li Tai finally recovered. However, he suddenly remembered something and his expression changed instantly. Ah! Sun Zifan, who was originally full of joy, suddenly looked sluggish. He scratched his head gloomily. Did he work so early in the morning for nothing? Did he have to wash Li Tai's smelly feet in the future? He couldn't accept it. No, Ching K. Think about it carefully again. What did Yamacho say at that time? Did he say that no one else is allowed to help? Or did he say that no servants in your mansion are allowed to help? Sun Zifan scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time, then turned his head and asked Li Tai unwillingly. Li Tai, who was originally dejected, heard Sun Zifan's words, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He patted his head and thought seriously. After a moment, he suddenly shouted excitedly, I remember now. The mountain leader told me before that I'm not allowed to spend money to hire people or ask servants to help. Zifan, you're not hired by me, and you're not a servant of my Wong Fu. Logically speaking, you should be able to do that. Haha. Li Tai couldn't help but laugh. In the end, he also hoped that Sun Zifan could help him carry water. That's great. Since it's a deal, let's start picking now. This agreement was a win-win for the two of them, so Sun Zifan couldn't wait to make it happen. Ah, Zifan, you go first. I'll rest here for a while. Anyway, I only have 2 buckets left. You still have 10 buckets. Li Tai shook his head and said with a long sigh. When Sun Zifan heard this, although he felt a little uncomfortable, in order to not have to wash smelly socks in the future, he would suffer a little loss. Okay. Ching K, you rest first. I'll go get the buckets from the dorm manager. Go. Li Tai smiled and waved his hand. Sun Zifan didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Li Tai leaned against the wall and looked at his back. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He heard Sun Zifan mutter to himself, F***CK.
If we were to seriously calculate this matter, both Sun Zifen and I were at a disadvantage. Not only did they not get anything, but each of them also had to carry 10 buckets of water. In the end, Xiao Xian was the only one who profited. Sigh, this king is really f***ed up. Sun Zifen and I have been fighting for so long, but it was all for nothing. In the end, the academy has benefited. At this point, little Fatty finally reacted. After all this time, neither he nor Sun Zifen had gained any advantage. They had all been tricked by Li Zixuan. But now that things had come to this, what could he say? He could only swallow this loss in silence. Sigh, the facts have proven that little Xian is a fraud. I can't trust him so easily in the future. Li Tai silently labeled Li Zixuan as a fraud in his heart. When it was almost noon, the eastern and western districts of Chong and City officially opened for business. All the shops, restaurants, and tea houses opened their doors to welcome customers. Even Drunken Immortal Restaurant opened its doors. Yo! Boss Feng, long time no see. I heard that you have been conferred the title of Righteous Merchant by His Majesty. Congratulations! Shopkeeper Lu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha as he spoke to Feng Zhihua, who had just entered. After nearly 5 months, Feng Zhihua once again came to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. In the past, he was a regular here and would basically come for a meal every 3 to 5 days. The main reason was that he had been delayed for too long this time. Shopkeeper Lu, long time no see. It's all thanks to the Marquis of Yong, and that I went out to sea this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have received such generous profits and the title of Righteous Merchant personally conferred by His Majesty. Feng Zhihua didn't put on airs. He walked up and cupped his hands with a smile. Although he had lost a group of crew members during this voyage, he still earned at least 100,000 strings of coins after deducting the compensation for the families of the deceased crew members. It was a huge profit. Of course, to Feng Zhihua, the most valuable thing was still the title of Righteous Merchant conferred by Li Er. It was an unexpected surprise and also something that couldn't be bought with money. Therefore, he was grateful to Li Zixuan for promoting the trade in the south. Hey, Shopkeeper Lu, you have something new here today. Liao Shifan and Zhang Jingyang followed behind Feng Zhihua. Liao Shifan looked at the menu of Strange Taste Pavilion and was surprised to see that there were a few new dishes. Cold century egg tofu, century egg lean meat congee, meteoric success. This is really a new dish. I haven't eaten it before. Alright, I'll serve some of each of these new dishes today. Thank you, Shopkeeper Lu. Feng Zhihua raised his head to take a look and said with a smile. Hee. No problem. Boss Feng, you guys go ahead and have a seat. The dishes will be ready soon. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. After a while, Feng Zhihua and the others served their dishes to the table. Sir, here are the 3 servings of congee with pork and century egg, 1 serving of cold century egg, 1 serving of tofu with century egg, 1 serving of gnawed chicken, and 1 serving of braised pork in soy sauce. If you have any more orders, please call me. The waiter said enthusiastically as he served the dishes to Feng Zhihua and the others. Feng Zhihua nodded, and the waiter left tactfully. Come, Brother Liao, Brother Zhang, try the new dishes of Zuaxian Restaurant. Liao Shifan said with a smile, I've eaten meteoric success before, but I've never heard of century egg and lean meat congee, or century egg salad. Today, I'll have a good taste of what kind of egg this is. Everyone laughed kindly. Feng Zhihua used a small spoon to scoop up a spoonful of century egg tofu. Because this thing looked cool, he saw that the white tofu was dotted with some black and green. It looked pleasing to the eye. Wow! Fresh, tender, fragrant, and cool. This century egg tofu is amazing. It's a must-have dish for summer. A small spoonful of century egg tofu entered Feng Zhihua's mouth. First, a cool sensation filled his mouth, followed by the freshness of the tofu and the fragrance of the century egg. Feng Zhihua was full of praises. Brother Feng, this century egg lean meat congee is also excellent. I've never thought that thin porridge could be made into such a fancy dish. Zuaxian Restaurant is indeed Zuaxian Restaurant. The food here is always the best in Chang'an City. Haha. Liao Shifan savored 2 mouthfuls of century egg lean meat congee and praised. Haha. Brother Liao is right. The food of Zuaxian Restaurant will never disappoint. This century egg salad is the best in my opinion. Zhang Jingyang had a strong taste and had a soft spot for century egg salad. At this moment, the other diners also came to eat. They also noticed the new dishes of Xiaofan restaurant. When they heard the praises of Feng Zhihua, Liao Shifan, and the other regular diners, they were instantly tempted. Moreover, the new dishes of Wonderful Taste Pavilion were very cheap this time. Century egg lean meat congee was only 20 copper coins. Century egg salad was 80 copper coins. And century egg tofu was 100 copper coins. Compared to the previously gnawed chicken and red braised meat, it was much cheaper. Waiter, give me a serving of red braised meat and century egg tofu. Waiter, give me 2 bowls of century egg lean meat congee. Give me 2 servings of century egg salad. Chapter 8:11. The reason why the congee with pork and century egg, the tofu with century egg, and the cold-tossed century egg were so cheap was that Li Zixuan wanted to sell the century egg on a large scale as soon as possible. After all, if the normal consumption of the Drunken Immortal restaurant and the canteen of Yanhuang Academy were to be relied on, the century eggs made from the eggs that Li Zixuan purchased from the Han Village and Plum Village a while ago would probably not be sold out until next year. Therefore, the low price was one thing. More importantly, the Drunken Immortal restaurant had launched a takeaway event. Dear customers, everyone has tasted the delicious taste of the century eggs. Whether you like it or not, I'm sure everyone has a plan in mind. To be honest, the century eggs are the latest food invented by my family's marquis. They are made from eggs through 49 processes and 49 days. The process is not easy. Compared to unprocessed eggs, the century eggs can be stored for a longer time. They can be stored for at least 3 months and the taste will not change. In order to let more people eat this delicious food, the Xiaofan restaurant will sell an unlimited number of marinated century eggs to the public. It only costs 5 copper coins. After buying it, you just need to peel it, cut it into pieces, and mix it with seasoning before eating it directly. At the same time, Soaring Success will also provide an unlimited supply. And this month, the Xiaofan restaurant will open 3 branches in Chang'an City. In the future, we will open branches in other provinces and counties outside Chang'an City. At that time, you may be able to eat the delicacies of the Xiaofan restaurant in your own shops. After about half an hour, shopkeeper Lu saw that most of the diners in the restaurant were almost done eating. He walked to a table and announced to the crowd with a smile. When the diners heard this, they were all overjoyed. This was the first time that the Xiaofan restaurant sold its food to the public. Some of the businessmen among them were tempted. 5 copper coins for a century egg was not expensive. It was very profitable to sell it in other places or as a dish in other places. Oh, only 5 copper coins for a century egg? And it can be stored for more than 3 months? Good, good, good. Shopkeeper Lu, please help me pack 100 of them. I'll bring some for my wife to try when I leave later. Feng Zhihua said with a smile. Shopkeeper Lu, pack 100 century eggs for me too. While you're at it, pack 2 servings of Flying Meteoric Success. Shopkeeper Lu, pack up 50 of them for me. Drunken Immortal Inn is opening a branch? This was good news. If only it could be opened near Chongren Square. At that time, I won't have to come here in a carriage just to eat. Huff huff. Not bad, not bad. The congee with pork and century egg that Xiaofan made was really good. Madam, let's make our porridge like this in the future. This kind of salty porridge is more enjoyable. Cheng Residence. Lunchtime. Chang Yaojin finished a bowl of congee with pork and century egg in no time. He wiped his mouth and said with satisfaction. Madam Chang rolled her eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said, Look at you, insisting that the kitchen make this congee with pork and century egg in the middle of the day. Which family eats porridge for lunch? But this cold congee with century egg is not bad. Cheng Yaojin touched his nose embarrassedly. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because after Cheng Chumo came back, he bragged that the congee with pork and century egg that he ate at Li Zixuan's house was one of a kind. That was why he ordered the kitchen to make congee with pork and century egg for lunch. Ahem. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that Madam thinks that the century egg is delicious. Madam Chung sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. By the way, old master, I heard from Cho Nyo that the Duke of Yong'an's family is buying eggs from their farmers in large quantities. I guess they're using them to make century eggs, right? Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard and nodded.
I heard Xiaoxian mention it at the academy. It was mainly because there were so many eggs in Chang'an City that they couldn't sell them. No one bought one for 2 copper coins.
The farmers of his 2 farms had accumulated a lot of eggs. Seeing that they were going to spoil soon, Xiaoxian thought of a way to find a way out for the farmers.
I have to say that this child is really resourceful. He actually came up with such an idea.
Besides, this century egg is to my liking.
Chon Yo, after we finish eating, pick a few dozen century eggs and send them to the Qin family. Cheng Chumo's mouth was still stuffed with century egg and tofu.
When he heard this, he directly spoke with a lisp.
Father, there's no need. Xiaoxian has already sent them door to door. I reckon that even His Majesty is eating his century eggs now. Cheng Yaojin was stunned.
Then, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh.
Heh, this kid is really good at doing business. He's even got ideas on His Majesty? In this entire imperial court, only that old man Wei Zhang can compare with him in terms of guts. Madame Cheng smiled and didn't reply. She hesitated for a while and said, I just don't know how this child made the century eggs with eggs. They can actually be preserved for such a long time? Old master, the farmers of our farms also have a lot of eggs that they can't sell. Why don't we ask the Duke of Yong, and how to make century eggs? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his expression suddenly changed.
He sternly scolded. Nonsense.
Foolish. This method of making century eggs is Xiaoshuan's secret recipe. As elders, how can we snatch something from the younger generation? If this gets out, where will I, Cheng Jijia, put my old face? You're scheming for a source of wealth. Seeing Cheng Yaojin throw a rare tantrum, Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang at the dining table quickly put down their chopsticks and quietly sat on the stools without saying a word. Madame Cheng, who was used to being domineering, didn't dare to talk back at this moment. In the end, Cheng Yaojin was the backbone of this family. Usually, Cheng Yaojin wouldn't haggle with her over small matters and would go along with her wishes. However, when it came to major issues, no one in this family dared to refute Cheng Yaojin's opinions. Old master, I didn't say that I want to snatch the Duke of Yong N's secret recipe. I'm just asking you if we can cooperate with the Duke of Yong N. After all, our farm is rearing a lot of chickens this year. Madame Cheng paused for a moment before opening her mouth to explain. Cheng Yaojin's expression softened slightly. He thought for a moment and said, Don't think about snatching Xiaoshuan's money. Xiaoshuan's winery has already brought us a lot of income. One must be content with what one has. Our family doesn't have to worry about money now. However, Madame's question is reasonable. This old man will go back and talk to Xiaoxian. Let's see if he can buy all of the eggs in our farm. And that's fine too. This year, the farm's grain production has decreased. This way, it can be considered as an additional source of income for the farmers. Madame Cheng nodded and said softly. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang didn't care about this. When the two saw that their mother had reconciled with them, they lowered their heads and began to eat fiercely. To them, delicious food was the way of the king. Chapter 8:12. Cheng Chumo was right. Not only did the Cheng family receive the century eggs from Li Zishuan, but the Qin family, Niu family, Yuqi family, Li Jing family, Li Shaogong family, Feng Xianling family, Zhang Sun Wuji family, and Wei Jing family all received hundreds of century eggs and a recipe for making century eggs. Some of these people were delivered by Li Zishuan himself, while others were delivered by his guards. Poor Pang Feiji and his team of marquises. They were originally civil servants in charge of maintaining the security of Chang'an City, but now they had become delivery men for Li Zishuan. Although Li Zishuan had given away so many century egg recipes, he was not worried that others would learn how to make century eggs and cause the loss of customers from Zuexian restaurant. That was because the most authentic way of cooking was always in the hands of Zuexian restaurant. Just like crayfish and hairy crabs in his previous life, the recipe could be found on the internet. But why were there so many people willing to eat in restaurants? Food was not something that could be made delicious just because you knew how to make it. Therefore, not only was he not afraid of others learning, but he also encouraged others to learn. Only when everyone knew how to make century eggs and tasted the delicacy, could his task of promoting century eggs be completed. At the same time in the palace, the great Emperor Li Er also received the century eggs from Li Zishuan. Of course, Li Er did not receive them personally, but they were sent by Li Chengqian. This century egg tofu is a good dish. It's refreshing and tender. Tell the imperial chef to keep this dish for lunch every day for the next month. Li Er, who was overwhelmed by a pile of troublesome matters in the morning court, suddenly felt refreshed when he ate the cold and refreshing century eggs with tofu at noon. He praised and then turned his head to instruct the palace maid next to him. "Yes, your majesty." The little palace maid bowed and slowly retreated. Empress Zhong's son covered her mouth and laughed. "Since autumn, your majesty's appetite has not been very good. I didn't expect that the century egg with tofu would suit your majesty's taste." "It seems that I should thank Marquis Yong'an." Li Er laughed and said, "Guanyin maid, this is not because of that guy, but because of your good cooking. I heard that you went to the kitchen 2 hours ago to prepare. Thank you for your hard work." Empress Zhong's son shook her head and said with a happy face, "As long as your majesty can eat well, everything I do is worth it. The Tang Empire cannot be left without your majesty." Li put down his chopsticks and patted Zhongxuan's small white hands. And his wife and couple had been together for more than 10 years. How could they not know each other's feelings? After a moment's silence, said, "In fact, my poor appetite was not because the food was not to my taste. This year's drought caused the people's farmland to be reduced. In order to reduce the burden of the people, I forcibly reduced the burden. Later, the tax collection situation submitted by various states was calculated by the Ministry of Civil Affairs. It was found that it was not even 70% of last year's. In addition, last year, because of the Turkic Shelley's army, the Chang'an treasury was empty. I was worried that if there was another natural disaster in the Tang Empire, the treasury would not be able to continue. But fortunately, the fleet led by Xiao Gong came back at this time. Not only did they bring back a huge amount of food, but they also brought back a huge amount of wealth. The financial strain of the imperial court was greatly relieved. And just this time, the business tax collected from the civilian caravan was a total of 400,000 strings of coins. Guanyin maid, you didn't see it." After that old man Xiao Yu saw the results of the statistics, he laughed from ear to ear for a quarter of an hour. "How can I not be happy?" At the end of his speech, Li Er's mood became high, and a long-lost relaxed smile appeared on his face. Empress Zhong's son looked at the man in front of her with a complicated mood. She sighed and said, "Your Majesty is wholeheartedly for the country and the people. You are happy for the world, but also sad for the world. This is the blessing of the Tang Empire's people. But I hope that your Majesty will take care of your body. Your Majesty is not only the Majesty of the world, but also the Majesty of Chengqian, Qingke, and Chengel." Li Er understood the meaning of Empress Zhong's son. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Guanyin maid. I understand." Empress Zhong's son smiled. She pulled her small hand out of Li Er's big hand and then used a small spoon to scoop a spoonful of century eggs and tofu for Li Er. She said, "Your Majesty, eat quickly. The century eggs and tofu won't be fresh in a while." Li Er naturally enjoyed the service of the beauty with a clear conscience. He heard Empress Zhong's son continue, "I heard that the century eggs were a new trick invented by the Marquis of Yong, and to help his farmers solve the backlog of eggs in their hands. This child has a lot of ideas. I don't know how many things are in his head. But this way, his farmers can earn a lot of money, and the other farmers are still worried about how to sell their eggs." Li Er had never heard of this. He frowned and asked, "What? Are the eggs in Chang'an worthless now?" Empress Zhongxuan's brows showed a hint of worry and replied, "Your Majesty may not know, but since the imperial court issued a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens this year, not to mention the other states and counties, in Chang'an and the nearby farms, basically every household has at least 70 to 80 chickens. Now, more than 4 months have passed. The chickens raised by the people have long started to lay eggs. These eggs can't be stored for long and will spoil in less than 10 days. In order to sell the eggs as soon as possible, the farmers are desperately trying to lower the price. As a result, the price of eggs has fallen again and again until it's difficult to sell them now." Li Er was silent for a while and then said, "This is indeed a problem. But now that Li Zishuan has thought of this method of making century eggs, it depends on whether he's willing to impart the method of making century eggs. If he's unwilling, we can only let him expand the production scale of century eggs. I think it should be able to alleviate the current situation. When the weather gets colder, the production of eggs will also decrease. At that time, the price of eggs will stabilize." What he said was indeed reasonable. Letting Li Zixuan make century eggs into century eggs could, first, expand the sales and second, prolong the preservation time. It was already autumn now. When it was late autumn or after winter, due to the decrease in temperature and light, the laying rate of chickens would obviously decrease until the production stopped. Hey, but this kid is really good to his farmers. In the end, Li Er added another sentence. Speaking of which, this time, Li Er didn't have any intention of getting Li Zixuan's secret method of making century eggs. The main reason was that this sea trade had fattened the imperial court. Old Li was now a rich man, and the small amount of money he earned from making century eggs was not enough for Li Er. Chapter 8:13. Your Majesty is right. The Marquis of Yong treats the people well. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know about this? Your Majesty has given Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong. I heard that some of the farmers in the villages close to Lantian County all sighed when they heard the news, regretting that their villages were not the Marquis of Yong. From this, it can be seen how kind this child is usually. In the Li Zheng Palace, Empress Zhong's son heard Li Er's words and chuckled. Kind. Hearing this, Li Er suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "This kid has never been a kind person. Guanyin maid, you don't know, but the day before yesterday, this kid was still spouting nonsense in the morning court. He said that the peace of the Tang Empire was not obtained by blindly giving in, but by the soldiers using their blood and fists. The Tang people need to have pride. The Tang people are not afraid of war. Even if the entire world attacks the Tang Empire will be able to break through. Listen to this. Sometimes, this kid is filled with killing intent. At such a young age, he has so much hostility. It is really unbelievable. Right now, he has already been labeled as a traitor by many officials in the court." Hearing this, Empress Zhong's son was silent for a while. Then, she smiled and said, "This kid's personality is probably what your Majesty wants, right? And what this kid said is not wrong at all. The peace of the Tang Empire today was obtained by your Majesty leading a group of generals using their blood." After being with Li Er for so many years, how could Empress Zhong's son not understand the true thoughts in Li Er's heart? She could tell at a glance that even though Li Er was criticizing Li Zixuan in all sorts of ways, his words were filled with admiration. "Haha! Guanyin maid understands me. That's right, although this kid is often muddle-headed, I admire the spirit and sharpness in his bones. In the future, when I am old, the generals of this generation will not be able to lift their swords. I hope that this kid Li Zixuan can take up the heavy responsibility and help Chengqian well. Just like the title I gave him, Yong'an, protect the Tang Empire forever." Li Zixuan naturally did not know about the conversation that happened in the palace. Li Er also did not know that his precious son was being tortured fetching water in Yanhuang College. If he knew, his conversation with Empress Zhong's son would probably be to scold Li Zixuan and not praise. Speaking of which, Li Zixuan was busy going to Chang'an City in the morning to send gifts to the big shots. In order to keep smiling, his face was a little stiff from smiling. And then, he went to the workshop to teach Faubert's rubber ants. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, an uninvited guest came. An uninvited guest with unprecedented strength. It was a middle-aged man who was nearly 7 feet tall, which was over 2 meters. He had a 3-inch beard on his chin, which looked like it had not been tidied in a long time. It was messy and a bit disgusting. His appearance was ugly, and there was a scar on his face. Although his facial features were sharp and angular, no matter how you looked at it, he looked like the reincarnation of an evil spirit. He was abnormally ferocious. Children would probably be scared to tears if they saw his face. These were not important. The most important thing was that Li Zixuan felt a very majestic and turbulent power of flesh and blood from this man, indicating that this man's physical cultivation had reached a very terrifying realm. In his impression, only the golden body of Arhut of the Shaolin Temple could be comparable to it. What was worse was that the moment this man stood there, Li Zixuan felt an extremely heavy pressure. This meant that this person's martial arts realm was far above his. If they were to compare, even Zhao Song at his peak would not be a match for this man. At first glance, Li Zixuan determined that the man was a master at the peak of the master stage, or even a half step into the great master stage. His strength was not inferior to his martial uncles in Longhu Mountain. If they were to fight to the death, perhaps only his genius youngest martial uncle would be able to fight him.
Wouldn't you be nervous if a ferocious-looking man with terrifying strength was blocking your door? The true qi in Li Zixuan's body quickly began to revolve, and he raised his guard to 120%. If this person really wanted to attack him, he should be able to escape with all his strength, but could he escape? No. Behind him were his father, mother, wife, and sister. Not far from where he was, there were hundreds of teachers and students from Yanhuang College. If such a powerful devil was allowed to wreak havoc, no one in Yunshan would be able to keep him in check. When did a monster with such a terrifying cultivation appear in Chang'an City? Did this man come with ill intentions or was he looking for something? Li Zixuan's heart was filled with vigilance and doubts. Senior, may I know your honorific name? Why have you come to Yunshan? Li Zixuan stepped forward slowly, saluted and cupped his fists. Previously, Li Zixuan was sizing up the man. In fact, the man was also sizing up Li Zixuan. At this moment, when he saw Li Zixuan step forward and salute, he narrowed his eyes and smiled instead of answering. You are Li Zixuan, right? The last disciple of Taoist Ling Su of Celestial Master Sect in Longhu Mountain? Not bad, not bad. Little boy, you have guts. You have not disgraced the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su. Li Zixuan's heart moved slightly. This man knew his master? This should be easy to handle. Generally speaking, as long as someone knew his master, they would give him some face. He had to admit that the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su was very useful. Senior, since you know my master, then you are an old friend. Please come in and have some tea. Li Zixuan smiled and tried to get close to the man. After all, it would be best to be friends with such a powerful person. Who knew that when the man heard this, he would actually pull out the 4-foot-long broadsword on his back. He casually waved the broadsword and then gently placed it on the ground. The hard cement floor was actually cut open like a piece of tofu. The man laughed loudly and said, Huh. Junior, I am not here to drink tea. I am here to compete with you. I want to see how much of Spiritual Master Ling Su's teachings you have. If you can win against me, that's fine. If you lose. This is, husband. Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Yushi came out with Madame Li, followed by Li Jingma and Lan They must have heard the commotion in the front yard and ran out. Hee little boy, if you lose, it means that your skills are not good enough. I will clean up the house for Spiritual Master Ling Su. Don't even think about leaving a single person in your yard alive. The curly-bearded man pointed at the people behind Li Zixuan and said with a ferocious expression. He came with ill intentions. As expected, he came with ill intentions. Now that the situation had developed in the worst direction, Li Zixuan's complexion suddenly changed greatly. His heart also sank. This old bastard with extremely high martial arts was actually here to pick a fight. Chapter 8:14. Yunshan Villa. Li Zixuan didn't hesitate when he saw that the bearded man didn't come with good intentions. He turned around and said anxiously, Wife, help father and mother back to the house. Lan, you go back too. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Husband, Brother, Li Zixuan said solemnly, don't talk nonsense. Go back quickly. Then he whispered to Han Yushi, I'll lure this person away in a while. You guys take the opportunity to leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't beat this person with my worries. If you really want to help me, you can go to the academy or Chang and to get reinforcements. Don't be so wishy-washy. Mrs. Li muttered unwillingly in a low voice. Li Jingma pulled her away and said, Madam, it's useless to say more. We'll only be in the way here. Is right. If we really want to help him, we should hurry up and escape to get reinforcements. Seeing that his father was decisive at the critical moment, Li Zixuan felt relieved and turned to deal with the bearded man. In fact, he was bragging a lot. Even if his family left and he had nothing to worry about, he still wasn't sure he could beat this person in front of him. Although he had fought Yin Batian, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, to a draw, he had worked together with the two brothers of the Dugu family to achieve such a result. Moreover, Yin Batian was obviously not on the same level as this bearded old bastard. Li Zixuan felt that this person in front of him could fight 3 Yin Batians at the same time. This showed how terrifying this person's strength was. Who are you, sir? Li Zixuan, who turned around, looked at the bearded man with a gloomy face and asked. Ha! Kid, You'll only be qualified to know my identity after you defeat this old man. The bearded man said with a haughty face.
You're F***king the best. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart when he heard this.
Although this old fart in front of him was indeed quite awesome, no matter how awesome he was, could he be as awesome as his master?
I have no enmity with you, but you have come here to threaten me with your life.
I have to say that you are really daring. The Cloud Mountain is a sacred place of learning set up by the imperial court. How dare you behave so atrociously here?
At this point, there was no room for reconciliation. How could Li Zishuan still be willing to address this person as senior? It was already good enough that he didn't call him old bastard. There was no need for him to be polite.
The man grinned and said with a smile, "Heh, are you angry from embarrassment? Enough idle chatter. This old man is not here to bicker with you. If you want to live, quickly take out your true skills and fight with this old man." Li Zishuan knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he pretended to look at the burly man with contempt and snorted, "Since you want to fight, then this marquis will accompany you to the end. However, since you came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble, you better think about the consequences."
Ha ha.
There's no need for you to say that.
This old man knows what to do.
The bearded man chuckled nonchalantly.
Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "In that case, you wait here. I'll go get the sword."
A quarter of an hour later, Li Zishuan brought the burly man to a forest in the south of the Cloud Mountain courtyard. The two stood face to face, and a bleak atmosphere began to fill the forest. Both of them were accumulating power at this moment.
"Boy, show me what you've got. This old man won't bully you. I'll suppress my realm to the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm and fight with you. If you can beat me, then everything will be fine. If you can't, heh."
The bearded man stood about 30 meters in front of Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back and said with a smile,
"This old man wants to suppress his realm to fight with me?"
This was really a surprise, because if this old man went all out, he really had no chance of winning. However, if they were at the same realm, then it was hard to say. After hearing the second half of the old man's words, Li Zishuan's heart sank again. Although the old man wanted to suppress his realm, he could only suppress the amount of genuine qi, but not his experience and reaction. In other words, he was facing a master at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm with the experience of a half-step to the Supreme Power Realm. He did not have the advantage.
"Old man, since you want to suppress your realm, why don't you seal part of your meridians?
Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I beat you until you cry, you'll be shameless and forcibly raise your realm to make trouble for me."
Li Zishuan figured it out.
It was better for the old man to suppress his realm than not, but he was afraid that the burly man would contradict him. In his impression, there was indeed a way to seal part of the meridians in Jianghu, so he said so.
"Boy, you're so arrogant. Well, I'll seal it. This acupoint can be maintained for an hour.
In this hour, whether I want to or not, I'll only be at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm. But even at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm, you're not my opponent." The bearded man sneered. Then, he used his right hand to tap on his own body 3 times, and his aura suddenly dropped. The first move of 9 Taishan swords, ride the wind to the 9th heaven. When Li Zishuan saw that the bearded man had finished sealing his acupoints, he took advantage of the fact that the bearded man was unprepared and used the first style of the 9 Taishan swords to launch a surprise attack. At this time, he didn't have the time to talk nonsense with this old thing.
9 Taishan swords?
You deserve to be his last disciple. Immortal Lingshu actually taught you the supreme sword skills derived from Taishan Sutra? But your master certainly doesn't want you to use these sword skills to make a sneak attack, right? In the face of this sudden sword from beyond the heavens, the bearded man's face did not show any signs of panic. He sneered and unhurriedly lifted up his enormous scimitar from the ground. His entire body skyrocketed, and his large scimitar fiercely chopped towards Li Zishuan's unexpected sword. Seeing that the man's scimitar had been formed in the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan knew that it was not good, because the man's reaction speed was far beyond his expectation. Moreover, the man's scimitar was obviously powerful, and he could not take it. Moreover, his wind-chasing sword might be damaged because of this. At this time, it was too late to withdraw the move. Li Zishuan had an idea. He lifted his long sword and changed his move temporarily, using pushing the boat with the current. The expected collision between the scimitar and the sword did not happen. The wind-chasing sword was like a magnet, and firmly sucked the scimitar in the bearded man's hand. Then, Li Zishuan's wrist moved slightly, and with 2 twists of the sword, the tyrannical force on the scimitar was immediately deflected. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. That's right, this guy changed his move to Taiji sword at the last moment. Using this method to fuse 9 Taishan swords and Taiji sword together, one had to say that this could be considered as learning and applying it flexibly.
This is not 9 Taishan swords. Kid, where did you learn this sword skill from?
The bearded man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked.
Chapter 8:15.
The second style of 9 Taishan swords, Fleeting Swan, Soaring Dragon. The third style of 9 Taishan swords, Snow Treading, Leaving no trace in the snow, Swift as a swallow. The fourth style of 9 Taishan swords, Wave Breaker, Overlord Sea Thunderous Fury. The fifth style of 9 Taishan swords, Pairing Dust, Sword Pairing Dust, Bleak and Cold. Li Zishuan didn't pay any attention to the curly-bearded burly man's question at all. He directly used a quadruple annihilation, unleashing 4 moves in unison and meeting him head-on. In his opinion, the old man in front of him was here to destroy his entire family. In a battle of life and death, he would not hold back. As long as he could defeat the old man, he was willing to use more despicable means, let alone a sneak attack. By now, he had mastered the first 5 styles of 9 Taishan swords. The 4 styles in front of him were more than 40% more powerful than before. Ordinary grandmasters would not dare to underestimate them. They had to take them seriously, or they would be injured by the superimposed 4 styles in an instant. Unfortunately, this bearded man was not an ordinary master stage expert. This time, the man did not take the initiative to charge forward. Facing this extremely powerful sword that had been enhanced by the consecutive moves, he closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly took 3 steps to the left and turned around abruptly. He raised his broadsword and placed it in front of his forehead. Clang! The fifth style of 9 Taishan swords, Pairing Dust, had been enhanced by the power of the first 4 moves. Its speed and strength were naturally extraordinary. The most prominent feature of this sword was its explosive power. When the tip of wind-chasing sword came into contact with the bearded man's saber, sparks flew from the intense collision. However, the man's lower body was extremely stable, as though he was a huge tree rooted in the ground, not moving at all. However, due to the inertia of the wind-chasing sword, it was still advancing towards the man's face. The entire sword immediately bent into an arc. The saber in the man's hand also began to deform from the violent collision. If this continued, it would be hard to tell if the saber or the sword would break first.
The power can be superimposed. This 9 Taishan swords is indeed something.
The bearded man laughed softly. Then, his 2 hands held the 2 ends of the broadsword. Then, he took the initiative to bend the broadsword inwards, gradually turning it into a reverse bow.
F***CK, this is bad. In the sky, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that something was wrong, and a deep sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Just as he was about to escape, the curly-bearded burly man suddenly attacked.
Kid, go back to where you came from. Li Zishuan saw the bearded man use the saber in his hand as a bow and arrow. He directly rebounded the saber and struck the blade of the wind-chasing sword. Li Zishuan was instantly sent flying along with his sword. Blood Sea Tyrant Saber. How could the bearded man let go of such a good opportunity? He let out a low roar, and his saber moved like a shadow. This saber carried a huge amount of power, and it flew in the direction that Li Zishuan had been sent flying. 1 advance, 1 retreat, this was truly unavoidable. At this time, Li Zishuan wanted to use the 6th movement of the Taishan 9 swords again, but it was useless. He had no time or opportunity to mobilize the genuine qi in his body. But was there really no other way? Of course not. The current Li Zishuan was no longer the young boy who had just left the mountain. He had a lot of trump cards. 9 solitary swords, broken blade style. At this moment of rapid retreat, Li Zishuan suddenly used a very profound sword technique, but this sword technique did not seem to be very powerful, and one could not even sense how much true qi was flowing inside. This was why the 9 solitary swords was so powerful. The Duga 9 swords focused on sword moves, and the key point was the sword intent. It did not have much of a requirement for qi, And even a person without any chi would be able to unleash the power of the Dugu Nine Swords as long as he could feel the sword intent within it.
Li Zixuan was now using the third movement of the 9 solitary swords, broken blade style. This was a special move that was specially used to break the saber techniques of single saber, double saber, lancet, ghost head saber, machete, and zanmadeo. When the curly-bearded man saw that Li Zixuan had actually used this kind of soft sword technique that was devoid of true chi, he couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. The broadsword in his hand slashed towards Li Zixuan with an indomitable will. But what shocked the bearded man was that Li Zixuan's soft sword technique had actually dissolved his heavy saber attack in an instant. What was even more incredible was that this saber attack had been infused with his strong inner chi, but after just touching Li Zixuan's sword technique, the inner chi that he had infused into it dissipated into nothingness. The bearded man was stunned for a moment. Presumably, he had lived for decades, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. In fact, this was also one of the biggest characteristics of the Dugu Nine Swords. No matter how strong the opponent's inner chi was, it would all be useless in front of the subtle sword technique of the Dugu Nine Swords. Moreover, the Dugu Nine Swords was stronger than the opponent. If the opponent's kung fu was not high enough, the essence of the Dugu Nine Swords would not be used. The opponent that Li Zixuan was facing right now was one of the top masters in the world. His kung fu was so strong that it had reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. Once he activated it, the subtleties of the Dugu Nine Swords could be unleashed incisively and vividly. If Dugu Qiubai came back to life, or if Feng Qingyang came back to life, they would be overjoyed to meet such an opponent. In order to use the Dugu Nine Swords, apart from being familiar with the sword technique, it also relied heavily on the swordsman's spiritual understanding. Once the swordsman reached a level where he could freely use the sword without any rules, the more intelligent the swordsman was, the better the swordsman's kung fu would be. Every competition was like a great poet who was inspired to write a good poem. The bearded man poured a large amount of genuine chi into his saber. Li Zixuan used the saber-breaking style one after another. Relying on his strong mental calculation ability, he countered the attacks one by one. After more than 40 moves, the genuine chi in the bearded man's saber had already dissipated. And in this situation, Li Zixuan had enough time to inject his inner strength into wind-chasing sword and launch a counterattack. The 6th style of the Dugu Nine Swords, Drifting Cloud. The drifting cloud is broken and drifting cloud is never returned. Once the sword was launched, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. This sword not only carried the power of the previous few moves, but also the momentum of the bearded man's saber-breaking style that was countered by the saber-breaking style. Its power was so great that it was the most powerful attack that Li Zixuan had ever launched in so many years. It had to be said that this guy was really a genius. He had just combined the Dugu Nine Swords and the Taiji sword together to counter the bearded man's counterattack. Now, he had combined the Dugu Nine Swords and borrowed the momentum to launch a fatal attack on the bearded man. Fast. This extremely fast sword instantly arrived in front of the curly-bearded burly man. The curly-bearded man's pupils constricted abruptly. He actually felt the threat of death from this sword strike. Chapter 8:16. Roar. Seeing Li Zixuan's flowing cloud sword whistling towards his heart, the bearded man first controlled his body to lean back slightly and then let out a loud roar. A fallen leaf just happened to fall between the tip of the wind-chasing sword and the bearded man's face. What was strange was that this roar seemed to carry a huge amount of energy, causing the falling leaf to suddenly change its direction and fly directly towards Li Zixuan. The leaves were already like this, so how could Li Zixuan, a living person, not be affected? Almost in an instant, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. His face felt as if it had been scraped by a fierce wind, and it hurt a little. At the same time, his sword momentum also strangely stagnated for a moment. Lion's roar. Li Zixuan was a little shocked. Wasn't this lion's roar a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple? How could this old bastard know it? Could it be that he was a monk of the Shaolin Temple in the past? Damn it, a monk who had returned to the secular world actually dared to behave atrociously in Yunshan. However, even though Li Zixuan was extremely shocked, he didn't have the time to continue letting his imagination run wild. This was because the bearded man had seized the moment when the wind-chasing sword's momentum stagnated. Roar. Another loud roar, and the intensity of the roar was even louder than before. Tsunami Emperor Fist. At this moment, the bearded man, who was leaning back slightly, abandoned his saber and used his fists.
This was because the angle of his body couldn't condense saber momentum in a short period of time. He first formed a fist seal, and then his sleeves exploded with a bang. His arms and fists turned bronze in color, and the veins on his arms bulged. His hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and he looked like a mad demon. Tsunami Emperor Fist. When Li Zixuan heard the name of this fist technique, his heart suddenly jolted. He thought to himself, just where did this curly-bearded burly man come from? Emperor Fist. Emperor Fist. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, to dare to add the word emperor to a technique was like lighting a lamp in the toilet, courting death. Why did this curly-bearded man dare to give his fist technique such a tyrannical name? The bearded man definitely didn't know what Li Zixuan was thinking. He snorted and his aura suddenly changed. Then, he waved his fists and charged towards Li Zixuan's sword. The wind-chasing sword was spiritual master Ling Su's personal sword. It was forged by the world's #1 swordsmith, Zhang Yujiu, using extraterrestrial iron. Its sharpness could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, the wind-chasing sword was reinforced with large amounts of internal energy from Li Zixuan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this sword could pierce a hole in the city wall. At this moment, the bearded man was actually using his fists to catch the sword. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be seeking death. However, Li Zixuan didn't think so. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. In this split second, the burly man's fists had already collided with the tip of the wind-chasing sword. However, the scene of the sword piercing into his body did not occur. On the contrary, the collision of the fists and the sword produced an illogical sound of metal clashing. Clang! With a boom, the enormous amount of internal energy that Li Zixuan had poured into the wind-chasing sword was completely repelled. The enormous internal energy backlashed and sent him flying. He crashed into a tree with a bang, but this tree couldn't stop him from retreating. With a gotcha sound, the thick tree cracked and broke. Li Zixuan's body then crashed into a second tree and landed heavily on the ground. Pooh! After receiving such a large impact, Li Zixuan's body instantly fractured in several places. A heart-wrenching pain came from his wrists and back. What was worse was that this enormous internal energy backlashing caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, his internal energy started to become chaotic. It would be difficult for him to have the strength to fight again in a short period of time. F***CK, you old bastard. You actually broke through your acupoints on your own. You said that you would suppress your realm and fight with me, but now you went back on your word and launched a sneak attack. Are you still a F***king man? Although Li Zixuan was well aware of the terrible condition of his body, he still couldn't help but point at the curly-bearded man and scold him. Even if he was going to die, he had to scold him to his heart's content. Only now did he realize what was wrong just now. It turned out that the bearded man had used his internal energy to break through his acupoints at the last minute. He had completely unleashed the strength of a peak grandmaster. Oh no, it should be the strength of a half-step grandmaster. Li Zixuan was now very sure that the bearded man was a half-step grandmaster. The difference in strength was too great. Moreover, the bearded man was not like Een Batian, who came from a small sect. Although his realm was high, his strength was low. The bearded man's skills were all top martial arts in the Jianghu. He definitely had the guidance of a famous master. Li Zixuan knew that he had lost. The bearded man's strength had now recovered to the peak. If he attacked him now, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. His internal energy was still in disorder. If he didn't immediately sit down cross-legged to recuperate, he would definitely run the risk of qigong deviation. The bearded man had already put away his fists. It was impossible to see how he moved his legs. With a series of movements, he appeared in front of Li Zixuan in an instant. Unexpectedly, in the face of such a good opportunity, he didn't kill Li Zixuan. Instead, his old face turned red. Yes, that's right, his old face turned red. Li Zixuan didn't know why this big man's tanned face would turn red. Was it his imagination? Cough, cough. Boy, you're really good. The Central Plains is indeed full of talents. It's been decades since someone pushed me to this point. The bearded man stood in front of Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back and said with the posture of an expert. It was just that there was a hidden awkwardness under his expression. It was just that others couldn't detect it. Bah! Old bastard! With your cultivation you actually went back on your words. King have an unfair advantage. Cough cough. The man coughed twice again. He didn't answer Li Zishuan's words. Instead he asked calmly, "Boy, the sword techniques you used just now, it seems that the 9 Taishan swords is not the only sword technique, right?
There seem to be 2 other sword techniques mixed in with it? Hurry up and tell me."
Li Zishuan didn't know what kind of medicine this old bastard had taken, but he was actually dawdling with him. Li Zishuan simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. In any case, he couldn't beat him. If this old bastard wanted to fight, then let him fight. At this time, when he heard the question, he couldn't help but open his eyes. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, "You want to know?"
Of course.
The bearded man nodded.
You want to know? Call me Grandpa and I'll tell you. Chapter 8:17. Grandpa?
Regardless of whether this curly-bearded man had the intention to kill Li Zishuan or not, after hearing these words, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Bastard Junior, this old man is already someone of your grandfather's generation, yet you are so disgraceful. Li Zishuan continued to scold.
Hey! Who was the one who called me Grandpa just now? Was it you?
Regardless of whether he was going to die today, he had to be mischievous before he died. Who asked his big brother to be the Leather Knight?
Humph. Little kid, you're so stubborn. I wanted to talk to you nicely, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being rude.
Even a clay figurine had some temper, let alone a peerless expert like the bearded man. Hearing Li Zishuan's rude remarks again and again, he finally flew into a rage. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous in Cloud Mountain? At this moment, a loud shout came from the forest. The man's movements couldn't help but pause. Then, he saw a black-robed elder come over with a sword and slash directly at him. Faced with this sudden attack, the man didn't dare to be careless. He took 2 steps back and then tilted his body slightly, dodging the black-robed elder's aggressive sword.
Ink Snow Sword cry, only the heart remains unmoved, harmony of the world. Ink Snow Sword, you're actually the master of the Mo family?
The bearded man looked at the broad-bladed sword in the black-robed elder's hand and frowned for a long time before asking in disbelief.
That's right, the person who came was the 15th generation master of the Mo family. Mo Huai.
Previously, Li Zishuan had fused 3 types of sword intense and used an unparalleled might to beat the bearded man into a fluster. At that time, Li Jingma had secretly brought Madame Li, Laner, and Han Yushi out of the courtyard. It was unknown whether the bearded man had deliberately pretended not to notice or if he really hadn't noticed, but he had actually let Li Zishuan's family leave just like that. The first reaction of the 4 who had escaped was of course to get reinforcements. But where could they get reinforcements?
Chang'an City?
There were many masters there, and Li Zishuan was familiar with the crown prince. After explaining the situation, he could ask the imperial army to help. But Chang'an was too far away, and Li Zishuan didn't know how the battle was going. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Thinking of this, Li Jingma decisively brought Mrs. Li and the other 2 to Yanhuang College. The guards of the academy naturally recognized Li Jingma and the other 3. Furthermore, Pang Feiji was also in the academy. He had been working as an instructor in the academy and had been living in the academy's dormitory. Although he was Li Zishuan's personal bodyguard, ever since Li Zishuan moved to Yunshan Villa, he could no longer stay by his side. That was because there was no place for guards to stay in the villa. After hearing Li Jingma's explanation, Pang Feiji turned pale with fright. He hurriedly called for his subordinates, Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the rest of the followers of the school of Mo. He wanted to rescue Li Zishuan together because he knew that the strength of these followers of the school of Mo was much higher than that of the martial marquises. However, Mo Zhong shook his head and asked him to wait here. Then, he ran into the academy's Guanghua building. Just as Pang Feiji was scolding Mo Zhong for being a coward, ungrateful, and cowardly, Mo Zhong walked out behind Mo Huai. Pang Feiji's eyes widened. He wanted to pull Mo Zhong over and ask him why he had brought a weak old man here. However, Mo Huai urged, "Let's go. Brother Li, tell this old man first, where did the mountain elder get into trouble?" Li Jingma naturally answered truthfully. However, everyone only felt a gust of wind blow past them, and then Mo Huai's figure disappeared.
Pang Feiji and the other martial marquises could not help but be stunned. None of them had thought that this seemingly ordinary little old man was actually a hidden martial arts master. It was simply too unbelievable. In the small forest. At this moment, after hearing the words about the inky snow sword from the bearded man, Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, was even more surprised. He thought to himself, "It's fine if this old man is extraordinarily powerful, but the Mo family has been living in seclusion for 700 or 800 years. How did this bearded man know about Mozi's keepsake, the inky snow sword? This old man knows too much, doesn't he? Just based on his knowledge, he is definitely not an ordinary person." Of course, compared to this, what surprised Li Zixuan even more was that Mo Huai was actually a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was not that he had not thought that Mo Huai, as the head of the Mo family, would definitely have superb martial arts skills. However, Mo Huai had been in the academy for so long and had not revealed his talents. Furthermore, he had secretly tested him and concluded that Mo Huai did not know martial arts. However, the scene in front of him clearly told him that Mo Huai was not only skilled in martial arts, but was also a great master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was simply shocking. Humph! No matter who you are, since you dare to come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble and harm the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you must give an explanation. Mo Huai was not surprised that his attack missed. He slowly turned around, holding his sword in front of his chest, and looked at the bearded man coldly. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly, and he could not help but say, "Nonsense! I just want to. Forget it, forget it. I have traversed the world, why do I need to explain my actions to others? I didn't expect that the Mo family, which had been in seclusion for many years, would suddenly appear. What's more, I didn't expect that the head of the Mo family would actually help a 14 or 15-year-old child on Cloud Mountain. Interesting, really interesting. Li family's brat. This old man has underestimated you. Head of the Mo family, you're not bad. Fight with me for a few rounds. It's been a long time since I had a good fight." Roar! Without waiting for Mo Huai's reply, the bearded man used the lion's roar technique again. However, this time, he released it at full strength, and the momentum was several times stronger than the previous 2 times. Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, could not help but interrupt his breathing and quickly cover his ears. This old fellow was really deadly when he roared crazily. Blood Sea Saber. This lion's roar technique was obviously just the bearded man's first move. Immediately after, he leaped to the spot where he had thrown the saber earlier. With a lift of his toes, the saber immediately landed in his hand. Then he swung the saber, rose into the air, and slashed at Mo Huai. Li Zixuan was currently regulating his breathing while paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. He saw that the bearded man was using the exact same move as the one he had used against him just now, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. This was clearly the true strength of a half-step grandmaster. Although this old fart is quite despicable, a half-step grandmaster is still impressive. When I reach this realm, I'll hang you up and beat you up every day. Sigh, I wonder if old man Mo will be able to withstand this slash. Li Zixuan's thoughts ran wild. He was envious of the bearded man's great strength, but he was also worried about whether Mo Huai could withstand it. Chapter 818. Love with impartiality and non-offense. As the saying went, one could tell whether an expert was skilled the moment he made a move. Before the bearded man's saber was formed, Mo Huai already knew that the other party's strength was above his. He didn't dare to be careless and directly used the Mo family's famous sword technique. Love with impartiality and non-offense. At the same time, this was also Moz's core ideology back then. Once this sword technique was used, the saber intent in the sky instantly weakened by 2 notches. The bearded man frowned slightly, but he still swung his saber and continued to slash at Mo Huai. However, how could the Mo family's famous sword technique be undeserved? When the bearded man's saber was just a foot away from Mo Huai finally moved. No, it should be said that the ink snow sword moved. Clang! The inky snow sword, which was as black as ink, streaked across the air like a black shadow. With a clang, it instantly hit 3 inches above the handle of the long saber in the bearded man's hand at a weird angle. This was the weakest point of the bearded man's saber skill. The bearded man only felt that his heavy saber strike was easily blocked by this old man whose strength was inferior to his own. However, something even more shocking happened. The ink snow sword carried the bearded man's saber. First, it made a 30-degree downward slash and then directly lifted up. One saber and one sword, directly slashing, stabbing, at the bearded man's face. This was somewhat like the meaning of Tai Chi, borrowing strength to fight strength. Li Zishuan, who was at the side, was stunned. Love with impartiality and non-offense. So this was called love with impartiality and non-offense. In the Mo family's ideology, non-offense did not mean non-war. It was just against meaningless invasion and slaughter. Those who should not be killed should not be killed, and those who should be killed should still be killed. This was fundamentally different from the Buddhists' foolish theory of not killing. The basis for determining whether to kill or not, attack or not, and fight or not was love with impartiality, heaven's will, bright ghost, and so on. The bearded man was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his true chi and used the strength of a half-step great grandmaster to forcefully shake off the ink snow sword. Clang! The saber and sword clashed for less than a breath's time before they separated. Both of them took 10 steps back. Obviously, they were actually tied in the first round. Good. What an inky snow sword. What a great love with impartiality and non-aggression. The bearded man let out 2 loud laughs before he raised his saber and charged forward. Emperor Tsunami Blade. When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost peed his pants. Wasn't the punch that had severely injured him just now the Tsunami Imperial Fist? How did it become the Tsunami Emperor Blade? What kind of education did this old thing receive? Could it be that he was educated by the sea? Otherwise, why were all his moves related to the sea? Mahist sword art. Blood ink galloping. Mo Huai pinched his sword fingers and also used his killer move. When he saw this, Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. He understood that even if Mo Huai couldn't defeat the curly-bearded man, he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. Moreover, he could take advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Thus, Li Zishuan hurriedly calmed his mind and began to concentrate on regulating the true qi in his body. In fact, his previous conditioning had already calmed down the chaotic true qi by 70 to 80%. Now, the main thing to do was to heal the injuries in his body. After about 10 minutes, Li Zishuan finally smoothed out all the true qi in his body, and the injuries on his body were almost healed. He let out a long sigh of relief. When he was about to get up, he suddenly seemed to realize something. What do you mean? Li Zishuan suddenly felt the true qi in his body become restless. It was not as chaotic and restless as before, but a kind of hunger and thirst. Yes, it was hunger and thirst. He had encountered this kind of feeling before. Am I going to break through again? Li Zishuan looked happy. He hurriedly calmed his mind and ran the 6th level of Taishan Sutra with all his strength. The true qi in his body quickly turned into white cyclones and danced happily in his meridians. The 3 sword essences of Taishan 9 swords, Taiji sword, and Duga 9 swords flashed through Li Zishuan's mind. Today's battle was the first time he tried to fuse the 3 sword techniques. He also gained a lot. In response to the call of the true qi in his body, all the pores on his body instantly opened and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily. There were spirits in heaven and earth, and everything was born. In the past, Li Zishuan didn't think so. But ever since he inexplicably came to the Tang dynasty of more than 1,000 years ago and inexplicably obtained a body of shocking power, he slowly began to believe that there really was spiritual qi in the world. It was neither fantasy nor cultivation. He didn't know what spiritual qi was, but he was sure that there was such a substance in the air. Human beings couldn't survive without oxygen in the air. But water could carry a boat, and it could also capsize it. Without oxygen, human beings couldn't survive for more than 2 minutes. But if there was too much oxygen, it would also have a negative effect on the body, because the aging of the human body was directly related to the oxidation reaction. The so-called spiritual qi, could it be a kind of gas in the atmosphere that had the opposite function of oxygen and could make the human body full of vitality? He didn't know why, but Li Zishuan's mind suddenly had such a strange thought. In his previous life, he had seen such a report on the internet. Billions of years ago, oxygen didn't exist in the Earth's atmosphere. This was because oxygen was very unstable and prone to chemical reactions with other substances, such as iron, copper, and other metals, forming rust and verdigris. In today's Earth's atmosphere, there was basically a stable 21% oxygen near the sea level. So this oxygen must have a continuous source.
If we look back at the history of Earth, we will be surprised to find that the origin of life had nothing to do with oxygen. The origin of life on Earth didn't rely on oxygen. The general idea of this report was that oxygen was a chronic toxic gas that human beings had to rely on. His argument was mainly that oxidation would cause more and more lipids, proteins, DNA fragments, and other key components of cells to be damaged, and eventually damage the tissues, organs, and even the body's functions. Starting from birth, gradually growing up, and in the process of aging, the oxidation in the body has always been damaging our key components, until our body can no longer take it. But at present, human beings haven't been able to find a product that could replace oxygen to prolong life. Oxygen's negative effect on the prolongation of life was still the least. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan suddenly felt his mind clear. He entered the legendary state where he forgot about everything. The amount of spiritual qi in his body was constantly increasing. His hair was moving without wind, and the tattered clothes that were torn in the battle just now also began to dance. It made him look like a celestial being from heaven. There was a spirit in heaven and earth, and he wanted to take the spiritual qi in it.